Nerdrotic.com.
Crowd cannot wait. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. I apologize cause I'm probably late. Oh, hail Friday Night Tights. Radical lights and highly organized. It's Friday Night Tights, Friday Night Tights. Time has come, they're finally here.
We made it. We were almost on time. X-Ray Girl, real life poop wizard.
I put on the dunce cap.
Canadian internet, folks. Canadian internet, only slightly better than Canadian healthcare. Yeah. Welcome to the show. It's Friday. We're back.
Yeah.
From Vegas. Vegas was brilliant. It was effing hot. And believe me, I heard it from everybody. I have gotten your feedback. I have taken it into account, and we will not be doing it in August anymore. Ever again.
Probably a wise decision. I'm going to be honest. I think the fact that nobody died of heat stroke or anything means that we're fine. It was good. There's no medical emergency, so clearly it wasn't that hot. You know,
it was only 114.
Yeah, if it was really that hot, people would have been dying, falling out left and right. That didn't happen. Okay.
Well, thank you for not dying, everybody. Thank you for coming out. We really appreciated seeing you. It was brilliant. Fake wizard that we popped his cherry on the meetup. He did a great job.
Wow.
Well then, wow. That's how Gary keeps everybody in line around here. Okay,
that's right.
Prison rules.
You're talking about your beards, literally.
And we appreciated seeing you all. So thanks for coming out. Sorry about the heat. I'll talk to Mother Nature about that next time. But yeah, we'll be back next year, not in August. As a matter of fact, later on in the show, I'll tell you exactly when we're going to be there because now it's been decided. It's nice to be decided early. So yeah, hello, Archcast. Welcome back to the show, brother.
Hello. Thank you for having me again. I'm excited.
I was watching Geeks and Gamers Daily because at least I do. I don't know. Do you watch it, Odin? You watch it too? Yeah,
I do.
Mike, do you watch it?
No. He's honest.
He tried to think how he could spin a lie then and just gave up.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm not on it, I ain't watching. So
yeah. And it was said that we wouldn't have enough to talk about today, but we actually do. It's a lot of little stuff, but we have a lot to talk about today. We have the Paramount Warner Brothers merger and California being completely retarded, which is just funny. We have the articles that I was waiting for that are stating that Hollywood is back because there's a Spider-Man and a Christopher Nolan movie out. And I mean, I guess if you release those every weekend, it might be back if you do that 4 years in a row. And we have Lanterns is coming out on Sunday. There's a 5-minute clip with a kid putting an apple on his head and his dad shooting it off. I don't know what the hell they were trying to do there. And
you can't be afraid. No fear, right?
No fear.
I mean, that's Green Lantern shit right there.
Sure.
A lot of the reviews are also talking about privilege and how important and timely it is.
I mean, to be honest, it took me completely out of the entire thing. Like, I mean, Black Father, like, what are we doing here? That's not very realistic.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Sorry that was delayed, Ryan, but you earned it.
It's all right. Thanks.
You earned it. So yeah, before we get into the show, we got to take care of a little business because we're going to be back on Rumble. We're back on Rumble. Yeah, that's awesome.
Wow,
Rumble.
Right.
Being back on Rumble, I'm trying to work this in, is real. Okay, everybody, let's go.
Oh,
We're back on Rumble.
It is very
Well,
real.
okay, we never left, but we're back, although we never left. How's that sound? But
just
today's
always there.
sponsor is actually it's like awesome. It's Raycon. Raycon. These are things I use every day. I sleep with them. I put them in my ears when I'm with my family and ignore my family and listen to an audiobook, listen to a Song of Ice and Fire, lore, or Lord of the Rings lore, work out with them. They're the ones I actually reach for over my other earbuds. How did they know I have other earbuds? How did they know I was cheating on them? But they're actually great. And I like these ones. I had to figure it out, but these are awesome. These are the ones I have one in my ear right now.
They're especially good when we're traveling and because you're going to be using it for a long time. Some of us who actually go on planes, unlike, Gary and Jeremy. But it's nice because you can swap in and out, and those have pretty long battery life, to be honest.
They do, and they charge fast. I could still hear what's going on around me without sacrificing sound quality. And honestly, they've just become part of my daily routine, which is true. These Raycon clip-on earbuds keep your ears open while still delivering real clear sound. You can actually hear what's happening around you. The awareness makes them perfect for staying alert. Not something I'm known for while you're out and about or getting things done. They're super lightweight, and the memory clip gently secures to the ear without any pressure, ladies. So they can actually stay in place. A lot of people say they forget they're even wearing them, and I get why. I've worn them on walks. My 12,000 step walk. Now, not 20,000. I know somebody out there has said they've walked 20. That's 9 miles. That's a long way. I've worn them on walks, running errands, and around the house, and they don't fall out or get uncomfortable. They're also great if you wear glasses. Yes, they are. Wearing glasses.
We had
sucks.
we had some 20,000 step days in Japan and even in Vegas too.
We did, and I was effing tired. Dude, walking up that hill to the bamboo forest. That was gnarly. That was gnarly. Oh, hey,
Sounds
thanks,
like it.
son.
it was fun though.
Yeah, it's a little sandwich delivery right in the middle of my ad read. That's awesome. Thanks, boy. I've worn them on walks and running errands.
Yes, that is his house slave. You are correct.
Thanks, boy. I
They're also
appreciate
great.
the food.
No pinching or pressure, and they don't get in the way. The sound is really clear and balanced. Calls come through super clean, and the battery lasts way longer than you expect.
Hey.
Right, ladies? So they're easy to rely on throughout your day. Get these everyday earbuds at you can go to buyraycon.com. buyraycon.com/nerdrotic-clip. Get 20% off everyday clip earbuds. Thank you, Raycon, for the sponsorship. Hail Raycon for sponsoring a bunch of idiots.
I love your ad reads so much.
Don't you?
They bring me so much joy.
I need to Ben Shapiro these things. I need to be like in the middle of this like really dark conversation about genocide somewhere, and then stop it and go. But during a genocide, you could drown an
at
out.
night, knowing that we're killing thousands of innocent children is my nice mattress. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
You could drown out the horror of genocide with Raycon earbuds.
Yeah.
One of them was
We're all
talking about
joking. Nobody take it too seriously.
one of them was talking about body count at one point and said, "I think your body count should be secret, just like your internet browser history."
That's great. That's great.
That's brilliant. So,
I work on that, but the problem is I'm usually doing these ad reads with somebody else, so I have to rely on Jay. Right, so I've got to rely on Jay to kind of pick up what I'm putting down for a transition, and sometimes it works beautifully. Most of the time, it's a coin flip.
Some of those transitions,
50-50.
Ryan will straight up serve up Jay like Jay's like, huh? And you're like, you can see Ryan just like,
It's like a meatball at batting practice. You should just.
Oh.
I can't
Hit someone
remember
right in the
what
face.
day it was from, but I remember at one point you had asked him, and then he gave the wrong answer, and you were like, "Try again."
You know, Jay is reading the chat. That's what he's doing. He's reading the chat. And then he's all these people, man, they're attacking me. And it's like 2 people.
yeah, oh man, this guy doesn't like me.
This
man.
guy doesn't
Come on,
like me.
man.
The whole chat doesn't like me. It's all right. Chris Gore, I know you're listening. Chris Gore will start reading email during a live stream, and I gotta like hook him back in. I'm like, hey, Chris, what do you think about this? He goes, what? Hey, we're not professional streamers as much as some of us like to think we are.
I think we're most professional, actually.
Really?
Oh yeah,
Maybe.
no, we just play into it, right? We're
Sure.
most professional.
That's it.
Most, yes.
That's it.
As opposed to
thing
what?
about us
What's
is that we admit we're retards. We're like, listen, man.
exactly?
You're
That's a
expecting
professional
anything
thing
from
to
this?
do.
That's on you. Yeah, the mistake is yours. You know,
I'll put it back
Right.
on.
Epic Mike, the most retarded person I've ever
most
met.
retarded,
Yeah.
dumbest motherfucker alive. Yeah.
You knew
What
what you
show
were
has a
getting
real life
into.
poop wizard?
Hey,
So-
don't make fun.
Let's start out with let's take a look at what Spider-Man Brand New Day is at right now.
Ooh.
Because I'm guessing it's a lot.
Yeah.
Getting very close to 2 billion.
Indeed.
Damn. Really? Oh.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it's at 1.8. I checked last night and it was at 1.8. Spider-Man Brand New Day hit 700 million at the domestic box office, one of 7 movies ever to reach the milestone.
Damn.
Do we bring up inflation, guys?
I like
Do
to
we-
say nominally because
Okay.
it's true
We should.
nominally. Yeah.
I think obviously it's certainly relevant, but you know, when we're comparing to something like Endgame, I think it's. Oh, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's about 57 or 58 million dollars higher than Endgame was during this same run, at least domestically. Which,
Yeah, it's been ever since
if
the
you do
numbers
factor in
got-
inflation, it's probably fairly
Yeah.
close.
Ever since the numbers got rid of their comparison chart, it's so much harder to like you know pull
Compare?
those things up. Yeah, exactly. It's harder to compare.
It's harder
but yeah,
to compare.
it's really doing very, very well. And again, you know, $1 billion domestic is on the table still. Obviously, it's got a ways to go, but that's on the table. And the fact that it's already 1.1, almost 1.2 billion internationally, that's why I do think 2.5 is easy. I don't think 3 billion's on the table anymore. It's dropping off too much domestically, especially. But 2.5 minimum, I think, is very likely.
So does it make 3 billion if Jean Grey is accountable for her villainous activity?
It could, maybe. It's always hard to tell that.
No.
Because
it's making a lot of fucking money,
Yeah,
man. I
it
don't know.
is. And it's in IMAX now, right? So it does have some IMAX theaters.
Yes. It, I think, was last weekend. It finally got a huge portion of them, at least the digital IMAX. Obviously, the 70 millimeters are owned by the Odyssey until September, because obviously it's it's literally made for IMAX. It's the most IMAX branded movie ever made. So it makes complete sense and also it's been selling well in those IMAX screens too. So that's a big part of it. But yeah, I mean, so the IMAX definitely probably helps a little bit for it. But when we look at the drop-offs, again, the first and second weekend drop-off was actually pretty good for the film of its size. But it's looking to have yet another kind of big, like over 55% drop, which is again very, I guess, normal for a film of this size. But it's even with that still making like $50-60 million in a weekend, which is higher than the vast majority of films that come out in a year's opening weekend. So yeah, it's doing so well at this point.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say people really like Spider-Man just as a character. Because I liked it. I don't think it's the greatest movie ever made, but I liked it. And honestly, the most of the talk, and it's heating up now, is about Jean Grey. And the writers coming out and go, technically, she didn't kill anybody.
That's bullshit.
I can't. She only maimed or horribly tortured or sexually assaulted. It's okay.
That's gaslighting. It's like you watch the film.
Hope is what it is.
I saw her kill people. All right, tell me, they survived. I think you're lying. Bullcrap. No.
Did you see the light leave his eyes?
Well, it's also like irrelevant to the point. Being an incompetent mass murderer isn't any better than being a mass murderer, and so you just reject the framing entirely.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that poor city worker, and I know I posted about this. He's fine. He's paralyzed from the neck down, shits in a colostomy bag, eats through a tube, on disability for the rest of his life.
He lived.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah.
You know what I think Spider-Man is kind of illustrating here is that like fans, they have expectations, but sometimes those expectations aren't that extreme or high. All they want is like, show a Spider-Man doing awesome Spider-Man stuff, okay? We would like just do that. And if you satisfy the audience even to the most basic level, they're going to show up. They're going to show up and support it. And it's like Hollywood. It's actually not hard. You just need to do the most basic, like Blade killing vampires. Could you have done that? You know, like, because if they did, probably would have been really successful. Just like what we're seeing with Spider-Man. It's just that they've been so averse to giving the fans what they want because they either think they know better, or something is problematic, or they want to recreate it in their own version. But if they just do the most basic thing, give fans, even on the most surface level, what they want, look at the success. There you go.
Well, the proof of that is actually the micro drama vertical stuff, because they are sort of condensed tropey storytelling and they're making tons of money, like way more than they're putting into anything. And it's just because they're relying on, well, age-old storytelling techniques, which everyone knows, that now it's like, no, I need to break them. I'm an artist. Whereas if you just do the basics, then you end up with a solid foundation and you can just put your own skin around it rather than trying to reinvent the wheel.
No, but this is something we come across constantly in our sphere, is the unwillingness to do the most basic thing to, like, James Bond, really fucking easy movie to make.
Oh, yeah. Very easy. But for them, it's so hard because he's such a toxic masculine character. It's like, and so it's a bridge too far. When if they were just willing to do it, you just need the most basic level surface stuff. James Bond being awesome, kicking ass, and you know, wooing hot women. You'll have a great James Bond film. But no, that's too problematic.
There was a quote that came out of Amazon, though, where in one of the meetings, one of the people there said, "I don't see James Bond as a hero." And so how on earth are they supposed to make him when they see him as the villain? Okay. Yeah, because he is everything they despise, masculine, womanizer, and all that kind of stuff. So they have to reinvent him.
Well, great video on the Odyssey, by the way, on the video we covered last week, but great video, Disbrew. I recommend everybody go watch it, where it's a masterclass in not being the fluffy access media. Unfortunately, it comes from communist China, but she did ask some good questions, and he said, you should apologize for greatness. Christopher Nolan said that. You should apologize for greatness.
That's retarded.
Like at one side, I can't believe he said it, but at the other side, I'm glad he did. Like, finally, just admit the agenda that's been going on for ages. That, you know, they see heroism as privilege, and he said that. It's like, so
well,
yeah,
the whole apologizing for greatness, it's Harrison Bergeron all over again. If anyone's read that short story,
is that the guy who wrote 1984?
No, it's a different guy. It's the same dystopian vein, but it's the idea that nobody can be greater than anybody else. So if you're super strong and very agile, they have to weigh you down and do all these things. Put earbuds.
It's basically like unions.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Comics loves his dystopian literature.
Well, we're living it.
It's a documentary now.
Yeah.
So Spider-Man Brand New Day writers believe there's one line Jean Grey didn't cross. Chris McKenna and Eric Summers break down their record-breaking movie and crafting a villain that will someday become an X-Men hero. You have to start them off in a place where they feel formidable. You could do that without killing people.
Yeah.
Like, I forgot who brought it up. Somebody brought up that they might be taking like the X-Men evolution path. If you've watched that cartoon, and maybe
it's a good show.
And it is, and they certainly have set up that they should be hated and feared.
Yeah,
and a very legitimate. So how are you going to turn that around? And then the added bummer is, we're going to get hated and feared X-Men again for the 5th time in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how are they going to do it any different?
Well, one of the dangers.
There's a lot of Yeah, Wizard, go ahead first.
No, you go ahead
first.
No,
I'm confused. Go ahead.
Shad, he's calling you a wizard. You should take it.
I'll take it and run. Let's see if I can recapture the thought. One of the dangers about this whole, we need to make, the X-Men hated and feared and stuff like that, is that they're supposed to be the protagonists of the X-Men story. Okay, we're supposed to be rooting for them. If you intro them as actually having valid reason for people to hate and fear them. Like, I hate and fear Jean Grey. I'm not really on her side. And so now you're going to do a movie about her as the protagonist and me wanting to sympathize with it. I'm sorry, I don't sympathize with her. I think she should be locked up. I'm under the Sentinel side at this point, and that's not really the good beginning that you want for the X-Men. Just, you know.
Well, when you have a group of people that are writing from a perspective of, first of all, thinking that the X-Men are supposed to be like an allegory for the civil rights movement, and thinking that Magneto is supposed to be a stand-in for Malcolm X and all of those stuff that isn't true. And then these people also live as perpetual victims, so their whole thing is a power fantasy. If I had the power of a god, I would punish the people that do me wrong.
Oh, yes.
And so they're writing from that, and because they can't separate their own morality from writing, and we're learning also their own morality from acting, they can't portray a character that doesn't share the same morals as they do, or that they can't flex their mind around. I can also see where they're coming from. They have to relate to it, and they go, okay, well, they're not completely bad, but like they're pretty bad, but it's because they've been attacked and they've been victimized, and that's why it's okay to do this stuff.
And that exposes their morality as being abhorrent.
Yeah,
like
agreed.
truly vile. But they inject it into where they think it is justified to doing these terrible things. Like, no, that's just evil. That's just flat evil.
We are about to get a sincere Magneto was right X-Men movie.
Yes.
That's what's likely going to happen now.
Yeah, 100%.
If this is any indication for that, because the fact that we have the writers of Brand New Day coming out saying like, oh, well, she didn't actually kill anyone. Like, that's how far we've fallen. Where, well, it's morally gray. You know, we threw people off of rooftops. We relished in the idea of harm. We assaulted people, mind attacked people. What? How can you justify any of that? You can't, but they're trying. This is a Magneto is right case about to be made. And if you side with the Sentinels, you're a bad person now. And they've set up the greatest argument for Sentinels in the MCU.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And Spider-Man invented the inhibitor. Sorry, go on.
Yes.
Good.
You have a situation here where the X-Men as the bad guys could be done very well, because far more so than a civil right argument, they're a guns rights argument. Yeah. The argument for policing the mutants is obvious. They're armed to the teeth with natural weaponry. You would obviously want to register this. I mean, we register knives in Europe. We wouldn't register a person who can tear your mind apart with a glance? Of fucking course we would. And the problem here is this is absolutely going to go for a Magneto as the good guy kind, because this feeds perfectly into their own ideology, which is fundamentally Gramscian, which is the destruction of our current day society. The mutants are the perfect tools to do this. They simply say, well, humanity are bad. They're intolerant. They're bigoted. They are standing in the way of the future. We are the future. And so the mutants have to tear down the current world and rebuild the perfect one.
And they've done it in the comics. They've roadmapped it in the comics already. And
I was gonna say, even with the Days of Future Past X-Men movies and stuff like that, Magneto is presented rather sympathetically at times, and it feels like every one of those movies was at the very end he's gonna come and do the right thing, but then he's gonna go his own way, and then he's gonna come back and do the right thing, but then he's gonna go his own way. You know what I mean? They've already played around with that a lot in the movies in the past decade and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And how are you going to do it new?
Which I think it's one thing to present the backstory and show what shaped this person and things like that. And you can be like, yeah, that's a rough way to grow up. But at the same time, you still have to take accountability for your actions. They need to be held accountable for their actions. You know, there's a balance there. It's not all one or all the other.
Well, just look at this article. They're not. They're constantly trying to, excuse the horrible things. I think technically she's not responsible for any deaths. It says it's like, piss off. It's just they're trying to say, it wasn't that bad. Avoiding accountability at any cost.
The argument I hate is that we're seeing all this rubble falling off the buildings, and you're telling me that nobody on the street got killed or injured as a result of that. I mean, the Hulk rampaging, nobody got killed or injured. I mean, come on.
When Jean Grey freezes like a square kilometer or something like that of New York City, anyone that was on any uneven footing fell. If there was anyone piloting anything like a helicopter or a plane, and anyone driving a car smashed into whatever.
Think about all the people that were on the little electric scooters around the city, Shad, and they just hit something and went over their handlebars. That's not fun.
Yep.
That's a big inconvenience.
And that's just on a base level. Then, of course, the guy jumping in front of the car is like, he's effectively dead. If not, it was clear attempted murder. And so the fact that like what Disbury said, she didn't kill anyone. Trying to kill someone is just as bad.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it also matters like who she's trying to kill. So if she'd been specifically going after scientists that had murdered her sister and they'd given her knowledge, that's how you would do that. So it's not so much what they were going for, but the way they went about it, that they showed her going for innocent. Like she has no reason to torture Spider-Man at all during this entire movie.
She enjoys it.
But she's just doing it for
That's the
lulz.
worst part. She does it for the lulz and then enjoys it.
Yeah, she could have gone to Spider-Man and say, "Hey, my sister's been kidnapped by the government. Will you help me?"
I don't mind the Spider-Man stuff as much as, because if she thinks this person's an obstacle to her doing what she wants, it's one thing. The one clear insane thing to do is the old man that steps out in front of the truck like that. That is nonsensical. Right? Because that's not helping her achieve any of her goals. This is not somebody that she thinks is evil, other than just being maybe a government worker, which, hey, we've all been there. But that's the one that to me is the most inexcusable, because there's no reason to do it at all.
Nope. And there's no way explaining. They can try. And again, the quote is, I think technically she's not responsible for any deaths, but you come away with the impression, certainly, that she's caused a lot of destruction and mayhem, says Summers. Even if you're going to have a villain who really is redeemed at the end or goes through a transformation, you have to start them off in a place where they feel formidable. I felt she was pretty formidable before she killed anybody.
That implies that they think she is redeemed. Just going, well, I had a bad childhood, just instantly redeems you of any future actions.
That makes it okay.
She didn't even say she was sorry. There is nothing. There is no apology. There is nothing. She just gets on a bus and goes away. But also, how could you do a Dark Phoenix where she loses control now when her in control is she's tyrannical? How can you scale that up? Well, I mean, we're not allowed to talk about the scaling of powers in the MCU now, are we? We're not allowed to have that discussion because they can't handle that. But how do you scale that? How what's next for Jean Grey? And if she's just naturally untrained, able to take over parts of Manhattan, what's next?
She should have killed someone, I think. Okay, so she didn't kill anyone. That's supposed to make her better. No. As we all say, that doesn't make her better. She's still a walking nuclear warhead and in one's men's danger. Okay, if you're going to do that, have her kill someone and have that be her redemption instead. Realizing, I just took a life. I'm the monster now. That way she has to fight it off, try to do better, redeem herself, understand that she did something horrible. This will haunt her, and then bring up the Dark Phoenix to try to corrupt that. She uses that as an anchor point to fight against it. Instead, as mentioned, she goes haywire, does not repent for it in the slightest, and just kind of skates off into the sunset with no further consequences.
And again, not even with an "I'm sorry."
I think that they are trying to set the X-Men up as the next kind of antagonist in the setting, because you can seed them in any story you want, just drop another mutant whenever you want to, and I think they're trying to lead up to another civil war, but that's just
Avengers versus X-Men.
Because they kind of do a little bit in that movie where they have Peter when he's in the Department of Damage Control, when they're like, "Hey, you got to take your mask off and let us know who you are," and he's like, "Oh, nope, can't do that." They're kind of putting him as the central figure that's going to have to be the guy that has to kind of stand the line against this kind of stuff. But
it'll be Anthony Mackie, Captain America, and Yelena versus Jean Grey and who?
Oh no!
That's your AVX. Let's go.
From
Frank
some
just gets
real
a jet and just nukes a whole city block, and he's like, "That'll take care of it,"
From some real reliable account on Twitter, I'm sure said there's going to be a scene in Doomsday where Sam Wilson and Yelena say Avengers assemble together.
But are they? But I think so. From my first look at that, it made me think of a moment where they're both kind of fighting for relevancy, and they each say to the respective Avengers and new Avengers assemble to try to establish dominance. Fake Black Captain America and fake Black Widow.
Or they could also do, because it's kind of the state that they're in right now, is they both try to say it and then they play it up for laughs. Oh, are you saying it, or am I going to say it?
Oh, God,
because that was totally something they would do too.
Yeah.
The small potatoes.
Small potatoes. Yeah.
I don't know.
And Thor and Steve Rogers are just kind of like looking at each other like, what the fuck's going on now?
Well, I mean, the obvious one to say it is Steve Rogers. He's back. Let him take the lead again.
He's not Captain America, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's Captain
I know
Shirt
that.
Pants.
No, he
doesn't say
pants.
that. Yeah. It's not what he says. That's not his catchphrase. His catchphrase is "buckle your belts." You
Let
know?
it be Thor.
Buckle your belts.
Buckle your belts. It's time to go. Yeah.
Let it be Thor that says it. Fuck it.
Yeah. That would actually be kind of rad for Thor to take over, but instead he
would
just
be
shows
good.
up and he goes, "You guys are all better than us, so like, good luck." And then you're like, "Oh, okay, sure." And he like flies out of the room and disappears. And they're like, "Can any of us fly?" And I'm like, I can't fly. I don't know how to do that. I don't know. It's weird.
Are they really going to do this again, though? How many passing the mantles have happened now? Mustn't this worm its way through their skulls at some point, you'd think?
No, they're super. They gave a black guy the shield. They're super happy. Look what we did. We made him better. I want Falcon back.
Well, and taking the shield away from Falcon is going to feel racist to them and an admission of defeat. And they'll never do that because they're so hypersensitive about this woke nonsense. And so they've switched everyone over, and they won't be switching back unless they can try and find
If they want to honor Falcon, they need to take the shield away and give him a good credit score so he can get that loan. That's
No,
how you
there
fix
is
the
a Falcon.
MCU. He
There
gets
are
on a
limits
shrimp
to fantasy,
boat.
Mike.
He gets on a shrimp boat, and we never see him again because he's just doing his thing out there. You know, I'd watch that.
Anthony Mackie fishing for some shrimp.
That's just
With
that's
a great
just
credit score.
that's Captain America and the Winter Soldier, like season 2. He's just got a good credit score and he's out on a boat catching shrimp. I'm like, I'm happy
Bubba
for
Gump
you,
Shrimp
bro.
Corporation. Yeah.
Yep, 100%, bro. It's wild, man. I mean, yeah, I just don't know. I mean, they're probably just gonna have to do the. My guess is they're gonna do what they did with Captain Marvel, which is they're getting their shit rocked, and then Sentry shows up and kind of like saves the day because none of these guys will be able to do anything if Thor can't do anything about it. So I don't know what they're gonna do with this.
They don't have the talent to handle Sentry's power correctly in an engaging way. It's going to be a cluster and a disaster.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Sentry would probably solve all of it too, but I don't think they understand that. So.
That's the thing. Sentry's like powerful enough to, but they don't understand power scaling, and so Doom will just be more powerful because of reasons. So.
Oh, I think Sentry. I mean, we've already seen it with the 2-finger thing to catch Stormbreaker. They're going to put Doom on a level that's like way up here to make it seem like he's more powerful than everybody else. Like the power scaling thing is a mess.
Oh yeah, it's a disaster.
I legitimately just want them to pull the whole thing where they call Sentry and he's at home and he's like, I'm having a bad day, guys. I can't come in.
I'm depressed.
That's
I'm
100%
depressed.
what I
I'm
want to
taking
have
a
happen.
shit.
He goes, guys, I'm really depressed and I need to make a sandwich. I'm just having a bad day. I can't. And that just be it. That's why he doesn't show up. I'd be happy with that. I'm like, cool. At least you tried to stay consistent with it a little bit. Like, but yeah.
Well,
What a mess.
last week we learned that Marvel is racist, and so is Kevin Feige, and they canceled Wonder Man and they canceled Blade. It looks like the DCU is following suit. They have canceled all the black projects, and some people are upset. We're not going to get our Amanda Waller show.
Oh no, that's awful.
Whoa.
I'm heartbroken.
The fact that this is news is funny because it's like
hilarious.
We've been saying this for about 6 to 9 months that this show's not going to happen, that Paradise Lost isn't going to happen, that the Booster Gold show probably isn't going to happen either. And now it's like official that oh by the way, the Amanda Waller show that according to James Gunn just months ago is still in development is not actually going to happen. Paradise Lost, the Amazonian Game of Thrones set on Themyscira, which, could you imagine how bad that would be with James Gunn anywhere close to it? That's not going to happen. Oh, no.
I'm so sad.
Yeah.
Let's scroll down a little bit and see what's actually canceled. Oh, pretty much everything Ryan just said.
Oh, sorry.
All the women and the black people were canceled, and this is a terrible state of affairs we're in from the DCU. There's Catwoman. They were thinking about doing a Catwoman show from the Batman, and they didn't do it. Oh, and the Penguin the one fucking success that they've had, yeah, they're not going to do a season 2.
What?
No, because it embarrassed Gunn. So the reports of Gunn and Matt Reeves like not getting along, I believe every word of them. Yeah. Matt Reeves was there first, and then Gunn came in with the deal. And this is how fucking dumb Warner Brothers is. They didn't think about like, man, this might muddy the waters for Batman, our fucking arguably our biggest IP that we actually own. So they let the Matt Reeves movie come out. They released Penguin, which is a hit that I loved. It's better than the damn Batman movie. And James Gunn's like, nah, we're not going to do a second movie. There might be a reason for this, though. I'm trying to find it in this article. There's a couple of lines here that describe it. But meanwhile, separate television shows starring Catwoman and Poison Ivy were recently pitched to DC Studios at HBO. This is from Dick Sucking Film. Sorry, Discussing Film. My bad. My bad. Yeah. Hey, I got a suggestion, guys. With the Catwoman, proposed Catwoman and Poison Ivy shows or video or movies. How about a fucking Batman show?
Why would they do that?
Yeah.
A Batman show would kill.
It would.
I think there's a reason for that, though. Whether they know it or not, it's too much of a risk. Every single show, save for maybe a handful, specifically with HBO. If we look at like the Disney model, every time they put something to a show, it degrades the property. I don't think we could survive a Batman show. Look at Lanterns, we're getting in a couple days. That I'm dreading that we have to watch that because it's just going to be painful. That one's going to hurt.
I agree with you in theory, and with a lot of heroes, I think you'd be right. With the Batman, I think it would absolutely be a hit. As long as you didn't have a even if you took, and I can't believe I'm saying this, take Matt Reeves' Batman and turn that into a TV show.
I think Batman plays the TV show. Batman plays the TV show better because, to be honest, a lot of us around my age, our first introduction to like a long form Batman shit was a Batman TV series, right? Yep. In Batman the Animated Series, and I think that's
so good.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about 66 Batman.
No. Sorry, I'm talking about people my age, Gary.
Holy lilacs, Batman.
Yeah. But I think that just because of the detective aspect, the fact that you have a couple episodes of like overarching plots, multiple different random villains that get thrown in throughout the season, I think it could work. But I think you still have to have a premiere Batman, like in the cinema, running along with that. You can't just abandon Batman in theaters just to do the TV show, or else I do think you'd be in danger of it not feeling like a theatrical property anymore. But like for some of these like characters like the Catwoman and the Poison Ivy, you have to wonder like, are those the Matt Reeves Catwoman and Poison Ivy? Because like is that what they're doing with that? Because both of those, we saw one in The Batman, and Poison Ivy supposedly is supposed to be in The Batman too. So I don't know.
Good question. But I still think Batman would work in a TV show because he's not going to fight a giant energy beam going up in space. No. You know, he's a grounded superhero, and we haven't gotten a ton of that. And if you have more time with his rogues gallery and actually him being a detective, it would be great. And it wouldn't cost that much money. No. You know, you make Gotham a character. Hollywood's stupid. Hollywood's just fucking stupid for not even trying this.
I've talked about this like a few different times. Like, Batman almost lends himself to that. Like, even if you get an actor that you can lock down for like 10 years and watch him go through the different iterations, like you could do Batman Year One. I mean, you do entire season with Nightfall. I mean, there's so much you can do there and like go through. And like you said, his rogues gallery like doesn't require a whole lot. You just got to get good actors.
It's no different than adapting a fantasy novel.
Yeah,
except this one, you can end it somewhere.
Yes.
Or keep it going forever. Nightfall could be season 5 or 6. It's something you build up to.
Yep.
100%. Hush. You just adapt. I
mean, they already have a blueprint. We've talked about this before, but the animated series, I mean, that's your blueprint.
That's what I was thinking.
Aesthetically, yes.
Yeah.
That could be the most popular, biggest TV series ever made if they made Batman properly in a full-on TV series, going through so many of his rogues gallery and the classic arcs. But Warner Brothers doesn't want to make money. They're like you've said it multiple
Oh, they're
times.
allergic to it.
They're so stupid. They don't know how
Imagine
to
each
handle these
season
characters.
you're introducing like a seminal Batman villain,
Dude, that
and then you have like a B villain, and then the A villain, and and then a new character. You know, you bring in Robin eventually, like a real Robin.
Yep.
And,
I mean, you could build up to the whole Bat family. There is so much like meat that you could dive into that we rarely ever get to see because we're stuck in the film formula where they barely ever progress his arc or story very far.
We either don't get a Robin or we get Brave and the Bold where it's the fucking fourth Robin.
Yeah,
exactly.
Christ, the only
think they'd be
Robin
able
we
to
got
handle it.
was in Batman Forever and Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
That's fucking pathetic.
There's the problem. Even if they did a Batman show, even if they lead with Batman just to sink you in, it would become a Catwoman show, or it would become a Poison Ivy show, or a Batgirl show, or God knows what.
Batwoman.
Well, when you have
I just
people
don't trust
openly
them.
saying now, like, well, we got to apologize for heroism, or James Bond is the villain. I'm sure there's a lot of people in Hollywood who genuinely believe Batman's a fascist.
Oh yeah, well, he's privileged and is beating
Yes.
up on homeless, underprivileged people who did nothing wrong. Even though they're
That's kind of
criminals,
based, but yeah.
Well, it's also what we saw with War of the Rohirrim, where she said we had all these great male characters, but what really spoke to me was this nameless woman that was among them. I wanted to expand her story, and so it's what the creators are interested in rather than what the audience is that's the problem.
Yeah, and that's the because I can dream of a perfect Batman TV series that would be wonderful, but I don't want them to do it because they don't have the talent to do it, and they would make an absolute travesty as a result. And so Hollywood is just so degenerate, corrupt, stupid. They don't know how to handle anything. The ideology has infested them, and I want to point. I don't want to see them adapt the things I love. So-
Yeah.
Part of the thing about why they can't have heroes because they believe in equality and so everybody is the same means that characters are interchangeable. So they see absolutely no difference between a Batman show and a Catwoman show. So if they personally want a Catwoman show, they think they can just swap the characters in and none of the audiences will care.
Yep. 100%.
So one of the problems, DCU's canceling all these projects, and we're wondering, where's Batman? Where's Wonder Woman? Well, it looks like, for one, we don't want to use this as an out for James Gunn. James Gunn has fucked up the DCU. It's cooked. No matter what the fuck happens prior to the merger, none of this shit was going to work.
Yep.
Now they're going to start blaming it on the merger, and there might actually be some legitimate blame. Because, and I'm trying to find it in this article, in the merger, everything's kind of on hold. So you can't sign any big deals. So you can sign a 1-year contract, a 2-year contract under a certain amount of money, but you can't green light a film that's anywhere between God, where did I see it? It's like $30 and $400 million. It needs to be signed off on by David Ellison. Like he has first right of refusal on any contracts. So that's why you can't bring in a Batman and announce it, because they would have announced Batman by now. They would have done it.
Well, hold on. They did announce Batman. They had time to do this. This is on James Gunn and no one else. They announced Batman Brave and the Bold in 2023. Am I right about that? 2022, 2023? When James Gunn held his little press conference at the fucking Holiday Inn. Like, as opposed to being on Hall H at Comic-Con, they were at the fucking Motel 6 in fucking Beverly Hills or something.
Dude,
and they did that little thing. All of those projects, most of them have been fucking canceled. They announced it a long time ago. They had plenty of time to do this. But now, whether you were Warner Brothers or whether you're Paramount, you know what I'm not letting James Gunn do? I'm not letting him fuck up more than he already has. So no, if you want to introduce Wonder Woman in your Man of Tomorrow, which is going to be your last fucking project in the DC universe before we fire your ass, before your contract is up, no, we're not going to let you do that. You want to introduce Batman in that movie? Fuck no. We're not going to let you do all this on your way out before we kick you to the fucking curb. You know what I mean?
No, and they're already having to deal with a bunch of that. Peter Jackson bringing in Stephen Colbert to do a Lord of the Rings is a gotcha to, well, a lot of things. The president and David Ellison. And don't think that wasn't part of the motivation, because Stephen Colbert's never written a fucking movie. All right. So yes, a lot of that shit. Like, look at Kurtzman with Star Trek. Look at how much shit he put out before Ellison was fully in control and could stop it. Sorry, go on, Disbrew.
I was just going to say, and they made it part of the announcement. Right at the very end, he's like, well, and we thought you wouldn't have time to write this, but now because you've been fired.
Yeah.
And so drawing attention to it is sort of rubbing it in at the end of the announcement.
So spite and pettiness is part of it, right? And they're going to try to hamper Ellison. Shit, we were I couldn't find the place in the panel we were at, Disbrew, but I remember distinctly somebody taking a shot at Paramount. The owners of Star Trek in that panel.
Yeah, I think they said something along the lines of the merger, and the merger's only going through because of their like connections to Trump and all that kind of stuff. Like for a panel about Star Trek, the amount of time they spent talking about Trump was wild.
Half of it, almost half of the entire panel.
Did you see the start of it when you were out of the room where they spent like 7 minutes of hate about someone in the White House?
Stephen Miller. So they complained about Stephen Miller saying he's a Star Trek fan, and then they spend the rest of the panel, I'm doing a video on this, talking about diversity, inclusion, compassion, empathy. But these fuckers, fuck them, you know?
I think there's a quote or something along the lines of, I don't know how someone with that much filth in his brain can like Star Trek. And then this is during like 10 minutes of just hate on the guy.
They were talking about Gary, I think.
Maybe. Mm-hmm. I mean, we were there.
Behind his back. Yeah.
It's just so funny that these people claim they're the tolerant ones and it's all about kindness when they're the most bigoted people under the
those are such easy things to say, right? Empathy, kindness, compassion, but the little asterisk is as long as you agree with us.
As long as you agree with us.
That's the easiest thing to do in the world.
Yes.
It's like an unspoken sleight of hand.
Yeah. All diversity except diversity of opinion. That's the only diversity that does not count.
And also
it's
white
because
people.
you got to understand, these are virtues. These are not beliefs, they are virtues. In the same way that religious virtues exist. They exist a priori to anything else. They hold them. You do not. They are in a state of grace. You are not.
So the reason things are getting held up, and you're right, Ryan, he had a chance to get Batman earlier, or did he? I'm starting to think that Matthew Reeves has some control over the character overall as part of his deal. I don't know why. I can't logically figure out a way in my head. Like, why would you would announce the movie and then worry about casting later because it wasn't your highest priority? Remember, it was an 8-year plan, Ryan, that he planned out.
Fucking chapter 1, gods and monsters, and all we've got is dog shit.
Gobbledygook and shit. That's what it is.
The thing is, we did have some pretty clear answers from the moment that happened about Batman. Because one of the first questions we all asked was, Matt Reeves' Batman, is he part of the DC universe? Blah, blah, blah. And all those questions were said, hey, no, we can have these two things going on. The one thing we won't do is put out 2 Batman films in the same year. That was in 2023. That's what they told us.
Yep.
So if there really was, if Matt Reeves was not allowing him to do anything Batman related outside of Robert Pattinson,
I don't know if it's
why
Matt
the fuck
Reeves.
Announce something?
They do this shit all the time.
Yeah, well,
they
it's
announce
possible.
stuff and then legal goes through and goes, wait a minute. And it might not even be Matt Reeves. It might be Warner Brothers.
It's possible that they have like some kind of thing where, you know, you can't do this because it would infringe on the profits of another property, because you don't want that happening and people getting confused about it. I mean, it's part of the reason we haven't seen a Batman TV show is because there has to be something on a book somewhere that says that they can't do this or that they're not going to greenlight these projects because he's so profitable for movies. But I mean, it would make sense because, yeah, I mean, audiences are going to get confused by that. I mean, they will, you know, most normie audiences will be like, wait, which Batman is this? I don't understand. There's 2 Batman. Like, I don't get this, you know, but I mean, there's some people that don't even know, like, there's a new Superman. Like, Henry Cavill looks different.
There's people that don't know what fucking Marvel and DC is, and they expect fucking Batman to show up in a spider. But people are fucking dumb, okay? Like,
well, they just don't pay attention. So like they'll see Joker in The Dark Knight, and then when a Joker movie comes out, they assume it's the same character. I don't really think it's that unreasonable. I think it's actually that I think they should be building a universe that they stop rebooting all the time. I think having 3 different Spider-Men was like a bad idea in the first place. Because yeah, we can know all this and track everyone and the directors and stuff, but your average guy in the street just sees Spider-Man and assumes it's the same one he saw last year.
If you work any amount of time in Hollywood, I mean more than a week, as an extra, or you see the inner workings for just a moment, you get just a quick view of it, you will marvel at how incompetent that industry is, and it's a miracle that it moves forward in any way, shape, or form, because it is filled with a bunch of dumb people with a lot of money. And then there's a bunch of dumb people who go there and work for fucking free, like a lot of hours for free.
Yep.
And it's kind of astonishing.
Yeah.
When I saw how much money's wasted there, it's like, oh my God, you're giving the government a run for its money. So the reason this might be held up is because of the merger, right? While the company can do deals as part of the ordinary course of business, those deals are restricted to lasting only to 2 years past deal close. Anything longer would require giving Paramount first rights to negotiate. Sales or acquisitions of content may require Paramount approval if they hit a certain financial threshold. This is a big threshold, between $30 and $400 million, depending on the deal, the length, and other factors. The length, ladies.
Hey.
That was the issue that was caused in the South Park battle, with Skydance disagreeing about the value and length of the deal that Paramount was prepared to execute with South Park. So that's probably why we're not getting any Batman or Wonder Woman, other than, aside from James Gunn being completely incompetent and having plenty of time to do it, as Ryan pointed out, and he waited too long, and now he's fucked. And it's over. Like, the DCU is over, and I think cinematic universes outside of Marvel, which is going to take a long, I think they're over too, and they should be at this point. If you want to make DC movies, we just gave you a blueprint with the Batman series that they should make. Just adapt graphic novels right now. Just randomly adapt graphic novels and stories. And like, I say this as a fan who wanted the interconnected universe a lot, like my whole life, and now I've seen it. I'm like, be careful what you wish for.
Yep, pretty much.
The thing is, though, when an interconnected universe works, it works really well. Well, that first Avengers movie where they came together, that was just a dream come true for me. I'm saddened by the fact that they can't do it. It's too much to manage. It requires more talent than they have. Because when it does work, it's great.
Well, it's like the shit writes itself. It's not even a difficult thing. You make a Superman movie, you make a Batman movie, make a Wonder Woman movie, make a fucking Justice League movie, fucking keep going. But like it's all a rush to try to catch up to the MCU. We need to be making this money, and I'm like, you guys forget. They set this shit up for a while, and it was a gamble for them to do this, not thinking that these characters were going to blow up the way that they did. So you go, okay, well, if that's not working and we're not going to be able to catch up to them, and we've seen multiple failed connected universes because they're all trying to fucking set up stuff and seed shit instead of just making a good movie and going, cool, that movie succeeded, we'll make the next good movie. That movie succeeded, we'll make the next good movie. You just fucking make a Justice League movie. Just say, fuck it all. We're making a Justice League movie. Here's the cast. It's a Justice League movie, and then if it does well and people like those characters and if people are happy, cool. If not, go fucking adapt another, like Gary said, adapt a comic book.
The news is probably bullshit. 99.9% bullshit. But Zack Snyder doing a Dark Knight Returns would be great. I've always said that guy would be great for Dark Knight Returns, and fucking bring back Ben Affleck. He's old enough now. Fuck it.
I don't want Snyder making anything anymore at this point. So
he is excellent at adaptation. He is a terrible fucking writer. That guy can't write a fucking movie to save his life. But if you give him somebody else's shit, he's real good at adapting it.
I mean, look, like it would be basically like 300. You know what I mean? When you adapted the 300 graphic
Frank
novel,
Miller,
If you just did that with Dark Knight Returns, pretty.
It would
be
pretty
cool. I mean, he obviously took a lot of
camera.
inspiration for that for his actual Batman in the in his DCEU.
As long as he puts down that fucking Sony camera he bought on eBay that has a depth of field of like 1 inch. And, you know, it's kind of like me walking around without my fucking glasses on. I was watching even Batman versus Superman, the Super Duper edition. And there's a scene where after Superman dies, they're in the cornfield or wherever. And you can see on the corners, his fucking lens. You can see the lens. I didn't notice that the whole time. And I'm watching on my TV. I'm like, holy shit, you can see the lens of the goddamn camera in the corners. I'll show it on Twitter. I was like, what the fuck is going on? So, yeah.
But we're at an impasse here, though, like culturally, as far as superhero movies is concerned, because if we look at Spider-Man right now is proving what the maximum is that you can earn for a superhero film if you're Spider-Man. Everything else is below that.
Yeah.
Like, so now they've got everybody has to be looking like, okay, we're starting to reach a ceiling. Whereas before we didn't know what superhero movie ceilings looked like. Now we actually do with Spider-Man. And the fact that, and Odin can correct me if I'm wrong, but the fact that we are seeing Spider-Man starting to hit that cap where $3 billion is not in play, it's like, well, wait a minute. And that movie was like kind of middling, and middling as far as story is concerned, has massive problems that we'll be discussing for ages now, I think, with the Jean Grey problem. They can't write better than that. So if Spider-Man is the best they can do, and then that's how much money can be made, what are you going to do? Booster Gold? Lanterns is cooked. Booster Gold is cooked. You cannot beat this.
Well, yeah, but like, if this movie goes to make 2.6 billion, a solo superhero movie, we've actually raised the cap for what a solo superhero movie can do.
Wasn't really solo,
this is the case, you know. Whereas, who knows then what the cap is for the massive, huge combo things. But the reality is that they need to be more selective over the things that they greenlight. I think there's part of that that's going on in both these places anyway. It's why we're seeing so many things canceled. Like they need to be more selective about what they're greenlighting. For a while, they thought they could get away, and maybe understandably so, in that office where it's like, and everything we're putting out, it doesn't matter if it's Captain Marvel, whatever, Black Panther, they're all making billions of dollars. But that's obviously not the reality. So when in that era where they got so full of themselves, they thought they couldn't fail, and they just started greenlighting Ironheart and Miss Marvel and all that She-Hulk, all this dog shit. I think they have to get back, and I think most of them are already drawing themselves back into this place where they have to be more selective about the things that they greenlight.
And budgets have to come down because you know, a Ghost Rider movie and a Blade movie can succeed with a like $100 million. That still seems a bit high.
Pretty high.
Yeah. It should be like 70, right? Ghost Rider is going to be effects heavy. Blade really isn't. That you can get away with the $70 million Blade movie.
Get good choreographers, and you can do pretty much everything practical effects, and that shit would look awesome. Like you really don't have to work hard at a Blade film. It is literally one of the easiest fucking superheroes you could do. He kills vampires with a sword, and you could just have people dressed like vampires. And they were like, yeah, but like, how do we insert like feminism into this? You go, you don't. He kills vampires with a sword. You go, well, how do we make
now, Blade
that's not going to work if you can't insert feminism.
Physics equation. You have the hardest physics equation with all the letters and whatever those smart math guys
squiggly
do.
lines and
then you
shit
put
they make
Blade.
up. Yep.
It's because of the source material of how it started. So if it had been like a white vampire killer, they would have just race swapped him, called it a day, and kept everything else there. But because it already had like diversity added into it, they always have to make everything worse. So now we have to add feminism because now we can't just say where it is.
Well, because
we could do a Blade movie about racism. We could just call it Sinners, right, Mike?
I mean, that's what it was. That's what killed the movie. Funniest thing is that's what killed the fucking movie. To the point where they're like, here, you can have some of our props.
Costumes
because they wanted to make Coogler happy because he makes some money.
Well, the
ideological movie in like the
pullback,
1940s
is very interesting to me.
Was that?
Because now they are beginning to cancel out like the ideological stuff, which is an indicator that they're beginning to learn at least something. This could also just be to get rid of Gunn. Just be like, okay, we're going to cancel whatever we can. We want to get rid of you. But I am hoping, genuinely so, and I'm seeing more and more indications of it, the companies just want to earn money now again, and they're starting to put together the puzzle as to what doesn't earn money. And what earns money is just doing something simple, because there was the Matrix nonsense thing where one of the Wachowski sisters, now I guess to avoid any YouTube troubles, asked for $10 million for a movie,
Just
and
say
she
the
couldn't
Wachowskis.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Wachowski.
Yeah, so they can't.
$10 million is a relatively low ask, theoretically, for the industry.
Okay, so
wall-to-wall
directors and
trans
creatives
cast.
do not.
Hold on. Think of how many
hang on.
reshoots you're gonna have to do as these people fucking off themselves during production. Like, it's just not sustainable. It'll never get made. You know.
So, true. The Wachowskis, you would think they would have the money to do this themselves, but creatives actually don't get as paid as much as you think they do. Yeah. And they don't really get all of their residuals, even if you made a seminal movie like The Matrix that sold hundreds of millions of DVDs, like hundreds of millions. They should. Larry, I think it's Larry. No, it's not Larry. It's Andy. Should be rich beyond their wildest dreams, but apparently they can't come up with, or it can't come up with its own $10 million. It needs somebody else to pay for it.
Well, they blew all that money on their transition surgery.
Well, it's actually a lot worse than that too, because like for people that don't know, like right after The Matrix came out, they went on like the worst bender you could ever like.
Oh,
come
sex
up
and
with.
drug bender. Yeah,
sex
there's
and
a
drug
whole
bender.
article.
They like disappeared from the public. Yeah, they were like in sex dungeons and shit, and they had to like drag them out of there. And they're like, "We need you to make more movies." I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, let's get it going. Like they completely like destroyed their reputation. The fact that they even lasted as long as they did in Hollywood is kind of a miracle.
They were the heir apparent. Like after The Matrix, everybody was like, fucking Wachowski's directing a Batman movie. Wachowski's directing a spot. Like every property was put to them. And you're right. The Matrix 2 and 3 came out, and then which still has one of the better Blu-ray and DVDs commentary, where there's commentary critical of the movies.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So Speed Racer, which I like.
I love Speed Racer.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that was it.
Look, usually I'm not in
And
favor
kind of V
of
for Vendetta.
I'm usually not in favor of accepting these weird mentally ill freaks like gender of choice or whatever. In the Wachowski brothers, I'm okay with calling them the Wachowski sisters because I think it proves something definitively.
Yes.
Right? That men make better movies than women. Okay? Because as soon as they transition, it was fucking done. Matrix 4 fucking killed me.
But I don't think it's that they don't have $10 million. It is they know it's going to fail. In that, I think it's presumably in the article, their same commentary is, this gave me an outlet for all of my rage that I've had. This is the most rageful movie I've done. It's a political piece, and no one wants to waste $10 million of their own money on a political piece. They want you to pay for it.
That you could make for $1 million.
Yeah,
but it is interesting that just like if you'd done that 6 years ago and said, oh, well, they wouldn't do it because it's a wall-to-wall transcast, that would have been massive news. That like they would have been going back. Can you remember when Oscars So White came out? It was the biggest thing ever. They were stepping over themselves to change the rules. That shows that they are losing power at this point, just because it hasn't hit the same kind of level.
Would have gotten $10 million 6 years ago.
Yeah.
Would have gotten,
especially if they went to the press. You also have the Hollywood Reporter recently with the Bring Back the Hollywood Arsehole article. The Hollywood Reporter published that they should be putting less progressive politics into movies. They would never have released that article even a couple of years back.
I guess they didn't get the memo at the Star Trek politics and Star Trek panel.
Well, I mean, the smarter people catch on which way the wind's blowing first.
Yeah.
Well, I also think it's a good point that they know, like, there's no way that Lily or whatever the fuck her name is like, doesn't know this is going to lose money. Because, like, you also have, like, I know this is a while ago now, but you have, like, Mel Gibson. He goes, I want to make a movie about Jesus. The studio's like, no thanks. And he's like, fine, I'll do it myself. And then he makes a shit ton of money. And they're like, oh, cool. Well, that's, don't do that anymore. You know, like, so obviously if you actually believe in what you're doing and think it's going to make money and it's going to resonate with people, you just fund it yourself. You'll do whatever you have to get the money to do it. And the fact that, you can't scrape up $10 million from anybody in Hollywood to make a movie, so you're bitching and whining about it in an article, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you expect to ever get a job again now? Like, what the fuck?
I believe that article, believe it or not, it's from Rolling Stone, and it's from 10 or 15 years ago. Give it a read. It is something else
About the Wachowskis.
The Wachowskis, yeah.
Yeah, I read that. I was shocked. I was like, that explains actually a lot about how bad these people's lives got. Yeah, that's why they probably don't have any money, man. Like they probably blew it all on
drugs or
blackjack and hookers. Yeah.
And crucially as well, it's not just Hollywood, because you'd think $10 million. Okay, a lot of money, but not that much. Couldn't they crowdfund it with names as large as theirs, with a portfolio as big as theirs?
Yeah.
Why don't they crowdfund it? Is there are there nobody who wishes to support you? Because that is a very good indicator as well that if you can't raise the money to make it, you sure as shit couldn't sell it either.
Mm-hmm. The problem is the kind of people who would support it don't have any money.
Yeah,
yes, that's
it.
And they're definitely not willing to part with that money.
But also these kinds of people think that crowdfunding, because the crowdfunding idea, like that is actually a great idea to run. Like, why wouldn't you crowdfund it? Because these people think crowdfunding is beneath them. They think that they should just be handed the money that they deserve. Oh, well, we did the Matrix, and we deserve that money to be able to do whatever we want, regardless of if it's profitable or not, because we're creating art here. And what it matters is our expression over business profit.
And so we need somebody else to pay for it because that legitimizes it. I mean, there's something I actually love out there that could have crowdfunded and gotten another season. Venture Brothers. They could have easily crowdfunded another season. They wouldn't do it. And you're right. It's because it lacks legitimacy.
Yeah.
They're going to have to change their tune on that one big time. Angel Studios, Spite Animal Farm. Okay. They've kind of had that model until they went public. But
until they went public.
Until they went public.
Yep.
Yeah. Black Rock or Black Rifle Coffee. Anybody?
Yep. That's another one.
So, what was I going to move into? Do we want to go? Let's go to the merger because this is fucking crazy. This is California. This is funny. However this turns out, this is funny. So David Ellison came out and said that if they don't start negotiating, it's the state of California and a coalition of 12 blue states. The merger has been, whether you like the merger or not, everybody wanted Warner Brothers to be autonomous. Yes, I'm with you on that one. This is the better of two bad choices. Netflix would have been really fucking bad for Hollywood, and I think for culture. And Paramount is the slightly better version, but it's been approved in Europe. It's been approved by the feds. But we have a 12-state coalition, which is, I guess, essentially led by Rob Bonta, the AG of California, who looks like a fucking realtor. And he's holding it up just to hold it up. And the reason they're saying, and this is true, by the way, a lot of it's true, is CNN. They're balking over CNN. But it's also because of Ellison's dad's relationship to the president. So, because if that relationship wasn't there, this wouldn't be happening. None of this would be happening. But I did talk about it months ago when I said, you know what will be one of the roadblocks of this merger will be fucking CNN. And just because it's cable and not broadcast, I didn't think made a difference. I think it's more of a certain political party really likes their mouthpiece and they want it, they want it to live. I don't think CNN survives no matter what. But Ellison has threatened to leave California, which he should fucking do anyway. No matter what happens, he should pick up and leave. And once one studio does it, another studio will follow. Yep. I promise you. The only one that wouldn't follow, and I'm talking about their main offices. Universal will still have Universal Studios there, but their main offices will move somewhere else. The only one that'll stay is probably Disney.
Yeah, Disney's not going anywhere.
And people have talked about the cost for them moving, but one of the reasons it's being delayed is because there's a clause which costs them $7 million a day after a certain date. So the longer they delay it, the more it costs them just to exist.
It's going to cost them, there it is right there, $111 billion to wait for the court date. Well, no, sorry. It's later in the article. No, it was 1.1 billion. So they did the math on how much it costs.
Isn't it like $7 million per
day?
Yeah,
I read it in their article a couple days ago. Sorry, that's what they paid. So it's going to reach over $1 billion by the time they get to the March court date. So it would to uproot and move. It'll pay for itself depending on the state they go to. I mean, they'll save tons of money just by not paying state taxes.
Especially once they sell or rent out all their fucking lots or whatever. Imagine they take the Warner Brothers lot and turn it into like a theme park or something. And then they take all the Paramount stuff and all that and just sell that off for billions of dollars to some random fucking Chinese real estate developer or something. You know what I mean?
If this merger doesn't go through, Netflix gets a piece of Warner Brothers, Amazon gets a piece of Warner Brothers, Tencent gets a piece of Warner Brothers, and now I'm blanking on their name. That European Embracer gets a piece of Warner Brothers. They'll all just buy it for parts. But yeah, so Paramount would be on the hook to pay around $1.2 billion to WBD shareholders by the time the trial is scheduled to conclude.
Goodness gracious!
Now, I don't know the American legal system in this regard. If they just pulled out of all the states, but if they just pulled out of all the states which a court don't want this to go ahead, would that kill the lawsuit? Is that why he wants to move, or is he just going, well, if you're causing me trouble, I'm going to cause you trouble by taking away tax revenue?
You would have to prove that you don't do any business there for it to which would be very difficult.
That would be very hard. You could theoretically do so, but you'd basically have to, you couldn't work with anyone who lives there. You couldn't work with any actors, any writers, any guilds, any delivery people, anything. It would be a nightmare.
David Ellison says he'll pull you got to have a good pullout game, guys. David Ellison says he'll pull Paramount out of California starting October 1st if states refuse to negotiate settlement in antitrust suit. And he's just asking for negotiation at this point. And Bonta doesn't want to do it because they know they're going to lose. He's out there talking a big game on X. But California, this is going to destroy Hollywood. Either way. And this move was just like that one state senator who basically told Elon Musk to fuck off, and he did. That cost the state billions and billions of dollars. This will do the same thing because I believe he'll uproot and leave anyway. He's promised 30 movies a year, which is insane. So and big release windows.
Well, probably one of the reasons he was committed, would publicly say he was staying, would be to avoid something like this. So if you're doing it anyway, now you give them the excuse that he will want to leave and go somewhere cheaper. So, they're kind of playing into his hands at that point. It's interesting, though, that they keep complaining. The moment he said, well, if you act on me, I'm going to act back, they lost their minds. And it is the case of, well, we didn't expect you to defend yourself against our attacks.
Well, the politicians in California are pretty dumb. So they believe that if they stop this merger, hello, dog.
Whose dog is that?
Whose dog is that?
It's mine.
Yeah.
The dog talks more than fucking comics.
Thanks. The dog is against the merger. Okay?
Absolutely against the merger.
Mm-hmm.
You have to stop this from happening.
No, but they're under the belief that if they stop the merger, everything will just go back to the way it was, and Warner Brothers will be autonomous, and everything will be fine, and all those jobs will be kept. That's not the case. That's why Warner Brothers is selling. They are billions in debt, and so is Paramount. But Paramount got bought by a nepo baby billionaire, and can afford to get it out of debt, and has operated in Hollywood for 20 years that nobody had a single problem with until the Trump Association started getting brought up. Yep. And then everybody had a problem. We've seen some of our friends who were like, yeah, Ellison. And then, once that got brought up, they're like, oh, end it. And the thing is, this is your best hope for keeping jobs in LA. Union members, this is your best hope for keeping your job. So we have IATSE and Christopher Nolan's Directors Guild is saying, hey, get to the table and negotiate. And then, of course, we have the uber commie versions of the unions, which are the Writers Guild of America. And it was Writers Guild of America. God, what was and the Teamsters just came out against it. I love Joseph Kahn put up a post that basically said, the WGA, we need to stop this, my commie brethren. And IATSE and was saying, no, let's negotiate. And then they go to the Film Actors Guild and they're like, I'm a dolphin. They have no say on this at all.
The WGA's comment, though, of this type of behavior is precisely why the merger should be blocked, is essentially if you deny you're racist, that's just proof of your racism. It is that if you don't just let us attack you, that is proof that we should be attacking you even harder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It is.
I mean, they should be frightened to death that they pull out of California, because it will trigger a domino effect. And we've already seen how few projects are happening in California, in Hollywood, compared to what there were 5 or 6 years ago or whatever. We've seen, because of how difficult California makes it for business, period, of any kind, let alone show business, how many people are starting to do their own thing, branch out and do their own thing. And this is not just specifically like entertainment industry, Hollywood. This is gaming and stuff like that. People moving out of Silicon Valley, people moving out of the San Francisco area and going other places where it's easier to do work. And like California should be desperately trying to do everything they can to hold on to these people and make it easier for them, instead of continuing to put political virtue signaling ahead of their constituents and their state.
Well, California's not going to do it. I mean, they're obviously very anti-business.
And have been for years.
Yes, they have been for years.
Believe me, try running one in the city of San Francisco.
They just lucked into it. California lucked into the fucking Silicon Valley boom. They fucking lucked into it, and they immediately mishandled everything. They immediately mishandled all the other fucking finances. They promised ridiculous, insane fucking like pensions and stuff like that to every form of government worker, because the government was raking it in so much. And all of a sudden, 10, 15 years go by, the boom isn't happening as much as it was before. All of a sudden, all these pensions are coming due for these firefighters and police officers, which, of course, we should pay our workers if they earn their pensions. But they promised them ridiculous shit. The whole fucking state is a shit show.
It really is. There is the logic in that state has faded away due to the redistricting that they have bitched about other states doing. So the Writers Guild of America, just want to point out that the Writers Guild of America is one of the main reasons this is happening right now, because they started a strike along with the Film Actors Guild that stopped Hollywood for the second time in 5 years. And their strike was, they could have recovered from COVID. Their strike is the one thing they couldn't recover from, that second blow. And this is the first year of a real release schedule in theaters since COVID this year. Every year there's been delays or production was stopped. And look what happened to House of the Dragon season 2. That was just a couple years ago. That was because of the strike. The Writers Guild of America has fired back at Paramount Skydance CEO David Ellison after he threatened to start pulling Paramount out of California on October 1st. California AG Rob Bonta refused to come to the bargaining table and settle the antitrust suit to stop the studio's acquisition of Warner Bros. Now think about this. This is a public servant refusing to talk. The guy wants to talk. And that tells you everything you need to know. They're just trying to stall, cost him money, so he maybe backs out. He ain't going to back out now. By threatening to leave the state because it doesn't want the government to enforce the law. By the way, the law of antitrust, like this is some sort of a monopoly, which is utterly ridiculous. Spencer Pratt just posted a whole list of entertainment companies whose market cap is 10, 20, 30 times bigger than Paramount and WB combined. And didn't even mention YouTube, which is part of Alphabet and Google, has a 4.2 billion market cap. So the writers, or was it trillion? Might have been trillion. The Writers Guild of America has fired back. Yeah, it's trillion. And by threatening to leave California because it wants the government to enforce the law, Paramount further proves the danger of its outsized power over the industry and what that will mean for writers and creative community. The WGA told Variety in a statement that this type of behavior is precisely why the merger should be blocked. I hope they get what they want. I hope Warner Brothers gets sold for parts at this point, and David Ellison leaves California anyway. Fuck them. It'd be funny.
Well, that's the thing. Like, yeah, a crumbling industry screaming about people trying to misuse and mishandle their power, after they've completely crippled their own industry. Some of the most gate-kept, doors in any kind of like business sphere, where they just block out anybody that they don't agree with and refuse to work with people and will fire people and blackball people for doing anything, you know. Yeah, this is what an absolute mess. Yeah.
Here's what Joseph Kahn said. DGA and IATSE, let's be reasonable. WGA, we must destroy capitalism and colonialism at all costs, comrades. SAG, I'm a dolphin.
It's accurate.
Yeah.
Well, SAG, the Film Actors Guild will come out against it. But the fact of the matter is this will cost them thousands. It's already costing them jobs. It's already costing them money. It is hurting. There's IATSE workers out there and WGA workers out there going, we got to get this worked out. Because, again, it's your best hope for keeping jobs in Hollywood. Hollywood is a centralized location making entertainment, which is pretty cooked at this point. Now, we had an article come out basically saying, you know, if Hollywood's dying, why is everybody going to the theater right now? Well, maybe it has something to do with a Christopher Nolan and Spider-Man movie being out this weekend, but let's go down because I knew this was going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they're opening up theaters. They're bringing back the Cinerama Dome, which is fucking awesome. It sucked that closed, and that's great. The problem is, and they just fluff theaters, but they do talk about there's going to be screenings of Christopher Nolan's Odyssey at the Cinerama. And if you could see it there, go see it. The Cinerama Dome is iconic. It's freaking great. The problem is there is a difference between making a movie and going to see one. A big difference. And if you talk about, Odyssey, Spider-Man, 2 big movies making billions of dollars. Were they filmed in LA?
No.
Nope. No.
One was filmed in the UK and the other was filmed all over the fucking place. Mm-hmm. But like, you're right. These two things are not necessarily connected, right? This doesn't take into account the fact that they're making half as many streaming shows as they were a couple years ago. And all those people are now scrambling, looking for more employment. Like, it doesn't take into account a lot of things. Look, when you look at the box office is having a very good year compared to where it's been previously. Yep. You can't argue that. There's been big surprises. Like, I think Michael hitting $1 billion was a little bit of a surprise to people. Not that people didn't think it'd be big. Project Hail Mary making $700 million was a big surprise. Things like Obsession making as much money. There's been some big surprises, some big money makers that we didn't expect. Did we expect Spider-Man to do big? Yes. Did we expect $2.5 billion? No. Right? Odyssey obviously is going to probably end its run somewhere in like $1.4 billion. We were questioning whether that could get to $1 billion or not. There have been some big positives from the box office, way more than they've had to brag about over the last couple of years. Doesn't mean there haven't been any failures, but it's different to talk about the industry of Hollywood versus how the box office is performing.
It's also a bit of a house of cards too, because a lot of it is obviously a lot more money being made from a lot less people. Because if you look at how ticket prices have changed, I mean, there was a pretty consistent increase in ticket prices over the course of just the entire history. You just look at the last 5 years or so, especially since COVID time, it has jumped exponentially higher.
It's gone from about $9.50 per ticket on average in like 2019. Would you say around that, Odin?
Just about then, yeah.
To $16 nowadays.
And that, again, if you look at every year before, it's like small incremental, and now it's just massive jump. So yeah, obviously the money is there, the money is very real, but the number of people, you can only do that so often, right? Because the prices are going to keep getting higher, because that's just the nature of these of how the beast works, basically. And as the prices get higher and higher and higher, that's going to be less and less and less people, and you can only sustain that for so long.
It's like double inflation.
It's diminishing returns.
Like it's double inflation when we're talking about ticket sales, because not only you're dealing with just standard, the devaluation of the dollar inflation, the type of thing that applies to everything, whether it's milk, eggs, cars, houses, all this shit, right? But then the tickets themselves, because so many theaters have gone away from the, hey, let's cram as many motherfuckers as we can in these things, to, okay, we're going to give you a recliner, we're going to limit the amount of seats, but we're going to make it a premium experience. So it's like ticket sales have gone far and above where they should be standard inflation wise.
Well, and as like these theaters are trying to survive and stuff, the reality is too, there's a handful of movies that did well. That's not going to save the theaters. You need all of it. You need big budget movies that do really well. You also need smaller films that do well and stuff like that. You know, the other part of this is for Hollywood, you know, a handful of these films that did really well this year are indie films made by YouTubers, like that didn't go through the traditional channels for a lot of this stuff and to get there. So Hollywood isn't even actually seeing the level of success they thought they did. And yeah, 2 movies that we all kind of thought were going to be really successful blowing up doesn't save the industry because the foundations are cracked and it was already in free fall for most of it. Like, you know, they're still going to be pumping out garbage films. They're not going to learn the lesson all of a sudden. Oh, okay, we got to get back to writing good movies. They're going to pick up the wrong lessons. We're about to see that happen again because, you know, Disney's about to double down on Doomsday and be like, cool, Spider-Man made a lot of money. Let's hope Doomsday does the same thing. But like, that's not going to save the industry, which is falling apart at the seams. So.
Yeah, I think we're at an inflection point. We are at a cultural inflection point. Not even just for the culture, but inside of Hollywood. I think they're starting to realize, and to take it back to the streamers are not producing as much new content now. Why? Because they can't afford to do it, and every time they do it, it degrades the value of the franchise they're making an expansion to. Like the streaming business is killing franchises. So, like, you know, earlier we were talking about, like, do a Batman show. It's like they can't afford to do a Batman show. Superman is dead. That will kill Batman. We are about to watch the death of Green Lantern. And further than that, they have to get people going to the theaters again because that is where direct dollars, butts and seats equals dollars. So I think, we're making all of this money. It's like, yeah, but less and less people are going. And I think they're starting to recognize that. And I think... I say all of this to say I think the messaging that they really want to push is not going anywhere, but it is getting more covert, more so than ever before. It is. They are just ingraining it in the soul of the very thing, but they're marketing a different thing to you to get you to go to the movie, and then you're going to be sitting there. End of Oak Street. You're like, hey, dinosaur movie. You'll be watching. You're like, hey, this is like kind of you might be able to take your kids to this. It's a little actiony. It's got dinosaurs. It's a little scary, but so is Jurassic Park. Oh, that's a 3-minute segment of dinosaurs humping. Okay, I'm not taking my kids to this.
Yeah, it's basically woke 2.0 to quote AOC at this point. Woke 1.0 obviously went a little too far, guys. Got a little crazy. Had to walk it back a bit, but yeah, we're in the age of woke 2.0.
You also have the snowball effect on the other side of Hollywood's decline because people have talked about how COVID broke people, the people going to the cinema, but it also happened in Hollywood that if you're just used to an industry being made in the same place, you'll keep going there. The moment you start making things internationally, though, you now create a competitor because it's quite hard to do it first, but then you create more jobs there. You create an entire industry abroad and makes it easier to shift more and more things. And places like the WGA should be very careful because writers are one of the easiest things to ship anywhere in the world. You can write from a beach in Hawaii and just with a laptop and still write a good movie kind of thing. And so I think that we'll realize over time, Hollywood doesn't need to be in one place. It doesn't even, you could spread it over the entire world and not really affect anything.
What I'm actually most excited about, to be honest, is the new. It's like it's most of our most anticipated movie, that being Godzilla minus zero. Because remember, that film was made for so little money, and yet was so impressive. And I think that when that movie like that comes out again, more and more people are going to start to realize, oh wait, Obsession made all this money, right? Godzilla, right? Not as much, right? Minus one didn't make nearly as much as one would think, like, for costs and everything, but obviously very successful because of that low budget. But it's starting again. We're going to see the most successful films of this year are going to be the ones that had the lowest budgets, surprisingly.
Yeah.
And when we're thinking about these box office successes that have been happening this year, and the 2 recent ones, of course, being The Odyssey and Spider-Man, there's been some massive bombs as well. Supergirl, Moana, and those are just the recent ones. Like Hollywood has a long way to go before they dig themselves out of this hole, and I don't think
Interesting with Supergirl, though, a lot of the reviews are now like, well, this is why they weren't concerned about Supergirl, because Lanterns is so amazing, it's going to carry the DCU forwards into the future.
Of course.
Well, yeah, if you look ahead to September major movie releases, Practical Magic 2, Resident Evil, Forgotten Island, Avengers Endgame re-release.
New footage.
Heart of the Beast, By Any Means, Onslaught, The Uprising, Runner, Tom and Jerry Forbidden Compass, and Mayday the following month, Digger. other Mommy and Big Girls Don't Cry, The Social Reckoning, Street Fighter, and Clayface. So we're not talking about anything that's gonna like be a juggernaut at the box office. So we pretty much from now until November, it's back to basically you're gonna need Odyssey and Spider-Man to carry you through for the next 3 months, which they won't. They won't. I mean, they'll probably do fine in August, but we'll be right back in the same situation. Yeah. So unless you release a Nolan and Spider-Man film every fucking week, I wouldn't go out and start saying Hollywood is back, and particularly the industry, the centralized industry that is breaking up and has been for a while now, for a long while now, and to the point where you'll see an article in 2 months going, "What happened? We just had 2 big movies. What happened?" You know, what happened was Rob Bonta and your state and city government that keeps you from making anything, plus your unions, you know, which nobody in Hollywood will criticize at all, ever. They're like, I'm a union guy. That's the kind of fear they put in your heart. The thing is, though, they obstruct you from being creative, from being innovative, and right now it's just filled with redundancies. Yeah. We did an interview with the producer who said they had to get a specific guy to hit a smoke button. They had the wrong guy to hit a smoke button, so they had to bring in a union guy to hit the smoke button.
No joke, Gary. I was talking with one of the bigger artists in the industry recently, and he was telling me, because he has all the contacts with all the other big artists, he was talking to me about a guy that worked for Disney in the concept art department, and he got fed up and left the company because they had 4 people doing concept work where one guy would do a sketch, then they'll pass it on to one guy to kind of fill it out, then they'll pass it on to another guy to do the final rendering, and then the last guy would do 3D modeling of it, and there was no artistic actual direction. Like, the artist just wanted to make some really cool stuff, cool concepts, everything like that. But unions force additional people being hired for redundant jobs where it just creates a sterile, factory line production thing that creativity can't even be expressed. And that's just one example that I was told of recently. And we've, those strikes that happened recently to force additional writers in the writing room and things like that. It's like, As a writer, I would hate that, try to balance creative ideas with 10 other people to try.
Especially when they're black people and women, Shad. Imagine that. That was rough. Be careful though. Talking about unions, there was a guy who's really mad at me because I was shitting on unions earlier.
Really?
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was very mad at me in the chat. I mean, I've had multiple family members that have been in unions my entire life, and I had to work right alongside lazy dog shit union workers for about 4.5 fucking years. So I've had my fill of unions. In my opinion, people that love unions are the type of people who are so shitty at their jobs that they desperately need a union. Otherwise, they'd get fucking fired. Unions had their place.
A wonderful example of this.
Unions had their place in the fucking 1910s when people's arms were getting chopped off and falling in like hamburger machines and stuff like that, right? And they had their uses. They're completely and totally irrelevant now. All they do is bloat the system. All they do is line their own pockets. All they do is make everything less efficient. Unions are fucking trash anywhere you go. The only reason they exist is to line the people at top's pockets and to protect people who deserve to be fucking fired, either because they're massive pieces of shit or because they're lazy, inept workers. Fuck unions.
A great movie to show this is On the Waterfront. It's one of the best films ever made, and it talks all about the fact that unions are so corrupt.
If at one point you go, we have to organize so that we can protect people from bad situations, because the Hollywood machine grinds people up that are in unions too, and they don't really give a shit, and bad stuff does happen. But yeah, at a certain point, people have to start justifying their jobs when everything's safe and everybody's happy and everybody's working. So you figure out new ways to create new fees and add new things and tack things on. And the smoke button thing is like that happens all over the place. People have been fired on movie sets for picking up trash because they were just like, oh, I saw a cup on the ground and I picked it up. Or literally you could be fired on a set because a piece of set equipment fell over and you grabbed it and picked it up, and then you took that job from the guy that just stands there hoping for something to fall over. And that's not a joke. You get fired from that and then have to pay fucking union fees. And the other part of this that we've talked about before too is that when they're not working, these people are sitting at home hoping to get a fucking job and still having to pay their fucking union fees and their union dues. And then when they get called up by a friend, they go, hey man, I'm going to make an indie film. And they go, hey, all right, I got to call the union. They go, hey, my buddy's making an indie film. I want to work with him, blah, blah, blah. He's going to be $100 and a sandwich to work for him. They go, nope, that's not enough money. You deserve more than that. Go fuck yourself. You can't work with your friend. And that is a real thing that happens all the time. I've worked with union people that go, hey, don't fucking mention this to anybody that you worked with me because I could get in so much trouble for being here right now. Like, because but I just want to fucking work. Like, and that's the thing. Like, people are like, I work for way less than the union offers, but I can't because I don't have any other option. It's a fucking mess over there, and it's a huge part of why the industry is in the state that it's in, which is why.
Arch was going to give an example.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, it extends into gaming. We've seen a fantastic example of how destructive it is in Bethesda right now. The 14 levels of management. There was one of their little TikTok things from the laid off people where you see a lead head character design artist, like a character designer at Bethesda, a company that hasn't made anything but fucking Lego men for 20 years. This is just nonsense. Like, everyone who was laid off had a double title in the name. I think one was like lead bilingual customer support in German.
What?
These are just made up titles where you just stack title upon title upon title upon title to justify keeping fucking people in employment. And then you try to fire them, and the union goes, well, that's not legal. We're going to drag you through the streets now for 6 months with negative PR, with lawyers' fees, with demands, with exit packages. Like, oh God, there's no end. I mean, the eventual endpoint is here in Europe, where you are literally not legally allowed to fire people. You cannot fire people without providing documented evidence to the government that you need to. And even then, you need to wait like 6 months for them to go like, well, you don't need a sound designer, but couldn't you retrain him into being a janitor or something? Anything to keep him on space staff.
That's what unions have always done. They essentially uplift the lowest people, drag down the people in the middle, and the people at the top don't care because they can make their own agreements. And this isn't like money is a zero-sum game. If those lower people just got out of the industry, all the middle people would get paid way more because they'd be doing more work, and you'd get better quality work. Like, unions are damaging on a quality level as well. And people are like, well, they need jobs. Well, they can piss off and get jobs somewhere else. They are not owed a job in this specific industry. We don't have to create fake jobs for people. And if they did go somewhere else, you'd probably find they actually had other industries and other places to go to, and it would be distributed into the system anyway. Unions have always been way more damaging, and it is like the same as minimum wage. You were talking about people can't get a job. When you increase the minimum wage, you don't raise people's wages. You just make all work below that no longer able to be done. And this is why AI and automation and self-service checkouts and everything have taken off.
And this is also why, like, the budgets are so insanely high on these Hollywood productions, where you see Godzilla -1, a film that looks better than a lot of the crap Hollywood is cutting out, on the tiniest budget ever. But they have bloated things to the extreme. And so their need to lower budgets to be able to turn a profit because they're struggling so much, it is impossible. They're never going to do it because it's such a broken, corrupted system. I don't see how they're going to come out of it and they get what they deserve.
Like a union at like a small factory that you work at in fucking Indiana is not the same kind of union that we're talking about in the industry that is literally a gig economy. If you work in the entertainment industry, you are a gig worker because you only work when there's a job and when there are movies being made or shows being made. And the way that they try to justify their existence consistently and bring in consistent income is to charge these outrageous fees and keep people working on movies, whether they want to work there or not, and preventing people from being fired that are not doing their jobs. And like you said, making up jobs just to keep people busy, that's not helpful to anybody. It's harmful, like Disbrew said, to the guys in the middle that are consistently working. And it also is harmful to the little guys who can't get work because half of them are union jobs, so they're not even available to get those jobs unless they join a union. Like it stifles a lot of stuff in the industry because of that.
Yeah, we're not talking about a steel factory.
Yeah.
Or like a family business where you're trying to help out a friend, right? And because they're going through hard times and you're trying to keep them on so that way they can support themselves. You can't actually sustain that at a mass scale like what they're trying to do with this.
Now, I don't know what it's like in the US, right? But here in Australia, we have standard occupational health and safety legislation and standards that make so many union things redundant. Like I've done factory work, I've done sales work, I've done multiple different in multiple industries, office work and everything, and I've never joined a union and never needed to. Okay,
look, we live in a world now 100 years after fucking unions started to become a big thing, where as soon as someone gets offended by the smallest thing or gets asked to stay 1 minute longer or gets looked at the wrong way because they're black and their boss is white, they pull out their fucking camera and they put it out there on social media, right? That's what happens nowadays. The purpose of these unions that were started for a good reason, where they were legit, like people were being taken advantage of, people were being killed in these factories and being swept under the rug, horrific conditions, all this shit was real, right? We don't need that type of shit anymore. We just fucking don't. And if you're pretending like we do, you're probably one of those people who only isn't getting fired because you're being protected by the union, and you probably suck. Just
to echo what Mike was saying. I'm from New York City originally, and I did a lot of background work like working on the sets. I got to see it all in action. But I made a lot of friends doing all of that. And there was a time a few years ago where I had written like my own short film. And originally, like with those people, it was like, oh, well, we could do the whole thing. I have it all mapped out. We could do it all probably in just a few days. It'll be about $10,000 and we could do it. I was working with award-winning directors. Came back a year later after actually scripting the whole thing out. And most of the people that I would have been working with were all now union. That budget went up to $300,000 for the same indie short film. It would have been about 16 minutes tops, and it was specifically for like sending into award shows. And they turned around and said, "Oh, it's going to be $300,000, but don't worry, because we actually know people now that might fund it, but they'll have the rights to it all." And I'm like, I'm not doing any of that.
No.
So it's the unions are there to bottleneck entry. So it's control in the middle. It's control at the top, in the middle, and also to keep everyone else out who has good ideas and a little bit of wherewithal. And it is to bottleneck the whole thing.
Kill any competition. But I mean, eventually that was going to fade. Yep. Right. That was with Obsession coming out. What's the success of Spider-Man and Odyssey are going to kind of overshadow Obsession, unfortunately, which is the biggest story of the year.
Not to me, damn it. I will keep
I know. It's not to some, but like most people are already looking at that, and the Academy Awards will probably all go, Elliot Page will be nominated for Best Supporting Actor. Fucking lock it in. But they probably should have gone to Obsession, right? And now they won't because of the political aspect of the Odyssey, and Hollywood will want to, say, fuck you. Dude, what won last year? What won Best Picture last year? One woke after another.
Oh, that's right.
I almost said Sinners.
I was going to say Oppenheimer, but then I was like, oh, wait, no, that was 2 years
Sinners
ago.
would have won if it wasn't for one woke after another.
What about Amelia Perez?
And
he
would have won if he didn't have any just complimentary tweets towards the bad dude from Germany in WW2. We almost had it. We almost had a dude winning Best Actress.
Depends on your point of view.
And this year we will.
No, I think Elliot Page gets nominated. Now, is it the Golden Globes? Is it Critics' Choice? Is it the Oscars? Your guess is as good as mine. But
all of them probably
fucking happening.
Oscars for sure.
I promise you.
Yeah,
and that was the whole point of the casting, and that's the whole point of what's going on and what Disbrew and Comics were saying. They just rebranded and got a little smarter. That's all they did.
I think that Robert Pattinson. We'll see what happens with Dune. Because I think Robert Pattinson in Dune could end up getting a supporting actor nom.
He's a good actor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Just a bad Batman.
Is he going to have a line like the Odyssey though in Dune?
Someone get these beggars out of here. Are you talking about that? We'll see. That's the line of the year. Either that or that fucking Obsession bitch saying no.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
no.
do it, Odin.
Don't do that. I love
There
it.
you go.
Yeah.
I like the new one. I'm back.
I'm
alive.
I'm alive.
I'm alive. Damn it! I got it wrong.
I love this new one. It's 2 words. I fucked it up.
Clearly, I love it enough. Damn it.
You said
outed
that guy
yourself,
trying to
Shad.
dunk and he just completely misses. And
Yep, that was a layup and just complete fumble.
throws the ball behind him. He's
It's
like,
still a good
yeah.
line, damn it. All right.
It's a good delivery.
Yeah.
What's that?
There was somebody who was like, why won't you guys talk about House of the Dragon season 3? And I'm like, bro, we talked about it for like 3.5 hours on Sunday. It's like on this channel.
On this channel, there are live reactions after every episode.
With the exception of one, which we were busy that week, so we couldn't because we were like traveling or some shit. But other than that, there's 7 episodes covering all 8 episodes of season 3, House of the Dragon, on this channel.
So, as the Paramount merger goes on, and pretty much all of Paramount is Taylor Sheridan, because it ain't Star Trek. There is a clip that's going around from Lioness that I thought was funny. Drinker shared it. Ryan, as a military guy, can chime in on this. Maybe this does happen. I don't fucking know. I'm not in the military.
So did the Star Trek people seem nice, Gary? I've been wanting to ask you.
The Star Trek people
That you
for
got
Starfleet Academy?
Yeah.
They were fine with me.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Got a couple of weird looks, but no one knows that.
Yeah, Laura Thok was perfectly lovely. She had no fucking idea who me and Disbrew were, and we were right behind each other in line.
Mm-hmm.
But Disbrew got the full collection. I just got Caleb and Laura Thok, and he's like, haven't I seen you someplace before? I'm all, you might have.
Maybe. I don't know. Never heard of me. Yeah.
might have.
It was funny as well because you told me you chose him because he was the least likely to recognize you, and he was
Yes.
the only one that said something.
Yep. And he recognized you. What did he tell you?
We would lined up, just about to take the photograph, just about to be taken, and he just leaned over and went, "I watch your videos." So I'm like, the camera goes off. And he did say he found them funny, so you know.
Gary, why do you look like you want to fuck him in this?
Wow, that's your takeaway from that?
A little bit.
This is the last photo before that guy disappeared.
That's my Kubrickian smile right there. No, so we had that conversation, and then I'm starting to smile, and the guy took the picture early. I wasn't ready, so
There goes
like,
your
holy
fucking $80.
70. But you know, hey, best 70 bucks I ever. $70, and in some cases, with like a guest star, Disbrew was like one of 3 people taking a picture with that actor. It was pretty sad, actually. The whole
That's
affair.
how it can be at some of these
sad.
places, depending on the actor, depending on who it is. Sometimes they don't get a lot of play, you know?
Yeah.
But this was a Star Trek convention, though. Like, this is a Star Trek event. You would think.
Yeah, but this is Star Trek Starfleet Academy. That's the problem.
But it was such a success, Ryan. What are you talking about?
We're all
season
Gary.
everything.
Hey, Gary, do you think you were about the average age of most of the people
Yes.
at Star Trek?
Yes.
Yeah.
And we're not even being hyperbolic. Yes.
Which doesn't
like-
bode well for the health of the future of
No,
your,
I'm actually
fan
making.
base.
No, it
I'm in
doesn't.
that's why Garrett's not here. I'm in the
There you
process
go.
of making a video.
That's a good
Hey,
one.
see,
It's more natural smile there, yeah.
there you go. I was like, hey,
You
lady.
have to remember, Starfleet Academy was specifically aimed at teenagers, and I didn't see one single teenager take any
Nope.
photograph with them at all.
There were some little kids that the parents brought that were a little older. They might have been grandparents, but that was it. It was all a bunch of olds, and that was my takeaway, and that's why I'm making a video because, well, if you think about it, of the 3 seminal science fiction franchises in the world, Star Wars, Star Trek, and Doctor Who, 2 aren't even being made right now. They're not even in production. They're done.
Star Trek kind of invented cons. Like, I mean, they were
The media specific con, yes, it did.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
is crazy that of those
were the
3, Star
OGs.
Wars is in the far better position, which sounds insane right
It
now.
is. But that's just because
not
it's
by
backed
much.
by merchandise, right? But
Yeah.
Star Trek and Doctor Who can't even sell merchandise right now. So that's one of their big problems. But ultimately, yeah, it's kind of sad. I mean, they've had their time, but yeah, it was a bunch of fucking olds there. That was it.
I grew up with Next Generation and Voyager and Deep Space Nine, which we were blessed to get that stuff, you know. But like, there really hasn't been anything. I don't have anything to point my kids to. I'm like, hey, let me introduce you to like new Star Trek stuff. Like, you know, my mom was like, hey, you know, here's Next Generation. Then I watched the original series, and I was like, oh, I love this because my grandmother had every episode, you know, ever made from it. So like watching that stuff, but there's nothing to like point to like, here's a new thing that I can introduce you to. Even J.J. Abrams movies, they watched the first one, they're like, this is fine. I was like, well, there was a show about this, and they're like, cool, Dad, that's awesome. Like, that's great. We're really happy for you, you know?
Well, there's comics and novels you could introduce them to.
Yeah, well, I just forced my oldest to start reading Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So
There you go.
we're getting there.
That's a great one. Perfect age.
What was one of the interesting things about the panel was that they knew they'd changed. And so there was one guy that said, I don't think it's our job to push a perspective on someone. I just want to raise questions. But everyone else was like, no, we used to raise questions, but now we want to make things more analogous. We want to make it like real life. We want to push things more. And so they know what they're doing. They just, now they see it as vital. It's almost like, no, things are so bad because they don't like the situation either. To me, they're the ones that have destroyed everything. But to them, the world's just disastrous and they're desperately trying to save it. And so they're getting more desperate and more forceful and more obvious in what they're doing because they think it's the only way back. And so it just keeps getting worse.
It's essentially the fans. The fans are the problem. And that was the same attitude with Doctor Who. But Kurtzman wasn't there. There was no president. He wasn't there.
What a surprise.
And they have a movie coming up, but it's either it's not going to make it. They won't put it into production. There's no way it would command. It would need a budget that it would be a tough sell, and it's supposed to be kind of a reboot or relaunch. They don't even really fucking know. That's the whole point. But I guess since we're on Star Trek, before we get to this clip, let's address the William Shatner situation, shall we?
There's been articles written, Gary.
Dude, I'm watching William Shatner talk at the Star Trek convention. Spry 96-year-old guy running around telling stories. It was fucking great, entertaining. So I took a picture of him and I said, I don't care that you blocked me. You're still my fucking captain, man. Hail. You know, and so I'm driving home. I'm firing up my Twitter and I'm like, what the fuck? There's an article written about this and Shatner's tweeting about it. But is it Shatner? The answer is no. So, yeah, William Shatner's X account may unblock Nerdrotic after 2-year ban over a Star Trek misunderstanding. The misunderstanding, and this is like inception of X, is Paul Chato tweeted about Will Wheaton bitching that Larry David punched Elmo. I hope you're following this at home.
Yeah, that's right.
I remember this.
Yeah, keep up.
Paul Chato tweeted about Wee Wilton.
Will
Nobody fucking cares.
Bitching about Larry David punching Elmo. I just said Will Wheaton was a pussy. That's all I said. So I got blocked for that because somebody added Shatner into the conversation. That was 2 years ago. Whatever. Who cares? So it comes up once in a while thanks to fucking Dan Vask.
Yeah.
Who's like, hey, Mr. Shatner, please unblock Gary. Well, now Dan Vask is blocked, so fuck him. But yeah, like, you know, I'm looking at my feed. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know what's going on. So this tweet says, let's be clear. There's zero misunderstanding and it's more than 2 years. And the unblocking is a way to raise money for my charity. Not that I have any kind of change of heart. And I've been asking this for years. Now, it's interesting that this is a charity for William Shatner. And I'm not going to besmirch William Shatner in any way. But after a little digging, which was me, well, actually Dan Googling something and finding a Reddit thread, it turns out the person who runs his account is not his daughter. It's a guy named Paul Camuso. Oh. Paul Camuso is a crypto NFT guy. He's one of those guys. He's also the social media manager, I believe, and website manager for one William Shatner. And if you go to his, you can't see his bio. If you go to his bio, he says something to the effect of, I love being on the edge of fame. I love being on the edge of fame. So the first thing I think of is all of those worms who got around Stan Lee and, you know, get around an elderly actor or elderly celebrity and take advantage of them. Not saying that this is the case here, but I've seen it a lot, especially when you're in the collectibles sphere. If you guys have ever had any experience, those are some of the scummiest people on earth. I can't imagine crypto and NFT being much different.
So a lot of crypto bros have been getting into collectible game because they're seeing the massive returns in Pokemon and other TCG and vintage comics, graded stuff, all of that. They have been, especially as crypto, as Bitcoin has not had a great little run here for the last little bit. They have been putting their money into the collectible stuff. So there's actually a decent amount of crossover. Scum of the earth flocks to scum of the earth.
So yeah, I live my life on the fringes of fame. CEO of Blockchain Authenticity Company, and yeah, he's also deals with NFTs, all of that really legit stuff, right? So it would be my speculation that this is just one of those fucking schmoozing collectibles dude who's wormed his way into William Shatner's life. I don't fucking care, but he's running the account and he's asking me to donate to a charity, and now I question the charity because it's coming from this dude and not William Shatner. So from a crypto dude. Yeah. Okay.
And also, it seems like the fastest way to get blocked by him is to point out that it's not run by Shatner and it's run by him. Because I've seen multiple people now since it's come out that just go, are you really William Shatner? Or posting his name, instantly blocked. So he's trying to hide the wizard behind the curtain.
Well, that's what got Dan Vask blocked about this.
Yeah.
But there's other points of evidence. There was an interview by the guy that played Data,
Brent
Spiner, mentioning that this account blocked him, and he just called Shatner up directly, and he's like, "Nah, what's going on?"
And Shatner had no idea what he was talking about.
The real William Shatner doesn't follow this at all. It seems like
doesn't run this account at all. Isn't probably even aware of it at this point.
Yeah. Gary, I can't wait till about 10 years when you start to go senile, and I'm just going to take advantage of you and fucking steal all your accounts and all that shit. Right?
10 years, bro. It's happening. What are you talking about? So I was happy to donate for the unblock, but now I'm not. Fuck that, because I don't know this dude, and I don't trust crypto bros or NFT bros as far as I could fucking throw them. And it's not William Shatner. So the person, if you get retweeted by William Shatner, you're getting retweeted by Paul Camuso, a crypto NFT guy.
It's basically like getting excited when John Cena follows you on Twitter.
Remember when
he was so excited to share that news, and I just fucking crushed him.
And I was like,
or Sergeant Slaughter. Yeah.
Jeremy with Sergeant Slaughter, yeah.
But yeah, that's the deal. I was just saying, hey, I love Shatner.
Well, but, even when we didn't really, it wasn't exposed who was really running this, right? Gary was super respectful and wasn't getting in on any of the drama at all. He was just kind of just on the periphery. Everyone else was talking about it more than him. And so it's just interesting.
That was the weird thing, though. So the account keeps retweeting other people talking about Gary as if Gary is the one saying it every time. It's like they can't hold multiple people in their head at the same time. It's just if you mention a person, and that was the reason he got blocked. He just was like, oh, how dare you call me a pussy? It can't actually comprehend multiple people.
He's
it's really
maxed out
bizarre.
on running cryptos. You know, just, yeah.
I mean, you'd think that any rational human being, if Will Wheaton was any tangential part of a conversation and someone got called a pussy, they would just assume you were talking about Will Wheaton.
You would think so. Yeah. Platoon had the best description on Open Bar yesterday when he said it's just basically two old people fighting on Twitter. That's what it is. What it is.
Well, it's mostly William Shatner fighting and Gary being like, I can't believe this is happening.
Yep.
What's going on?
What's going on?
This is crazy.
This is crazy.
This is wild.
I love William Shatner. He's my captain. And then this other guy is just constantly retweeting it, just digging it up. It's just
Dan Bass is like, I can help. And you're like, please don't.
I might have to legitimately tweet. That's wild, Ryan.
I think you should, Gary.
So, you were in the military, Ryan.
I was for 11 years.
Yeah.
I've seen this fucking clip going around. I have not watched it. I've just seen people talking about it.
Okay. So this is Lioness, a Taylor Sheridan show for which I have not watched a second of. Yep. So I don't know the any of the context other than she is the highest ranking member here, and she wants to tell you about it.
Okay.
I'd like to hear all of us. Yeah.
So that's Lioness, is that right?
It's Lioness.
Mm-hmm. That's a Taylor Sheridan show that I've heard. I've basically heard season 1's not good. Season 2 and 3 are really good. That's kind of the consensus that I've heard from people. I've never watched it.
No, I'm not gonna after watching.
I can't say that
really
one
that
clip that I have no idea what's going on and makes me want to watch it at all.
Is she on her period?
I was
probably.
I'm glad you said it, X-Ray girl.
Maybe it's secretly based because it's telling us why they should be in charge.
It's basically like House of the Dragon.
House of the Dragon.
Yeah. When we get to leadership, they're like, ugh.
Yeah, like I mean, 2 women in it like somewhat fucking combat situations. Anyway, it's a little far fetched for me, for my taste, but I don't know what to make of that shit. I don't know what any of these people's actual ranks are or roles or anything like that. I have no idea. It seems a little theatrical though.
A little theatrical. That's what I'd say. Yeah, I'm not going to watch Lioness, but Dutton Ranch is good.
Yeah,
Dutton Ranch is really good. Landman's coming up. That's good.
Hey, don't disrespect Zoe Saldana. She's the highest grossing actress of all time.
Don't let me forget, we got another MobLand trailer yesterday. So we'll look at that. But first, I guess there's a little bit of Harry Potter news. Ryan Kinnell. We had the announcement
Nicholas Hoult.
Nicholas Hoult playing Lockhart.
I like it.
I like it too.
I think it's a good casting for Gilderoy Lockhart.
I think a lot of the casting has been great, except for Black Snape. But Gilderoy Lockhart will be played by Nicholas Hoult, who's in everything genre these days. And yeah, that's for season 2, obviously. But we had a couple of directors say they weren't going to work with the show, Ryan, because of transphobia. Transphobia from J.K. Rowling.
You know, like if I were an actor, even if I like agreed with J.K. Rowling's viewpoints, there's a chance I might not want to sign up for 7 years or 10 years really of being asked about the same shit every fucking day about J.K. Rowling. You know what I mean?
Like, get old.
It would
unless
get old
you're
and
Papa
tiresome.
Sidu and you're going to be Black Snape. That's the only that it's okay.
That's but not only this, we had the actress who plays Aunt Petunia Dursley, came out and was like, I disagree with J.K. Rowling's abhorrent takes and blah blah blah.
That's great. You cashing that paycheck, sweetheart? Sugar lips. Yes, you are. So there's a couple of directors who said I would never, not that they were asked. They rejected the Harry Potter show. Did they really get asked though? I'm thinking no.
Bro, what happened to the one in the middle's jawline? Where is it? I can't find it.
Well, one of them is a director from Loki. So you dodged a bullet there. And that was there's a Black Mirror director, Ali Panqui. And then there's Kate Herron, who walked off, who quit Loki over the writing. She wouldn't come back for any of the reshoots or anything, and she wouldn't come back for season 2. That is a blessing in disguise that she left. But yeah, you know, these boycotts and people going against J.K. Rowling working so well. Hogwarts Legacy 2 was announced. Mm-hmm. And yeah, maybe the boycott will work this time, Ryan. I think it will. But
yeah, well, I mean, I think they need to find a different word that isn't so inherently gendered, like boycott. It's very offensive.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's probably why it failed.
They caught.
They
caught.
She caught. Yeah. Like, you know.
Zercott.
Aren't some of them actually boycotting themselves? In the boy
by like that?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I'm in favor of that, but it's always great when the trash takes itself out.
I mean, I get trying to emulate success. They're like, I don't want to be a female director. I'm trying to change this up. I don't want to be a female director. I'm a boy. Yeah. Yikes, bro.
So
but yeah, it's like it's such a conundrum because most of the casting seems pretty good for the Harry Potter show. Almost all of it actually looks very good, and some of the stuff that's come out, I'm like, yeah, I like that, I like that, I like that, I like that. And then you've got this one black guy, whether I said black guy or black eye, it's up to you to decide. You've got this one black eye on the show, which is Black Snape, which is going to have so many ramifications down the road, but I don't think it's going to have too many actual in-story narrative issues in the first season or two. But I think this is going to be like the biggest thing that's ever been on HBO Max.
Huge. Yeah. So it's not going to flop because of Black Snape.
Yeah, we only need to say it a million fucking times before it comes out, and then we're still going to get a bunch of people saying you said it would flop.
Yeah. You said it was going to fail. All of you said it was going to fail. Whatever.
Fuck.
It'll never be enough.
Yeah.
I don't care. I mean, even if I said the Odyssey was going to flop, I would have just gone, "Ooh, wrong on that one." Off to the next movie.
I mean, like what? Did you expect me to know the future? It's the future.
Get your crystal balls out.
It's a stupid, disingenuous narrative. But this is going to be a shit show when it comes out. The red carpet is going to be gold, absolute gold, and it's because of that question Ryan brought up that will be asked by every single actor, every season, at the beginning and end of every fucking season, of every director, of every producer. J.K. Rowling won't be anywhere to be found on these red carpets. I don't know how much actual involvement she has, and it's probably like her choice. It's probably like, hey, I'll back off or whatever. And then there's Black Snape, and then there'll be quality of show, like actual quality of show. That'll come in third with what's going on. And listen, could I watch the show, or Ryan watch the show, or you guys, and go, you know what? If it wasn't for Black Snape, pretty fucking good. You know, that's possible. But it's going to be, when you get to Half-Blood Prince, it's going to be hard to reckon Black Snape. You know, it'd be like, oh, go on.
It is because of everything that surrounds it, and because of who the writers are and how they'll try to present things, the inescapable reality of what it will look like having a little black boy get ganged up and bullied, and the inherent need to not present a black character doing all the nasty things that Snape actually does. One of my biggest issues with the movies, as much as I do love the movies for what they are, it's that it doesn't have the time to really delve into Snape as a character. And there's a lot of people that if you haven't read the books and you've just watched the movies, you're like, oh man, Snape was actually just a great dude and acting the entire time, like total and complete. Like, he's a very complicated character.
That's why he's a great character.
Yeah, because he does a lot of fucking nasty shit that is unnecessary to protect his cover. He is an asshole.
His love for Willie. Willie.
That might be a change in the story this time as well. To be fair.
That's the HBO show.
Black Captain Winky.
No, he's torn between love and hate, basically. You know,
his entire life is dedicated protecting the son of Lily Evans while despising the son of James Potter. And it just so happens that they're the same person.
And Harry, Harry looks so much like him, except for the eyes, but he looks so much like him. So yeah, it's a practice of restraint, frustration, and even Snape's motivation. Even at the end, that's the one thing they did show in the movie was Lily. It's not really Harry. It was Lily. Yeah.
And that's one of the things I don't like about the movie, right? Because they present Snape as much more in the light than he really was as a whole character. And I get it when you're talking about a movie adaptation, you only fit so much in. I think it works. Alan Rickman gave a great performance, even though he probably isn't quite the right look and quite the right age, gave a good performance. But, you know, that one scene when he's going through the Pensieve and the memories and, you know, it gets revealed to him that Harry has to die. And Dumbledore's like, you know, don't tell me that you've come to care for the boy, Severus. And in the movie, Severus, just summons his Patronus, and it's the doe, like Lily, blah, blah, blah. In the book, what is Snape say? There's a big difference. In the book, Dumbledore's like, hey, don't tell me you've come to care for him. And Snape's like, for him? And then fucking summons the doe.
Yep,
so it's like
yep.
very much saying, I don't give a fuck about this kid. I only care about my unrequited love for Lily.
I have to admit, in the audiobooks, Riz Ahmed, I got used to his voice.
Yeah.
Me too, yeah.
And he
Got
did
a
a
lot
really
better.
good job towards the end. When it counted, Hugh Laurie is going to go down as one of the best Dumbledores. Hugh Laurie's kind of based, by the way. And
Very.
he should be
I
Doctor
like
Who.
how based. Hold on. I like how based now just means
Kind of.
you agree with
Anything?
99% of the population.
Kind of. But yeah, that's basically what it means. It's also like anything that, because Disbrew and I talked about this, anything that's misinformation or disinformation is just things I don't agree with.
Yeah.
That's
Usually.
largely. Tim Russ at the Star Trek panel said, I wish they would have made a Star Trek episode on misinformation. And I'm like, well, they kind of did. And it was in the show you were in, dude. The Voyager conspiracy. But to be fair, he was talking about misinformation from the media, and it was just such a boomer take. And he brought up COVID and ventilators and all this shit. It's like, oh God, dude.
Something which just today has come out. Study actually proved that correct.
Yep.
And his thing was we need facts, but what he really meant was people shouldn't be allowed to disagree with what I think are facts.
No.
He wanted basically central institution to give facts out to people so that other people wouldn't let
That's
say
a
things.
bad
I think Disbrew and I are
idea.
the only ones who recorded the panel, and it's really difficult to hear. I've got like a couple of short clips that have, poor Garrett had to pretty much type out because the AI wasn't picking up the dialogue.
Oh,
but they came really close to saying we need to do something about free speech. They got right up to the line and stopped. And the only fucking guy that was speaking any sense there was the Walking Dead writer, and then
was that the guy on the end?
Yeah, and Ronald D. Moore, who's the one who said, when we went into Battlestar Galactica, an incredibly political show, we didn't want to tell you what to think. We just gave you questions, and you think whatever you want to think from this. And
Competently present two sides of something so that you could justifiably see the reasoning behind that or see the reasoning behind that, and you kind of can make up your own mind.
Yeah, and
That's
that's
what
why
Trek used to do.
That's what Trek used to do. That's what Battlestar Galactica did. Well,
Yeah.
I thought.
Very well.
That was followed on either side, though,
Yes,
by people going, no, we should just state things, and now we really have to introduce analogy into things so that we can give people the right opinions.
Disbrew, we have a monster in the White House, and I couldn't hear what she said, but Chase Masterson from DS9 basically called half the country idiots, and in the next fucking breath started talking about empathy. and I'm like, what the fuck?
As one does.
Empathy, something you lack.
But it's even more sinister.
It's the same as,
it was teach the children. Remember, Disbrew? It was, you need to teach the children.
Oh, you mean indoctrinate children?
Yes.
Yeah, it's the same as tolerance. What they actually mean is you should be tolerant of me, you should be empathetic of me, you should come over to my side. They're not saying that they shouldn't. They've never said that they need to be empathetic. There is always that you need to be about them.
No.
It's the same. One woman actually had an entire institution that goes round to kids and takes on things to try and change their behavior and stuff. There was a lot of things like we need to get to them when they're young because that's when they're imprintable.
She was the genius who said, we need to teach the children empathy because basically their parents are monsters. And then and then we need to find solutions for things like hunger and homelessness. We can do it.
Just
by being
utopian
better.
ideals.
Just by being better. And that was after going after Stephen Miller, calling the president a monster and a monstrous. It just went on and on. They booed Elon Musk. But yeah,
this wasn't just the people on stage. The audience were all in on it. There was loads of clapping. The questions came up. It was all about capitalism. Everyone was.
They cheered the Communist Manifesto being brought up.
What?
No, what?
I'm surprised, but seriously?
They quote, in a DS9 episode, they quote the Communist Manifesto, and they were talking about Stephen Miller liking Star Trek and said it suddenly became woke. He's all suddenly became woke. well, they quote the Communist Manifesto in a DS9. I'm forgetting the episode now. And everybody, yay. So it's like, okay, so you admit woke is communism. Thank you. Appreciate it. And yeah, so of course they called out fascism, but yes, they did cheer it. And that question that was being answered was by a woman who's like, well, we live in a post-capitalist society and Star Trek is a post-capitalist society. It's like, sure, everything will work out if you invent a replicator.
Yeah.
Then we will be a post-scarcity society.
Yeah.
Let's
and that's
do
the
it.
big thing
Let's
is
get
they're
on it.
confusing post-capitalism with post-scarcity, which is what Star Trek actually is, post-scarcity.
Who's going to invent a replicator, though?
Yeah. Well, the communists
fucking
will, right? I
blogger?
mean, everyone's going to
A
come
communist
together.
Hassan Piker? Is he going
Yes.
to invent
Yes,
the fucking
Hassan
replicator,
Piker.
or is it going to be some really fucking rich tech head?
Yeah, like Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the whole scarcity thing goes out the window when you end up in the Delta Quadrant. So you
Yeah.
start how to figure out things real fast because you're like, we don't have enough resources and people are going to die. So, yeah.
But the more we see it, I mean, I remember New York Comic-Con 2013, there was a Doctor Who panel. They were talking about the 50th at the time, and they were still talking about things like that. Like, that's what you get at these conventions, at these gatherings. You have these people take the stage that have even tiny amounts of power, but power nonetheless, to make efforts to change the stories. And they've won. They've gotten what they wanted, and they will continue to do that. Like, it's, I mean, I'm not the biggest Star Trek fan, but like, I'm exhausted on hearing this stuff. I should be.
You should watch
But it's
it more.
exhausting.
No, it is. Chase Masterson came out again, a genius, and said, we can't just tolerate or accept identity. We need to celebrate identity. But fuck them Christians and Republicans. You know, it's like, what the fuck are you talking? You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. And she's just a bimbo actress. And listen, I like DS9 as much as the next guy. And there is some base shit in DS9. There is, because it used to be a balanced show.
My favorite thing that they keep talking about is infinite diversity and infinite combinations, and about how Star Trek is so inclusive. Like, you do realize the entire universe is segregated by race. Like, literally all of Star Trek.
Go
The
figure.
Klingons are in their own place, and the Romulans are over here, and that's done for storytelling reasons. But they look at it, and they actually said at one point, like, it was, how on earth could this guy in the White House like Star Trek? And they started likening it to, I forget is it the Mandela effect or something like that, where you hear something or remember something wrong. Yep. And so they think that this guy is writing things into Star Trek. You're like, no, you're only looking at the bits that you think you can write into your narrative, and you're ignoring everything else. You're ignoring how Riker won't let people into the Federation, specifically because he doesn't like their worldview, and he excludes people because they're not up to his standards. Yeah, but they say it's inclusive, not exclusive.
No, that writer, I don't know who he was essentially calling people stupid. So if you're a Republican or a Christian or a libertarian or just not an uber fucking commie, you don't understand Star Trek, the show you've been watching forever. And the fact of the matter is, it used to transcend shit like that. And it was a show that, you know what, socialist fucking commies and Republicans and the left and Christians and Muslims all liked. And maybe you should focus on that. And even Ronald D. Moore tried to roll it back and go, you know, he wasn't complimentary to Stephen Miller, but he's like, well, at least he watches Star Trek. I hope he watches more. You know, like that's more of the reasonableness that was missing from this, to where it got called out. So it's all going to be in my video. But yeah, it's Wizard. I went to New York Comic-Con in 2019, and there was an Antifa panel there. There was a fighting fascism in comic books. Now, you notice there's never a fighting communism. So, comics, you'll know off the top of your head, or Ryan, how many deaths have been attributed to communism?
Way more than fascism.
Way more.
But so not as many as feminism.
Over 100 million easily. Yeah.
It's over 100 million. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 148, but a lot of these countries like didn't count their dead, so it could
there's
be
a lot of
200
mass
million.
graves out there that we don't know about.
Mao being,
I was going to bring up Mao because if you look at like the deaths under certain regimes, you have like, oh look, there's Hitler. Suddenly you have Russia
and their defense
jumping
is,
up with
well,
the
you
communist
never
Russia.
call out well, fascism isn't a real fucking threat right now. But fascism sucks too. Fuck fascism. But communism is a real threat right now.
Yeah.
And I know it's never been implemented properly, guys. I know.
We just haven't killed enough people yet.
You haven't killed enough
We should
people.
try again.
After the next massacre, we'll figure it out.
But you never see it that, and it would be, they would look on it abhorrently. They would go, oh my God, there's a anti-communism panel. Ooh, they're hateful. It's like, but you do anti-fascism panels. So Garrett and I went, Wizard, and we got it on video. We were there with John Trent too. And I'll never forget it. Like, it was 15 minutes, and I'm not joking, of trying to get pronouns right and rules and to not offend people. So it was like, okay, we can't do this or this or this because you might be offending people. And then somebody says something, well, that's offensive, so you can't do that. And then they got to the panel, which was, don't offend anybody except for them fucking Republicans. Fuck them. They should all die. Yeah,
but these are the people that are making changes. These are the people that have some kind of a control, whether it's the people that are on that stage or they're in the ear of somebody that actually does put pen to paper. And that's why we have so many problems in storytelling. They are genuinely trying to rewrite all of storytelling. It's not an attack on an individual hero. It's like that's where we maybe, I think, could have gotten it wrong. It is an attack on storytelling as a medium. It is an attack on really human expression, because if you can control stories, I mean, if we look at throughout all of history, storytelling is repetition. Like, that's how we define ourselves. We read all these stories, and that's how we define human existence. And that is what they are attacking, and it's not about us at all. And it gets scarier by the movie. It's getting worse. Like these throwaway movies, you think, oh, well, it can't be in this one. Oh my gosh, it's in this one too.
Well,
and
Toy Story 5.
Toy Story 5, and it's
Odyssey.
It doesn't take a lot of people, right? You can have a handful of people in these HR divisions, right, that have a certain mindset that can wield a lot of power. And I'm talking about HR here in America, which is treated differently than a lot of other places around the world. Some places are actually trying to do it the right way. But I'm talking about here in America, where take Bob Chapek, who apparently has a big tell-all book coming out. You got a guy like that who something happens, there's a big don't say gay controversy, and he tries to say, hey, we're not going to get political, it's not really our business. And you have a handful of people in some executive positions, some administrative positions in the company that make massive waves by threatening this and threatening that and get into the ear of people. And even though proportionally they don't wield a ton of power, the ramifications if those people come after you can be very big and broad. So you have these people that kind of bend the knee to that type of attitude. And that's how things creep in. And that is within every corporate structure in America, period, at this point.
A lot of this is driven by employee resource groups. And having seen this, working for a corporation, it's like those are the ones that basically start pushing back. Oh, we're not going to get political. And they basically get loud. And that's when HR has to get involved.
So jumping on what Fake Wizard was saying about this attack on storytelling, because this is very important and significant. Stories is how we pass down so many important, subtle but crucial lessons about the roles of men and women, how society prospers, heroism, masculinity. It's all baked into this. And I grew up with He-Man, Superman, Spider-Man, great power, great responsibility. Those had a deep and abiding impression on me, on my perspective on what is good and what is bad. These are important stories. And go back to even old stories from Robin Hood all the way to the Odyssey. You have heroism, exceptionalism, these heroic ideals that inspire people to become better. The push that we're seeing today to undermine storytelling is that push to undermine essential fundamental truth which has held society together for thousands of years. They want to upend the power structure, which is baked into fundamental roles of men and women, because it's all comes down to this. Again, we see communism, Marxism, this idea that, no, you can't have people have more than another. And heroism is about exceptionalism, people that succeed and achieve great things better than other people, something to be aspired to. That's offensive now. That's privilege. They've admitted it. And so they want to destroy the fundamental bedrock of morality that stories has carried on through thousands of years. This is a truly evil push of what they're trying to do.
They want the enforcement of mediocrity.
What they're also they're using your morals against you, and so the whole offense thing, offense doesn't do any damage to anyone. They're relying on you not wanting to offend them. And this is where people are just going to have to stop caring about it. I will say the truth, and if you get offended by it, that's your fault. And a lot of this, it comes down to essentially weak people going, I'm weak, you need to protect me. They are using heroic values against you to pretend like that. And it is the weak people essentially oppressing the strong. It's why they are getting all of these basically inferior people into the jobs that can't do the jobs, and then they're using that against them. And they will always cry victim and then exploit it. You saw it with Blizzard. Blizzard came out with an accusation, changed the entire company, destroyed the company.
And it was all bullshit. Time and again.
It was all bullshit, yeah.
And it was all, I mean, they were going downhill anyway, but yeah.
We're governed by cowards. And that's what, I mean, that's basically what, listen, the left understands this, though. I've said it a lot on the show, sorry, but the left understands how important storytelling is to culture. And the right, this is why they fucking lose. They don't. They don't understand story. They don't understand how important it is when they come in, chime in. It's fucking drive-by commentary without really any thought. Now, not everybody. There's some who understand it. Even if I disagree with them, like they understand it. And then there's some who just fucking don't. And that has been their problem. We need balance, right? I'm an indie, so I don't want one side being completely in control of anything. I think that's bad.
And that's the difference. I think sometimes I'm not going to cast this wide net and say we're all on the same exact side of whatever, but I think sometimes we are more fair in terms of wanting that balanced storytelling. But that's not what the other side's fighting for. The other side's fighting for you get absolutely fucking nothing, you know?
But it's also I don't think it's even like a political. I don't even like using the political framing for it. It is not human first,
I think it is.
and it is anti-human. It is pro-human and anti-human. That's where we're at now. It's like politics aside, because you have idiots everywhere. It's like you have people here that are fundamentally trying to change how we perceive ourselves, and they are hyper targeting the next generation. And so there's a lot of arguments to be made. Oh, well, people aren't seeing Supergirl. People aren't seeing Supergirl. Okay, but now people never will see any Supergirl. People will never consider Superman to be a hero to look up to. People will never consider Hal Jordan to be a hero. Green Lantern, what a joke. And that's it. And so what's left after that? When we have a society raised under the beliefs of Machiavellianism, what's left on the other end of that but little Machiavellians running around? And that's what's terrifying.
The reason why it's political is because they made it political. Neutrality is a one-sided belief. Only one side even cares about it. And so when you say balance isn't neutrality. If one side is just like, I only want my side, the other side has to go, well, I want my side then. And the people in the middle, they will have to side with the people on one side that want neutrality. Because Hollywood at the moment is, you agree with me or you're out. That is it. There is no, well, we're willing to have people as long as you don't rock the boat too much or anything.
Yeah, it's not a by issue thing.
But we've seen it. I mean, it exists. Conservatives and Catholic organizations had a stranglehold on the entertainment industry for years, and we're saying, no, you can't show these things, you can't show these things. And they did give concessions, and we got great art from those occasionally. But when they got passive about it and they went, well, I don't know, it just doesn't seem as important anymore, or their rigid standards for things were more about the standards and not about the storytelling, that's when they started losing control. And they thought, well, we can get into the political sphere, and they, pulled away from Hollywood and let the people in Hollywood run the show. And that's, you see it didn't change overnight. It wasn't like all of a sudden overnight things shifted. But you had people that were slowly taking ground over time, and eventually, when they got the opportunity to go after victimhood with like the Me Too movement and stuff, because that's kind of where a lot of the power balance shifted, was the victims going, look, we're getting rid of all the bad guys. I mean, and they made the scary guys disappear. So like
new scary guys and girls came in.
New scary guys and girls came in who are, and I do agree, very anti-human, because a lot of these people are at the ground level. They're all very just anti-human. But the whole thing is like, You have to have a balance to all of it. You have to have conservative voices. You have to have people that have values and Judeo-Christian values and Christian values in a sphere that is completely run right now by socialists and secular humanists and stuff. You have to have both conflicting views, because it's the only way you actually make real art, because it has to have a balance to it. If you're only one side, your ideology never is challenged. You'll just tell everybody an ideology that you don't actually believe in. A lot of people don't even know what they actually believe. They just spout the stuff they've been taught and say that this is how the world has to be, without actually critically reviewing how the world actually should work.
And that's where the attack on storytelling comes in. They are telling you what to think, right? Like when you approach a story with telling you what to think without leaving anything open to interpretation, it's not really a story.
No, it's propaganda at that point.
Yeah.
That's the interesting part about Star Trek, is the races were different aspects of humanity to specifically look at something from different perspectives.
Right.
So one, like the Ferengi are the capitalists, the Klingons are sort of just
Hail
pure
Quark.
testosterone men. And so built into Star Trek is all of these different opinions, which is why it's so weird when they're like, no, it's equal. And equality just means one position, because the only way you can make everyone equal.
And Quark's like Archie Bunker. They wrote him to be like funny but unlikable, and everybody fucking likes him.
He's one of the best
Great character, yeah.
There is a speech from Quark to a Vulcan to like get her to like, go like pull back from some violent thing she wanted to do. And it's a pure capitalist perspective, but it's actually a brilliant speech that he gives her that actually is fully logically valid about if you focus on this. It's like,
is it the solving war through trade? Is that the one?
Yes, I think I think it's that one, where even with Quark, who's supposed to be almost a caricature of extreme capitalism, they did justice to the perspective in a way that was actually logical and made sense.
Well,
and
go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, it's really funny seeing these communists like try and say, the Federation, they identify with the Federation being so diverse, when the faction within Star Trek that encapsulates them more than anything else are the Borg, like 100%.
Yeah.
Like, and like the
who
Borg
eventually had a power structure when the Borg Queen came in.
Yeah.
Because that's what happens. I mean, if you replace we have corporatism now, not capitalism, but if you replace the free market and you're replacing giant monolithic corporations, you just replace it with one giant monolithic corporation called the government that still has a power structure. There's still one dude in charge or one woman in charge that will be authoritative. I mean, that's what happens because we're human, and there is no equality. Hate to break that to you. There should be equality in rights and all that. But as far as individual people, there's a lot of people on this earth, who are better than me on a lot of things. Reading, math,
the basic things.
That was one of the interesting things in the panel. They did bring up the Borg, and they saw the Borg as the villains because they saw them as removing diversity. And so they actually think that they are like diverse and varied and everything else.
Wow.
But they're a fucking hive mind, just like them. That's the thing
exactly.
hilarious.
There's Black Borg.
Yeah.
Exactly. The Borg was about like in extreme diversity, taking everything and pulling it in and demanding
but making it all the
but
same.
isn't it like no diversity of thought though?
Yeah,
no
diversity
diversity of thought.
Yeah, well, it's a hive mind.
They would like that.
Well,
Interesting. I don't even know shit about Star Trek.
the thing is, like, that's why archetypes work, because you go, I'm writing a character that seems like an extreme, like Quark, but he's supposed to espouse an idea, and then because other characters around him don't have the same ideas, these two ideologies can clash and they can have conversations about things. And you reveal that, sometimes the quiet guy is actually kind of a fucking crazy person, or you find out that the people that believe in peace over everything don't actually believe in that, or like the Borg, eventually you find out they're fucking hypocrites, because they're all like, it's all we're just gonna make it all together, this is better this way, and then they have a fucking queen. You go, dude, and she's got her own individual personality and her own decisions about things, and you're like, what the fuck?
You missed the new Borg queen, which was the drummer from Scott Pilgrim, when she became the benevolent Borg queen, where they're going to go around and they became the true form of communism. They're going to go help people now.
You are
they
correct that I
assimilated-
missed that because I don't hate myself that much to watch.
I was going to say there's got to be a caveat there, right?
Because I watched season 1
You are
of
half
Picard,
black,
and
Mike.
yeah, well, I watched
Trek-
season 1 of Picard, and I went, I might hurt myself if I watch
Kurtzman
season
Trek
2.
is some of the funniest shit ever created. That's why they can't make comedies anymore, because you can't out parody Hollywood when
can't
they're
make,
unintentionally making the funniest thing ever.
That's wild, dude.
It is
benevolent Borg. That's insane.
They said with all your technology, you could like cure illnesses and cripples and everything else, and so they like assimilated all of the sick and ill around the universe to
They assimilated the sick and ill.
Yes.
What?
That is true. They assimilated them with love. Is essentially
Yes,
the story.
that's
I'm not
what
making that up.
happens. Yes. Yes. No, but this is the same show that killed Picard and then put him into an exact robot copy of the in-canon 97-year-old Picard. Not a younger version.
An old robot body.
Old robot that's going to live out his life naturally anyway.
That's so stupid.
Because they had to fight tentacles coming out of a space butthole.
See, look, every time someone kills themselves after watching modern Star Trek, that is another ticker to the communism death toll, I think.
That all counts. They all go to the
But just to
same
put a
pile.
pin on that too, communism deaths versus fascism deaths, in all cases, I prefer to use the official Red Cross numbers. Just want to put that out there. So that's what I do. You choose to live your life the way you want. But I take the Red Cross numbers at face value. Okay. If we're
And what
counting
are
up
those numbers?
deaths from fascism.
What are those numbers? Do we know? Do we want to say?
Never
Never
mind.
mind.
It's a lot less than 6 million if that's
Okay.
what you're asking, Gary.
Oh. Moving on. Moving on.
So anyway, what was it about the tentacles and the butthole?
Rumble's like,
Go back to that.
yeah, tentacles coming out of a space butthole. That's after they ripped off Mass Effect.
They did.
They ripped off Mass Effect. Dude, in Picard season 1, they used stock footage that everybody caught him on. They stock footage for a robot and stock footage for like an animal decaying that they just went to a stock footage account in the $10 million episode of Picard season 1.
You know how in Strange New Worlds they're going to have a puppet episode? I was there for the final panel with the Strange New World people, and the main actor said it's their fault. They were saying it as a joke, and someone took them seriously, and the next thing they know, they had a script.
It's because they were copying Buffy. They had a fucking Slayer in the goddamn show. Yeah, it's.
I haven't. I won't watch it. I can't. I watched season 3 of Picard, and I was like, okay.
Starfleet Academy was bad, which I think some of you
I watched
watched.
Starfleet Academy, and that made me.
But the
wanna
rest
gouge my
of
eyes
it
out, yeah.
is just as bad. It really is. People go, no, Starfleet Academy is the worst. And I would say the worst by like 0.001%. But if you watch Strange New Worlds, Dave Cullen just talked about it, and I watched this episode. Spock mind melds with the fucking plant. With the plant. It doesn't have a mind.
Like
He is just that
plant.
like a house plant.
Oh my God.
What?
Spock sings. There's puppets. Klingon sing.
Spock is the most hated character in that show. They anything to humiliate him at every opportunity. It's weird.
Wow.
The actor playing Jaden, was he not wearing a skirt?
He was.
He was wearing a skirt.
Multiple times.
Multiple times.
He was
It's
wearing
actually makes-
No, I mean
Oh,
at the meetup.
Entire.
At the
This makes complete
Oh.
sense. The plant has a mind because in communist ideology, there's this idea called Lysenkoism, which teaches us that plants are comrades. They will grow alongside their socialist brethren.
George R.R. Martin has these trees, the Werewood Network, that was a hive mind. But as far as we know, they might be kind of evil. So there you go.
Like commie ents? Is that what we're talking about?
Maybe.
If we're being honest, plants are kind of evil no matter. Like, they're,
They're
They
invasive.
produce oxygen, and as much as we need it to live, it also causes us to age.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I'm saying. They're oxidizing the air and shit like that. Half of them are poison, and you can't
Keeps
just
us alive,
eat
but
whatever-
also kills us.
Yeah.
You know who I don't trust? Birds.
Yeah, me either.
Oh, they
Yeah.
have
Controlled by the government.
Oh, they have
Yeah.
robots.
I think it's because they're so old.
Especially flightless birds that run around a lot.
Or as I learned about yesterday, magpies.
Something.
Or I learned about magpies yesterday, and apparently they're a menace for you guys too.
They are. Holy crap! If you don't know, magpies are.
So real quick, who watched End of Oak Street here?
I didn't know it was coming out. I forgot about it. I was like,
you didn't miss anything.
I didn't want to. Didn't miss anything.
No, and I wasn't going to make you guys do it. Right. It's going to be Green Lantern for sure. But so End of Oak Street is the, I believe, first bad reboot movie to come out since Rise of Skywalker. Yeah. So it's produced by Jar Jar Abrams. It's essentially a Twilight Zone episode, right? That had, like, conceptually has potential.
Yeah.
And it was bad reboot garbage. Like,
absolutely.
Through and through.
Hands down.
Jar Jar Abrams hasn't changed a fucking bit.
No.
You can see his DNA splattered all over it. Like the cover of Load from Metallica. You know what? If you know, you know. Okay. It's a dinosaur movie with Ewan McGregor. I posted today that Ewan McGregor's best performance in the last 10 years was a car video about Moses Ingram. He's fucking terrible in it. Like, utterly terrible. His American accent isn't good, like at all.
No, it's not. It's awful.
He's playing himself,
but it's an Anne Hathaway movie. And
remember when he was Black Mask?
He's a cuck.
He's a complete cuck in this. He's a husband who can't find a job, so he's delivering pizza in the 80s, dude. In the fucking 80s. Like an adult delivering pizza in the 80s, you are the biggest loser on the planet.
Bro, I would love to work at a pizza place.
No, I saw the trailer for this and I lost all interest when
the
father is running around with an axe and then Anne Hathaway has the gun.
Has the rifle.
And I'm like, okay, I can see.
Well, that's kind of issue. She doesn't have the body strength to fight something with an axe.
At least it's not as bad as Watchmen, the first episode from HBO, where a World War I veteran comes back and hands his gun to his fucking nurse wife while he holds the baby.
Yeah.
So yes, 2.5 million at the box office in previews. That's great. It's 90 minutes long, so that's thankful. There's a build up. It's about a town that there's a bubble that goes around a 2-mile area in a suburb that transfers it. They always say 65 million years back. Well, that's right towards the end of the dinosaur. They need to take it back a little further. So this town gets transported to 65 million years ago. No, they don't really explain it. Basically, they say, well, there was maybe some solar flares that caused wormholes.
Yeah.
What?
Now, a good Twilight Zone. A good Twilight Zone episode would be explaining it, and it's some test that test somehow fits allegorically with what the story you're trying to tell. That's what a good Twilight Zone or Outer Limits does. This one is just some shit happened, and that's typical Jar Jar Abrams. And listen, I like Cloverfield. I actually like that movie. I'm fine with that movie. It's one of the few things I like by him. But there's a gay relationship between the daughter and the husband's a cuck. Anne Hathaway is writing a book and considering leaving her family or regretting not leaving her family to go off for her career. She's got these 2 great kids, it seems like, and she wants to write a book and have a career and not have her family. And the whole lesson is she loves her family because they survived fucking dinosaurs.
And she got a book deal.
They proved they were badass, basically.
Yeah, and she got a book deal.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
Did it look like it cost $85 million to make?
No, the dinosaurs didn't look. There's some that did not look good at all.
Like probably money laundering then. Yeah.
But this plays right into the J.J. Abrams, like, with nothing explained, like to draw you in. It fits that to a T. There's no explanations by the end.
Yeah, the mystery box. One of the worst storytelling techniques of all time.
That and the worst thing about it is literally the movie undoes everything at the end.
Yeah, okay, we'll get to that comment. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. So the build up is decent. I think they did I'm gonna give it one compliment. The build up is fine.
It is.
I mean, aside from all the feminism and fucking the husband being a cuck and whatever, and the kid being bullied and, typical 80s neighborhood, I guess. Then they get transported to with the dinosaurs a little before halfway through the movie, and the rest of it is just running for your life and people getting eaten. And again, the dinosaurs didn't look great. There were some feathered dinosaurs that looked a lot like emos.
Literally all the dinosaurs.
Better or worse than Primitive War special effects?
Worse. Wow. Primitive War fucking rules compared to this. And I'm not being high. Okay, the dinosaurs, because they had more money, might in some aspects look better than Primitive War, but I will watch Primitive War 1,000 times over watching this.
What they're able to do with that, with the budget they had, is insane.
It's insane.
War.
Well, I don't know what the budget.
And I think they do a lot of stuff well in terms of the lighting of scenes and things like that to, so that you're able to effectively use the scary shit of dinosaurs without necessarily having to have a full CGI shot of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So the budget for this film was 80 to 92 million. Primitive War, 7 million, right? 7 million. And hail Luke, by the way. So yeah, the movie is just, she's got the rifle the whole time. Now they kind of explain it in a picture at the end, but what comics was talking about is they're transported in. They don't really tell you why. There's a bubble that pops up they're able to survive. Most everybody's dead. So they go back, and Anne Hathaway's character is able to collect calls to enough people to save them and change the past
in 20 minutes.
In 20 minutes.
In 20 minutes. The problem is, if you change the past, then those people aren't there, and
it's
then
a paradox.
They don't survive because Ewan McGregor, I wouldn't say he sacrificed himself saving his family. It was a really pathetic death.
It was.
Yeah.
Like he gets his leg ripped off and then eaten right in front of Anne Hathaway, who just stands there crying. Right. But I wouldn't call that I'm sacrificing myself for my family, because
it wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be kind of an insult. He is a loser through and through. He couldn't save his family.
And it is Ewan McGregor, so okay.
Yeah, the one thing that I thought that they do kind of set up is it's like you had the husband and wife on the rocks. This is a very common trope that we see in Hollywood, and this event brings them together, much like what we see in Die Hard, right? Between those two characters, and the issue is that all the heroism is being done by the women in this movie.
Yes,
none of the men, most of the men, are basically they're either weak or slightly ineffective. And you mentioned the whole thing with the picture. They're like, oh look, they're giving the explanation that she knows how to use guns. It's like it would have been far more interesting if they're all trying to figure this out together to survive together, right? There's an interesting concept that's there with this movie, but the execution is very J.J. Abrams. It's very woke 2.0. Like I said, that we're going to be seeing going forward, where they're toning it down. It's not going to be as much in your face as it has been before, but it's still fucking there.
Well, this goes into exactly what we're talking about the whole intent to subvert the traditional, standards that we have, where the traditional standard, if this film was made properly, what it would be a movie about a dad who's now in a desperate situation that locks down and goes murder hobo on those dinosaurs and saves his family's life and leads the charge.
And you could even have dad and mom working together.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep, absolutely. But they can't do that. They want to upend the traditional standard of a dad leading the family and protecting them, and they need to make the wife, the mother, be the warrior.
They switch the gender roles in this.
Exactly. And the boy has a crush on a girl, but then the girl ends up being a lesbian. And
but that was the whole point of this is a dinosaur movie with gender role swaps in it. It was the gender role swaps first, and then they're like, "Hey, let's throw some dinosaurs in there in the Twilight Zone episode." Because this was the message first matters more than the actual movie.
Well, here is the negative result to movies like this. If people actually start to get this kind of thing ingrained, that the wife is they're going to fight just as much as the father, I'm not going to be transported or my family transported back in time, but if something dangerous happens to my family, and people are indoctrinated into that, and is what the husband going to turn to the wife and say, "Ready to fight alongside me?" Where in reality, this is the true reality in most situations. When something really dangerous happens, women look to men to do the fighting or protect them, and they have emotional difficulties confronting, and if they try and fight, they're usually outmatched physically in a very big way.
So hypothetically, if a battalion of emus comes up on, the Shad compound,
whoa,
Shad's breaking out his swords.
I'm more prepared than you understand, Gary.
Well, okay,
He's been waiting for this.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's like, it's my time. Like, but the thing
birdseed cannon. He's just like, I'm ready.
I've been waiting for this all my life.
That is the reaction that the traditional storytelling is supposed to give men. That have you seen that meme about male power fantasies is to be the last one standing, holding off the army while their family runs off to a thing? Like that is actually an important ideal to impress upon men, to understand that they're the last line of defense and they're ready to sacrifice themselves to save those who are more vulnerable. They want to upend that, and if that gets upended, society is screwed. That's going to be the ultimate result to this. It's like, and how pathetic is that? Though. Like, how pathetic a man would you have to be that if your family gets in danger, you turn to your wife and say, "You go first," or you're fighting alongside. But that's the ideal that they want, because feminism, girl power, girls can be just as tough as men. I'm sorry, that's not reality, and it's a sad reality that they want in the future, that if the Titanic is going down, men are like, "Women, you're coming down with us," or something like that. When
no, men first. Then
right,
men can stay this time. Look, we've already done 100 years of that.
Men and children
now
first.
I'm getting on the boat.
Women can stay on the
Where
boat.
are you going? I can have
Woman
kids.
in the
Get on the
water.
boat. I can swim.
for it.
All right. And it's a sad thing that that's what they're trying to condition people to believe with movies like this.
Over and over again, dude. And the fact of the matter is, this is like a streaming movie at best.
It shouldn't have gone to theaters, but it was probably too expensive.
Well, you're also going to see a lot more of that in the future. If Allison wants 30 movies a year in the cinema, he's going to have to just shove everything out there as fast as possible. Yeah, so that'll lower the quality of movies in its own right.
100%. With these mergers, again, nobody complained about Fox and Disney except for us. We did.
Yeah,
and they have lost 12 to 14 movies a year because of that merger. That's what they average it out. That's huge, especially when we're going to have a 3-month run of nothing. But and then we're going to get a lot more of this. And Jar Jar Abrams dipping his toe back into it's such a Jar Jar Abrams joint.
And the thing is, like, to Shad's point about like storytelling and stuff, what's one of the most popular consumed like genres right now in pieces of media right now? Shonen. Like it is male power fantasies and about masculinity, being badass and overcoming the odds and all of that stuff. And they're doing it at a formative year because most of the main characters in Shonen are like 12 to 18. So they're like, these kids are flocking to this because they do crave that kind of storytelling. It's inherent to the human experience. So they're going to find it one way or another. And that's why anime's kind of eating the lunch of a lot of stuff right now.
Destroying them.
It's become taboo. It's become taboo in the West to do this. In fact, just tomorrow, I'm having a podcast with a man named Bruce Centaur, who writes lit RPG novels, which focuses exclusively on the idea of male romance, which is, and here's the thing, initially, I thought, like, okay,
I was excited for a second.
Now
blame yourself,
right?
Wait.
Exactly. Your reaction precisely is the stigma, right? Because I thought that too. I got recommended this book, and I was like, well, this is just going to be porn, but it'll be funny, right? I read it. There's no porn. It's family building. It's taking care of the women. It's building a family. It's building expertise, building a home. The sexual aspect is barely mentioned in other than a natural part of when you pick up a hot chick, you're going to want to bang her eventually. It's all about taking care of building a life together. That is the male power fantasy, and we obviously cannot encourage that because at the end of the day, male power fantasies is intrinsically linked to male sexuality. This is what we would want to do as men. It isn't just about sex. That's a puerile teenage fantasy. It is about building a life, protecting, creating something, building a family. And that is obviously toxic to the socialist ideology.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, as part of the story of heroism, it's not just that the guy dies, but he has to die for something. You have to give him a reason why he will charge into the enemies. And sex just isn't a good enough reason, but your family, your nation, dying for your king, loyalty, honor, those things are.
And you can find another hole to stick your dick in. That's not going to be the problem. It needs to be something greater.
And that's the fundamental
Should have that on a
thing
t-shirt.
The family is a fundamental thing that the communist ideology hates, because the family supports one another. When someone doesn't have enough and needs something, they can rely on the family to help them, where the state wants to replace that. And because the state wants to be, we'll look after you, just give us all your rights and your money and we'll distribute it and take care of you. The family is the stopgap against that. And so they need to undermine the family to push their utopia, as they see.
Well, the other thing, too, that these female communists need to understand that in true communism, women just become property. They literally are there to just be breeding stock.
It all comes down to what Nolan said about equality. Like, one of the biggest things that can give you a huge advantage in life is a strong family with two parents. And so if you want to make everyone equal, you have to destroy that. It's why the children belong to the state, because then everything is equal. It's the same. Well, why do women have to fight? Well, because men can fight, and therefore we have to make the women fight, because otherwise they're not equal. If we admit that they can't fight, now that it makes them inferior at something. And so everything comes back to equality versus hierarchy. That is the foundational decision.
It's about shifting power, it's not about equality.
Yep.
Yeah, so End of Oak Street was really bad.
Yeah,
it was.
It wasn't good.
Fuck up dinosaurs, man. We literally had like a Jurassic Park movie with like a dinosaur with Down syndrome make like a ton of money, and you guys can't like fucking nail a dinosaur film. That's bad.
Oh, but we got two dinosaurs fucking. I mean, that's something we've never seen on screen, kind of.
The concept of the movie about, modern things being transported back in time reminds me of an old movie called The Final Countdown, which seems like far more fun, where a US aircraft carrier gets transported right before Pearl Harbor and uses modern technology to kick the crap out of the Japanese before they bomb Pearl Harbor. And it's like, watch that one instead. That seems like a more fun time travel thing.
There is a show coming out Sunday called Lanterns. They can't call it Green Lanterns because that will be stupid. It is True Detective, essentially, on the same streaming service where you can just watch True Detective.
True Detective.
That's what I would do, is just watch. From the writer of the HBO's Watchmen series, one of the worst things I've ever seen. Yeah, and yes, the video is still coming out. It's just going to take a little longer because it's really hard to watch again. Okay, it's fucking really hard to watch
bad.
again.
I hadn't watched it until like a couple months ago. I was like, "Holy shit, this is
way
worse than I thought."
Bad.
You
many of the reviews
me for that. Yeah,
many of the reviews of Lanterns say that this isn't as good as that, but they mean that as a compliment for Watchmen.
What?
Not.
They say it's just a shade short of Watchmen.
So, I guess they lifted the embargo. Chris originally said that the embargo didn't lift until after the show aired, so I don't know if that's a review embargo or not.
Well, the reviews are out. It's not just social media reactions.
Okay, good. Totally unrelated to that. I know what happens at the end. There is 5 minutes of footage out. I don't think we can get away with. Probably shouldn't show it at all. But
WB is terrible.
Well, you can fight them, but it takes a while. But Wizard, yeah. So when WB hits you for a copyright claim, you do your response, and then they say no. They go no. They do the take you to court thing. You just do the second appeal, and they run. They drop and run.
Oh,
for any company
time
for any company, because essentially in that 7-day business period after that second review, they would have to initiate the paper. It might be 10 business days, but they would have to initiate the paperwork to start taking you to court over your YouTube video that is clearly fair use.
Yeah.
So they're always going to drop.
So they give up. It's a little pain in the ass, but they give up.
I did it with Universal for the Odyssey trailer.
Yep.
Fucking went 29 days for the first review before it's about to expire, and then they're like, "Well, we actually decided this claim is valid." So I fucking furiously typed up my bullshit.
Through the second appeal.
Within a couple days, they dropped it.
Dude, sometimes it's sooner. Sometimes it's hours. They just give up. And I have to do that on every fucking Warner Brothers project and Universal a couple of times. Universal's weird. They're hit and miss. Lanterns review, Kyle Chandler and Aaron Pierre's chemistry helps HBO's clever action comedy transcend lackluster superhero backdrop.
Wait, is it an action comedy?
Action comedy is wild.
Way to take a dump on the source material it's based on. The superhero stuff is crap. Focus on this other thing.
So in the
weird
footage,
thing about this show is that this has been in the works in some way for almost a decade. A Green Lantern show, whether it was Green Lantern Corps, whether it got evolved into this, it has been in the works for 8 years plus now at Warner Brothers. They've been trying to get it off the ground. And it's gone through a variety of different changes and everything. But you have to wonder how much of the original intent is here and how much has been changed, how much involvement Gunn had in it, period. I don't know.
Well, there was a rumor, I can't remember who the writers were. They were better. That they wanted to do a Green Lantern show, and HBO dictated, the old regime dictated that they needed to make it more like True Detective, and they said no, so they bailed. And that this is still, so it's James Gunn basically repurposing that idea.
Correct.
It's a rumor. Don't know if it's true. But Chris Mundy and Damon Lindelof and Tom fucking King created the series in which Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart bicker more than they kick intergalactic butt.
Wow.
Chris has seen it. Did Chris give his thoughts? I don't want to give Chris thoughts unless I think he did today. I think he gave his thoughts today. What he told me was, well, it's not James Gunn, so it doesn't totally suck. But he did call it a deconstruction, and as far as like Hal dying at the end of the first episode, that's left open. I guess that's left pretty open.
I mean, just look at that sentence, though. Of subtler importance, albeit more complicated to discuss, is Jack Reacher's whiteness.
Well, wait. Rewind. Say that again.
There's a sentence there just below the lanterns thing. Of subtler importance, albeit more complicated to discuss, is Jack Reacher's whiteness. And this has been in other interviews. There was one about fear and heroism is integral to another guy's blackness. Like, there's in multiple reviews. Another guy called it very timely and important work. I think this is just going to be one giant message, essentially, judging by the reviews. It's why they like it so much.
Reacher is a behemoth who strolls into town in the South and the American heartland. He's a vagrant who picks. Are we watching? This is a Green Lantern review, right?
Yeah, what the fuck does this have to do with anything?
Yeah, that's.
So what they're saying is, if Jack Reacher was black, he wouldn't be able to get away with the shit he does. He walks around in Georgia and Alabama and picks fights with people on the streets. He befriends women.
Ryan, are we gonna have time to watch Reacher?
It's already out, dude.
Yeah, but it's not all out.
It's 3 episodes. Yeah, we gotta. Maybe we'll do like a half season. We gotta do something.
Yeah, let's do.
I've heard the show's good.
We got to bring Reach around back. So.
I think it's really funny how you're seeing so many people being like, you know, now that Alan Richson's revealed himself to be anti-Trump, his show's gonna bomb, and it's like, you dumb fucking retards! He's been saying this shit for 5 years.
Yeah, it's
like
not
it's going to be the second most watched thing of the year.
Yeah, pretty much.
Absolutely.
My opinion is, as long as that doesn't translate to the show itself, it's probably not going to be a big issue. Most of the audience isn't on social media. Most of the audience is about Gary's age. But not that Gary isn't on social media. I'm just saying in general, you know. So I don't think it'll have.
I'm rare for soon to be 4 days, dude. 57. So let's just move on from that. HBO's they're finally talking about lanterns. That's good. So I guess the guy just he went all Grace Randolph on John Cena is like this big guy.
So here it is. As depicted here, Pierre's Jon Stewart offers a small glimpse of what would happen if Jack Reacher were a towering black man. That's what it's about. So there's going to be racist people that don't like him because he's fucking black in like a Southwest town, I guess.
Yeah, all those racist people. I think there's a lot of us on the panel of at least read a Jon Stewart in a comic book.
Sorry, I thought you were going to say a lot of racist people on the panel.
I could have just ended it there. Yeah. HBO's Lantern has DC Comics roots and some moments of effects-driven superhero bombast, but as adapted by Chris Mundy, Damon Lindelof, and Tom King, what it feels like is a Jack Reacher story with Aaron Pierre. The swagger of a big black man. The unintentional swagger of a big black man.
On superhero. Why the hell did you make this a Lantern show then? You clearly had no interest in making it a Green Lantern show.
No.
Can we please click on the author of this and see what the person who's writing this looks like?
I need to see.
Yeah. Daniel Feinberg, the swagger of a gigantic black man walking around this
well-toned muscles
just really appeals to me.
Walking into a bedroom and walking up to your wife with the big black guys. You're like, oh, dude, you're kind of projecting a little bit.
Feinberg does a top 5 list with Leslie Goldberg.
Wow, crazy.
That picture, that name, it tells you everything you need to know or want to know about his sex life.
Yep.
Big black guy stealing all your stuff. You can't stop him. You have to watch from the chair in the corner.
Yeah. Hey, Jon Stewart can now just make bikes with his ring. He doesn't need to steal them. So
yeah. He's like,
just does it for
I don't
fun.
have to steal this. I just want to. Yeah. I respect that.
If only Captain Falcon had that ring.
Since Lanterns just so happens to be premiering opposite the new season of Reacher will crush it in ratings. Utterly crush it. It's easy to acknowledge that Lanterns is smarter, better acted, and just plain better than any season of Reacher to date. Sounds like you don't like Reacher. Reacher's a really good basic show. Like, it's a really good 7 out of 10 show. Wouldn't call it a 10 out of 10 show.
Like, I don't actually disagree if it's like kind of a B movie almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that description I don't think is terribly inaccurate when it comes to Reacher. It's just solid.
Yeah. It's a good time. Better acted and just plain better than any season of Reacher to date. At the same time, Lantern comes off a set of expectations that will never burden Reacher. An extended B movie of a TV series adapted from a pot boiler run of airplane novels. Okay. So how's Lanterns? Okay,
this guy
what
really
I want to know.
fucking hates Reacher, man.
A little bit.
All the reviews are like this, though. Most of them all agree the best thing about it is when it's not a superhero show and it's barely a superhero show. It's just taking influence from everything else.
Okay.
Really? That's
the fucking thing I hate about Watchmen. No, go back to that real quick. Go back to that.
There was also Games Radar published an article that said Lanterns didn't originally feature a Green Lantern suit as the creators weren't sure about it.
Oh,
God. This is something really ashamed of being a superhero show.
Remember when they were conceiving the Superman movie and they were considering having him not fly and not have a cape? That was back in the Nicolas Cage days. Yes, that is a true story.
Really?
With Lindelof as a key piece of its pedigree, Lanterns invariably has to compare to Watchmen, a spectacular superhero non-adaptation that combined conventional genre thrills with a rich, socially conscious undercurrent that launched a million. What was the Tulsa Massacre real? So they took the Tulsa Massacre, amped it up. It was a massacre. It was very fucking bad. We're going to all agree on that. Amped it up beyond what it was. There wasn't planes flying around and shit. And then they made it a supervillain controlling everybody. So if you think about, but they're like, man, they broke their arms patting themselves on the back. Like more people learned about the Tulsa Massacre. The text and subtext of Lanterns aren't woven together as consistently as in Watchmen. Wow.
Well, that actually means it's all still there. It's just more blunt.
Like a sledgehammer to the side of the head.
It wasn't like Watchmen wasn't super blunt. Like,
it was pretty blunt. Remember when Don Johnson, like for some reason, kept his dad or uncle's KKK uniform in a weird, expensive-looking closet, and then Louis Gossett Jr. in a wheelchair somehow hanged him?
Yeah.
And Louis Gossett Jr. was gay. The text and subtext of the lanterns aren't woven together as consistently as Watchmen, and the viewers tuning in with particular interest in it being a comic book blockbuster are likely to be at least a little underwhelmed.
You don't say.
Because when I see my space adventure where guys basically are able to manifest things from a little green ring through willpower, I don't want to see any of that. I want to see him in khakis, unshaven, walking around dirty towns in middle America and having conversations. It's really super exciting. In the clip that they showed to show that Jon Stewart has no fear, his dad doesn't allow him to watch TV. He was watching an interview with a de-aged Hal Jordan, and dad catches him, puts an apple on his head, and shoots an apple off his son's head.
Why?
No,
teach him not to be afraid.
To teach him not to be afraid.
I
never thought of this with my kid. I'll tell Junior, hey, Junior, I got.
Don't you want your kid to be afraid of punishment? Like, you're teaching them the wrong lesson.
You like watching TV? What do you think about apples?
You can hit play.
And he's like, what?
The one thing he's scared of, fruit.
Fruit. He's like, no, Dad, not the apple.
Jesus.
On the side of the house, too.
Yeah. We have to be careful of guns on the live stream.
Fucking AI, goddamn. He shoots the apple off his head. There you go. You saw it.
He's like, so you're not scared anymore? He's like, well, I didn't know if he had good aim. Like, that's.
The kid also didn't look scared at all.
Yeah.
So it's born for this.
The series time jumps, and there were rumors that Hal Jordan dies at the end of the first episode, and it might be dies, or they might be setting him up for. He's not going to be in Man of Tomorrow. So Kyle Chandler's not in Man of Tomorrow. So he won't be around anymore. So I'm assuming he just dies. Sinestro is supposed to be played by.
If James Gunn's DCU lasted for more than the next, 8 months, then maybe he could come back as Parallax at some point. But
oh, dude, we're down to months.
Or the Spectre or something,
aren't we? But yeah, the actor playing Sinestro is good, but I think he's just going to be sitting in a room, talking. We'll find out. Chris said, "Yeah, it's great because it's not James Gunn, but it's a clear deconstruction." So we will see. The thing is, like Taylor Sheridan and we were right when the corporate critics, if you just put enough politics in it, it's like woke or political product placement. They'll like anything. Mm-hmm. They would like a movie like Citizen Vigilante if it was flipped to their side.
Right.
They would fucking love it to death.
Yep.
Oh, one battle after another.
Yep.
You watched it, Odin?
I refuse to watch that day.
Okay, it's abysmal.
Yeah.
And Paul Thomas Anderson is capable of making good. I think he's really fucking overrated, but he's capable of making good films.
Mm-hmm. He's a competent director.
Yeah, but that movie was just arduous and boring, and it hit every checkbox so he would win an Academy Award. And if it wasn't for Sinners, he would have won them all. And if it wasn't for One Woke After Another, Sinners would have won Best Picture. But that's what's more important to Hollywood. I guess the black guys aren't that important when you get really woke.
We tried, but
you tried. The interview. Communism. So, do we have a generalized? Let's go to the bottom. Usually in the last paragraph, they wrap everything up. I don't want to hear this guy fucking simp over Aaron Pierre.
Oh wow, he just keeps going.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in the other Green Lanterns. Nathan Fillion reprises his Superman role as Guy Gardner very briefly, and I just didn't care. Or even the entity represented by a mellow, effective Laura Linney in a recurring role. I would, however, happily watch Pierre and Chandler wandering into different towns and cities with a power-depleted magical ring, quarreling and raising a ruckus for 8 new episodes every year.
So not.
Oh, what about the paragraph just above that? It said it was a sci-fi show that has to occasionally pander to viewers.
I saw that too.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's a gritty and ground level show that occasionally has to pander to viewers with a sci-fi set piece.
Wow.
It's going to be that bad.
They think you're stupid.
they hate the genre.
They do.
Like, why are these people even making superhero stuff at this point?
Well, no, it's that
Because
statement
they hate the
essentially go,
genre.
look, yeah, they're like, this is a great piece of propaganda, but occasionally we have to remember who someone has to watch.
It's a superhero show. Even Grant Morrison, fucking James Gunn's hero, called this shit out. He called Damon Lindelof supposedly joking, but not really joking when he said it was stupid to put Green Lantern in. He wrote a whole thing on like, you should not be making this. You are the last person on Earth. And it's not like Grant Morrison, like politically disagrees with any of these people. I think he's non-binary now, Ryan. Grant Morrison's non-binary, whatever.
Hey, really?
Yeah, he announced he's non-binary.
What the fuck?
Nobody was paying attention to him anymore.
Well, what's more unlikely? Grant Morrison's non-binary or Alan Moore's a wizard?
Alan Moore's a wizard.
Sleeve.
That's
Alan
a trick
Moore's
question.
probably a wizard, actually. He might be.
Honestly, I think Alan Moore. Well, Alan Moore probably thinks he's a wizard.
That's what I'm
if you
saying.
drop
He
enough
really
acid-
believes he's
yeah.
a wizard.
But Grant Morrison probably really believes he's non-binary.
Yeah, that's true.
What's the difference?
Wizard.
But no, he
guy can do
wrote a
magic and-
scathing article or blog or whatever that I completely agreed with. It's like these are the last people who should be fucking touching this franchise.
He did back off on it a little bit.
Yeah, he did.
Like a
He got a
non-binary
talking
pussy.
Yep, just like. Oh my God!
Like a non-binary
he-
wizard
he-
sleeve.
He is. You know what's
Back
even
off.
more ironic? This is no joke. Grant Morrison is a practitioner of chaos magic.
Sure he is.
So he's a wizard and non-binary. Or they's a wizard and non-binary.
Wheeze was wizards.
Wheeze was wizards. Yeah, damn.
Weasley's
dude.
wizard wheezes.
Well, he said he got abducted by aliens in 1994 in Kathmandu. So maybe he might
He
actually
writes
have magical
some
powers.
good comic books. Okay, I'm just gonna say I enjoy some of it. We Three is one of my favorite little short stories, and it's basically Homeward Bound meets Terminator. So a dog, a cat, and a rabbit who get experimented on, so they're like dangerous weapons now, and they escape the facility. And they just want to go home. It's a really fucking good comic.
Hey, Mike, maybe you can answer this question. Why don't black people ever get abducted by aliens? Are the
They
aliens
do.
just fucking sick and tired
One
of
of the
them
most
too, or what?
famous cases is a black guy. Ryan.
That was a lie. That was one of the first ones. That was a
Betty
lie.
and
Didn't
Barney
happen.
Hill.
They're
Didn't
too
happen.
busy. They're too busy hunting down leprechauns. If you
It's
remember.
mostly because you get abducted at night and they can't see them very well. It's they're
like Odin's
drive-
explanation.
flying around and they're
Everybody
like,
who says
"Yo."
see leprechauns say yeah, yeah.
It might be a crackhead.
You got hold of the wrong stuff.
What are we doing?
I don't.
Here's an
fucking
amateur
know.
sketch of
Our
the
best.
leprechaun.
It's fucking funny. We're doing our best.
I just want it. That's the show.
What?
I'm impressed.
I'm Screech.
Isn't he dead?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
How did he die?
Shit.
I want to say drug overdose.
What was that guy's name? Like Dustin Diamond? What
Yeah,
the fuck is
Dustin
his name?
Diamond.
Yeah.
He dead.
Yeah.
He did.
He dead.
He wasn't saved by the bell, that's for sure. So stupid. It's not even funny.
It's fucking funny.
The best jokes are Ryan.
Wow.
Someone said cancer. That's not funny now.
Yeah, he got.
Oh
yeah, he got
no.
It was
That's
funny
not-
when we
Fuck
thought he
cancer.
killed himself with drugs, you know.
Well, that's why I didn't say anything out loud because I read it and I was like, oh, never mind.
God. I blame whoever fucking said that.
Core member was asking why I don't remind people that do a tweet like, "Hey, we're going on FNT in 3 hours." I haven't done that in like 3 years. I'm glad he just remembered though. I'll start again just for you, core member, as long as you stop putting me in Bon Jovi fucking memes.
That's asking a lot.
Now he's about to do it again.
Yep.
He
Uh-oh.
is. Did Wolverine come out, the game?
No.
I think there's just gameplay that's out of it, right?
It's the marketing campaign is cranked up for it.
Okay. I'm going to play it.
The gameplay I've seen looks like mixtape. There's just a guy running into a load of fire. He's not even pressing any buttons.
That's like, I'm like, whew, this is a game for me. Let's go.
There was
like
a
it's
chase
mostly
scene.
cinematics.
Yeah, there was a chase scene in a one-way pathway, but they still have a glowing line to direct you where to go in this one-way path.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, the game's made for you, Gary.
It is.
It is, though.
Oh, the doors are
Mixtape
open.
is
That's
the only
great.
game I've completed
Whoa.
on the internet. He's just going. He's just going.
Riveting.
Like,
Oh,
I
you
get
have
that
to
that's supposed to
jump?
be like. I think that's supposed to be like the simp
Nick.
thing, but like you could have done that like.
Is this
Arkham.
journalist mode or is this
It's
just
No,
probably
it's the
journalism.
Just
game.
normal mode.
Oh God.
Wait, are you a human?
It's supposed to be
Wolverine.
You're Wolverine.
Oh, sorry.
You're a mutant.
You're a mutant.
Called
Yeah, you're not
Wolverine.
human.
Gotcha.
Is that the hand? Yeah, that was the hand.
Yeah, it's the
Looks
hand.
like a hand.
Oh, it's like he's wearing flannel. Is that a
I was
lesbian?
looking at the
Is that
chat,
a
so I was like,
comedian?
wait, what?
Right.
What are we watching?
That's a real problem with this game, though. It does not look like X-Men anything. It looks very generic.
Well, apparently they made Wolverine look less vicious and more soy.
Well, I mean, it's like a lot of this shit, right? The James Bond game didn't look like a James Bond game. That looked like it could have been any kind of generic action thing. You wouldn't have been able to pick out James Bond unless it's set on the fucking cover, you know?
Yeah.
It's actually an
that's
interesting point.
hilarious.
We've been talking about a little bit about the woke 2.0 has been mentioned a couple of times. So
Yes.
an interesting little idea there is I think there's partially correct, right? Because they're now going to have to go underground a little bit. So they're going to have to try and soy down a couple of things. We're entering now a period of negotiations, I think, where the companies are like, no, don't do the gay shit. It doesn't sell. But they've got thousands of people inside the companies who want to do the gay shit, who are desperate to do the gay shit, who vibrate at the thought of doing the gay shit. And so they're going to go to the company.
Well, that escalated quickly.
How does one know this?
Throbbing.
One always knows this. One can feel the vibrations in the ground. If one knows what
It's where earthquakes come from.
Yeah, if one knows where to look, you can. Yeah.
Okay, back to the employee resource groups. This is
Vibrating gays,
exactly
got
what
it.
Arch is talking about. These are the people that are going to continue to push this stuff.
Yeah, so they're going to go like, can we make Wolverine a little bit less manly? And they're going to give you boy Wolverine. And some executive is going to go, oh, God, I don't even read these fucking comics. And I even know he doesn't look like that. Fix it. And they'll keep going back and forth until hit the sweet spot where he still looks effeminate enough for them, but they kind of pass as corporate muster. We're going to see game after game like this. And the James Bond game was a perfect example of this, where they were like constantly insulting Bond, but then giving him enough James Bond to kind of let you see past it. And they insulted him a bit more, and then they give you a little bit more. And they're going to try to find that balance where they can still be woke, but not piss people off too much about
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
Covert.
That's
Exactly it.
I think a lot of people were saying that when our boy Pierce wrote the book Woke is Dead. It's like, nah, they're just rebranding. They're going to get smarter. They're going to get more subtle. They're not going to change.
No.
You know, like there are people who are interested in making money in Hollywood. I talk to them, and they don't like what's going on. But the structure that we talked about, the structure of these corporations, HR is in power. Middle management is in power. Fucking female-run PR is in power. In power over creative choices. And that's what stifles them all the time. So there are people who are going to try, but they're going to have to make concessions, right? Yeah. And for example, Doctor Who is on Tender or Grinder, whatever you want to say.
Yeah, what? yeah.
So Tender means it's being like shopped around.
Yeah.
Right. And there are American companies interested. And one was reported that has David Tennant attached. And there's another one that hasn't been reported that has something way more interesting happening, in my opinion. But neither of them can do what needs to be done. Like they need to erase the timeless children. You can fix Star Trek. You just got to put everything in the Kelvin timeline. You know, you can fix Star Wars, but there is no willingness to do this for a small group of people that will protest within the building.
Right.
Right. And I mean, they're just cooked after that. But yeah, these changes can be made. There's some people who want to make them. Some people who are in fucking power, but they can't because they're not really in power.
Also, Doctor Who isn't the IP for it because there may be Americans that want to make money in this, but the BBC don't care. They've never needed to care about money because they're paid for by taxes. So if any IP is the one that can't turn around, it'll be that one.
And that's why Doctor Who won't be picked up, even if somebody does offer some serious money, is because those companies are going to want control, and BBC will never, ever, ever give that up.
Yep.
So we'll just get a dumb reboot, and it'll be gay.
Yep.
And I do think there will be efforts to get rid of these people eventually. But again, we've got decades of unions, decades of tradition, seniority, contracts, etc. Like what Xbox is doing right now is definitely an attempt to begin purging this. Because we heard from the Bethesda people fired particularly where they were in department, like half of the people were fired. And one guy in a vlog was like, all of them were a part of the union. How suspicious.
Well, getting out of Hollywood would be the way to fix this. And again, if one studio leaves, others will follow with their main offices. They'll always have a presence there, but essentially Hollywood is what it is right now is administrative offices.
Yep.
But those are very powerful administrative offices. Yep. I mean, show me one fucking dude a straight dude who works in PR in Hollywood anywhere. That's like finding a female comedian, you know.
I can show you videos of women in HR that says we do read your social media feeds and we will use it against you and not fire you if we find out what you're posting. So you should be careful. There's lots of bizarrely lunatics HR people
I'm
more
like,
than happy to brag what they're doing.
Make my day because my Twitter's pretty fucked up. So yeah.
All right.
I just want short, stinky, hairy Wolverine just murdering people.
I thought you were talking about HR again.
Yeah. Well, HR too, yeah. Just a stinky, old, short, hairy guy just killing people in the offices. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Speaking of shorts, YouTube is going to be changing their monetization policy for shorts.
Again?
Yeah, it's a big one.
Does it affect anybody here? Anybody
No one here makes shorts.
I doubt it.
No.
I think
threshold.
I think it's to combat some of the AI channel stuff.
Yes.
To be honest, that's what it feels like to me, which I don't have any problem with because you know what, Shad? Fuck AI.
And your 100 gigabytes of RAM.
All the AI short slop, but this is good stuff. The thing that's interesting so they're raising the threshold for monetization. That's what I've garnered from people clipping. There might be some more details I'm missing, but even just on that, if it's going to take longer for people to be able to monetize, the key point here is that YouTube is still monetizing this stuff. They still put on ads on every single thing on their
100%.
platform. It just means that YouTube is going to be able to keep more of that money before sharing it with the creators.
So the subs are staying the same. They're doubling the watch hours, which you can get to anyway, because if you're going to get into this, do it as a hobby, and what happens. I think.
Yeah. So if you're one of those people that's close to the threshold, that 1,000 subs, 4,000 hours, try to get there before end of
February
January.
1st.
Try to get there before end of January.
But
it's still that threshold for another couple months.
They are leaving the lower threshold for where you can get super chats and things at the same level.
Of course they are, because they get a percentage.
But for that amount of watch hours, that will be most of your money anyway. Until you can get over the threshold for monetization, you're not actually losing that much. So they are keeping the bulk of your stuff where it needs to be.
The percentage of ads that you get is staying the same. I didn't see a lot of different in there. Now, I didn't read the whole thing because it was boring as fuck. But yeah, it's up there, and I know you guys love hearing about this shit. I'm just saying it's going to affect shorts, which I still think right now are worse than AI. I think they're awful, but they ain't going away. They should be on a completely different channel. It should be a YouTube short channel.
Yeah, a whole different platform. Let people choose because they're so desperate to push shorts in front of everyone to watch it. Because here's the thing: even when shorts are monetized, the split is actually different between short revenue and long form. YouTube takes 10% more of the actual revenue from shorts than they do on long form. And so YouTube is incentivized to get more people to watch shorts because they make more money from it now.
Well, and they incentivize because they've really pushed, subs. So that's where the growth comes from because it's new, right? But it's false subs. Like they're not going to watch any of your long form content. And they're really not going to watch any of your live streams.
When I was doing shorts, I gained over 400,000 subscribers from shorts, and not even a
400,000.
400,000 just from shorts, right? And not even a blip on long form view increase at all. And so it was absolutely useless. And now I'm like, if I could purge all those subscribers that came from shorts, I would do it in an instant. It's bad for my channel. I would do it in an instant. Now they're slowly phasing out because I don't do shorts anymore, but that affects because I still have people coming and joining the channel, but more of these shorts people are leaving gradually, and which skews the subscriber growth on the channel overall.
Well,
but
like I said, the engagement. The engagement's the most important thing. Always has been. Since day one. That has been the most important thing. Minutes watched. So if it's your engagement is compared to your subs, right, which will recommend through their AI algorithm, but when it was a human, and I do that in air quotes, algorithm, that still mattered too, and the type of stuff you make still matters. Like edited content will get favored over non-edited content. It just will because it's more visually stimulating, and they know that.
Something that YouTube has said recently is that I think it was in May with the last big May update, like before the summer hit, is that you're not penalized for your shorts anymore, that's a crock of crap. Whereas if you post shorts and you have a lot of people watch your shorts and then you post a regular video and you get people don't come over, they suppress that video more or less. Because you've built up your shorts followers, so cannibalizing your videos. So they're saying that doesn't happen anymore, which I don't buy. But then also, shorts will last longer in the algorithm, whereas normal videos will last a shorter duration of time. So you may put a short out now that what they're trying to do is get creators to compound putting out tons of shorts. So if you were putting out shorts in May, those might still be getting views, but your regular videos, they don't anymore. They're trying to play with TikTok. They're still trying to play with TikTok. They just haven't figured out how.
Evergreen content.
Just put out your content. We never know. It changes month to fucking month.
It changes.
Do the best we can
all the time. And yes, you're right. The most important part is just stay consistent. Put out stuff. There's peaks. There's valleys. That's life on YouTube. But if you go in it it's
good to have a strategy though.
It is, but the strategy, don't let it stress you out. Don't let it get to your head. Get into it
problem
again
is if
as a hobby.
you try to change every time YouTube changes, you're just constantly going to be
you're
fucking.
cooked.
You're
exactly. So you just got to find out what works for you, what works within your schedule, what you can realistically do and achieve and stuff like that, and stick with it. There's going to be ups. There's going to be downs.
I've never changed a thing based on the algorithm. Never. I've just kept doing what I'm doing, and works sometimes. Doesn't work sometimes. It's the way it goes.
It is weird when you wake up one week though and your views have trebled. It's like, oh, something must have changed at YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be the bizarre thing of, wow, a 2-year-old video popped for some reason. I have no idea why, but yeah, that's why Evergreen's good. Evergreen content is good. Try to keep everything in that aspect, and stuff will be watched 4 years later. All right, let's get to the people. God, I felt like I was going to talk about something else, and I forgot.
Americon 250.
Or House of the Dragon Season 3.
Oh, yeah. Real quick. House of the Dragon Season 3. The finale. I thought it was fun. I've watched it twice now. I think as far as fantasy battling and how it looked and the armor, and I thought, and just the pure chaos, and it was actually like a funny episode considering the dark shit that was going on. It was legitimately, intentionally funny, but it certainly has a bad series like hitting a high note. It did what it intended to do, so Rhaenyra is no longer considered the hero.
Well,
but
that.
Did you hear Condell, what he said?
No.
When somebody asked him who should be sitting on the Iron Throne, and he said Alicent.
Oh my God.
She would be the most qualified.
No, like to
Jesus
me
Christ.
that reveals to me that I don't think they understand what they're actually saying in the show. What they're putting, like Death of the Author almost comes in, because if like this whole season is a massive like message of, yeah, women aren't great in the roles of leadership according to what this season is saying. Like so much so that some people have even claimed that this season is misogynist because it makes the women look so bad. And I'm like,
my grade's going up.
Kind of like it's like it makes Allison look horrible.
No.
It makes Rhaenyra look.
It's going to be
horrible.
awesome when Allison gets back to King's Landing and she realizes that the daughter she was trying to save is dead and the children she was trying to kill are still alive.
Still alive.
Right. Like legitimately trying to kill children, and then you have the whole arc with Aegon in this season that almost makes him redeemed in part, like sympathetic. I'm on his side. I want him to be king now. Let's get Aegon.
He's not. I don't know if you can say redeemed, but he's a sympathetic
but
character that you now want to root for because he's interesting.
He's more aware of his flaws. And even when he was king, he was more sympathetic to the small people and things like that. Like out of the people on the throne, Aegon seems to be the one.
Aegon is way more sympathetic to small people.
I'm alive.
That's what they've done this season, right? They've taken it. They showed you one thing last season, trying to get you to root for this person and against this person. About halfway through this season, they changed that with Aegon, made you feel a little bad for him. This season's been about changing those things and realizing that, wow, Rhaenyra has no idea what she's doing. Aegon's gone through this change. Daemon has gone through these changes as well as a character. Like Daemon and Aemond are on like opposite fucking arcs almost in like certain ways. Even though they went through the same shit, they've taken it different ways to heart. So it was definitely a mid-season. I think it was a good finale, and it needed a good finale. If it had been like that finale would have been the tipping point, I think, for a lot of people. If it hadn't gone well, I think a lot of people would have been like, I'm fucking done with the show. Because it's just a mass season. But yeah, it's a good finale.
Yeah, and for me, how a show ends actually impacts a lot, right? A good show with a terrible ending kind of ruins it for me because that's what I'm waiting for. But a mid-show that has a good ending, that actually improves it for me, and I enjoyed the finale quite a bit.
That Caraxes is awesome.
Caraxes is fucking that long neck fuck. I love
Brilliant.
Caraxes. I like the way all the dragons are designed, actually. The worst part about this next season is going to be seeing a lot of dragons die.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is going to be because I don't care about the people. I could watch people get burned to death all the time. I could watch
all of them.
I could watch Roddy the Ruin fucking hit a kid with an axe in the face all day. I don't want to see CGI dragons die.
He does have a heart.
Yeah, for animals.
All right. A show that I will be covering because I fucking love season 1 is MobLand. And they just dropped a trailer yesterday. And the good news is Tom Hardy's going to be around.
Hey,
Imagine that. Yeah. Hey.
Central character.
Yeah. Kind of important.
May I speak plainly? This family is in a death spiral. Conrad's arrogance by North London.
North London.
And my job is to prevent that from changing. We've lost fentanyl, now heroin. We are surrounded by sharks, ripe for the picking. If you ask me,
It's like we're rooting for the family that pushes fentanyl.
Against other ones that do.
Yeah.
what do you mean? The war.
Hell yeah.
The clock is ticking. You spent all her life fixing for her family. You're not the remedy.
Cat McAllister, she's got no just piece by piece.
Show me what you can do.
There's been an exciting development.
Conrad went completely bonkers berserk. Your father knows you're here.
No, it's time for change.
I want Conrad dead. Fairy tales over.
Here we go.
What do I want?
I'll give you more!
Hell yeah.
We are the Hardigans. You don't know the name? Google us.
Fucking funny.
Yeah.
That's
Dirty thumbnails.
Wow.
okay.
There's recommended videos. You never know what you're gonna see.
Fucking Dermy. Dermy Wormy. Hail Dermy. He was at the meetup, by the way.
Oh shit.
Back to MobLand.
Back to MobLand.
That was so good.
Well, that show surprised me. There is like not a single good person in that. Maybe the wife a little bit, but they're all evil.
No, the wife's
scumbags.
annoying.
The wife just stabbed him.
Yeah, I know. But
Mm.
even with all these,
And she's
things,
Like one of the
retarded.
most- yeah.
the show is so engaging, and
Yeah.
even it still hooked me in. And it's like that whole like chaos reign is like that's what I want from this show. I just want like
Well,
Yep.
you can have sympathetic characters and characters to root for who are fundamentally flawed and fucked up and bad. And all, we just talked about Aegon, right? You can do that as long as you create a lot of like. Not every show should be this way. Not every show should be about a
Right.
gang of just absolute fucking vile pieces of shit that are just scrambling around for pieces of whatever. But you can have these things; and they can be successful as long as the writing's good. It's just we can't get to a space where everything is like this. And
Yeah,
even within
I
this,
agree.
you still have people that have some sense of honor and morality of sorts. You know what I mean? In the way that things are done.
They're honorable killers.
Yeah.
Well, they're also competent. So everyone is fighting. There's no idiot that's just dragged down and insulted constantly. What I suppose one guy may mess up, but it's because he's like insane. Basically, just can't control himself. But it's not like people aren't just constantly. The main character isn't put down and humiliated. He's very good at what he does. He walks into a room and dominates the entire room, and that's why you can root for him, despite what he's doing.
and such good actors in it as well. Like Pierce Brosnan, holy,
He's
crap.
a
It's
monster
just-
in this too.
Just
He's
so
great.
enjoyable to watch because of how his performance, man. He's got the menace and the craziness, and just. Mhm.
He's a monster. Your head canon, he's like James Bond that snapped.
Yeah. Dude, I wonder when we're
Tom.
getting. I wonder when we're getting King of Spies because they're doing King of Spies, and that's the closest thing that Old Man Bond that we're ever going to get. I just don't know when it's coming out. When's the Gentleman season 2?
I'm telling you, you guys got to watch the Westies
next year.
It's so good, dude.
Yes.
I've been watching
It's
it.
so good.
I have to watch 2 new shows: Widow's Bay. Mahler told me to watch that, and Westies.
What's
Widow's
September this year?
Bay. If you can watch up to episode 4 is where you're like, oh, I'm in.
Okay.
With Widow's Bay.
Gentleman season 2 is
September 3rd.
Yeah, it's right around the corner.
Nice.
That's awesome. I did not know I was gonna like that show as much as I did. I just put it on a whim. I was like, this is awesome.
I felt the same way about the movie. Like, I'm like, it looks all right. Good cast,
Yeah.
okay. And then fucking love the movie. I
Yeah.
think it's one of the best Guy Ritchie movies in years.
So good.
Yeah, he's kind of been on a comeback tour. I'm like, okay.
Well, so once he got away from Madonna,
yeah.
he's done some stuff like Work for Hire that he just looked like a hired gun that wasn't great. But Gentleman,
yeah,
and MobLand are
Hugh Grant in the movie is just
he's so good.
so good.
Freaking love that movie. Okay, now let's get to the people.
But before that,
Oh yeah,
that
American.
is around the corner is Americon 250 Sunday, August 30th at 6:30 p.m. Central Time. If you are in the San Antonio area, you should check it out. It's to celebrate America's 250th anniversary, hosted by the Texas Veterans Coalition. Tickets are $11.55, and the donations go directly to Texas Veterans Coalition. This event features Gary, Brandon Herrera, and other influencers, including some people on this panel. So, yeah, there's
And
meet
on
and
this
greet.
Flannel.
Flannel. I don't know.
Not
I
an
can't English
influencer.
very well.
Canadians
We
have a hard time
tell
saying
them to
America.
change that word.
They can
Yeah.
free
I'll be there.
Yeah, if you're interested, check out the link is in the description. It is at Thirsty Horse, and it's a 21 plus event, as it is at a bar. But if you are looking to be a vendor, you can check out over here at the bottom here, info@texasveteranscoalition.org, and join the
Dean Cain.
Yes, Dean Cain will be there. Wow. That's crazy. You can be Superman.
Ryan, are you going to be there?
I just said I will be there. Yes, I will be there.
Ryan, are you going to be there?
Yeah. I'll be there.
Sorry, I told you the dementia's kicking in, dude.
I know.
It's kicking in hard.
Your time is up. My time is now.
Yeah, that's
I'm going to be I'm going to be asking for $500 to unblock people.
Yeah. You staying at our house so you can get your Pedro Pascal pillow back.
I probably should, yeah. That got fucking yeeted from me really quick. That
My
got
wife stole it. Yeah.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? Like,
wow.
30 seconds after the stream got over, I walked in the green room. I'm like, look at this shit that I got. And she's like, give me that. Because she was like laying down on the couch at the time and she's grabbed it. And I never saw it again until Gary was streaming. It was in the background of his hotel room.
So that's why you were late.
That's funny.
Vegas was fun. Some good funny books at Cosmic Comics, too. It sucks that Torpedo Comics is gone. Because the American comic industry is crumbling right now and being destroyed by manga. Absolutely destroyed. So I guess to put a cap on this, as far as Star Trek, Doctor Who, and Star Wars are concerned, it's like they've aged out. Star Wars is the only one that still has younger people watching it, but not for long.
Kind of.
But they've aged out. Ironside 747, a $50 rent. Hail, brother. Hey, do any of you plan on coming to the development and production of Henry Cavill's Amazon Warhammer 40K series? And are you guys excited for it? Thank you guys for what you do. Biggs.
It
I'm
seems like
forward to it.
News is like so slow rolling out of that in terms of like it does seem like things are moving ahead and moving forward, but I don't anticipate seeing it anytime soon. So I think it's a little closer.
We've recently gotten is the guy who's writing it. They announced that recently will be Mike Flanagan, a man who has stated in the past that he desperately wishes to be more political and insert more of his politics into his entertainment. So,
with that being said, Mike Flanagan's written some good shit though, but we'll see what he puts in there.
That was also incidentally before he said that. And he, in an interview, actively said that he regretted not putting more politics and stuff before, and that he wanted his entertainment to be more subversive in the future. So, fun and engaging.
Yay!
Super exciting.
Yeah, don't get excited for anything ever. And people saying the same guy doing Clayface, Mike Flanagan's script for Clayface got torn to shreds and pieces.
Yeah.
That's not his fucking script anymore. I think he still technically has a writing credit, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. Imagine the Imperium. They're like the nice guys. They're just like friendly and chill.
Mikey Gusler for 50. Great meeting you, Mikey. Again, it was an honor to meet Gary, X-Ray Girl, Quarter Black, and Fake Wizard for the first time, and it was nice to see Ryan and Jay again. The people in the chat, like Mr. Blue Sky that I met, it was great to meet you all as well. Can't wait for the UK trip. Well, Mikey, we love you. Your Nana was awesome. Drinking it up in the nerd bar.
Yeah, she was out late partying with us. It was fun.
Yeah. We went to the Toy Shack, which is right next to the Nerd Bar. Place was awesome. I got some Battlestar Galactica action figures.
Nice.
I think I got tired and was like, man, I need to get home. Before she was like,
yep,
live it up, Mikey. That was awesome.
She was hanging in there. So UK trip is now going to be, because of the delay of my visa, which I will be able to get, by the way. So it looks like we're moving it to, Shad, September. We're moving it to September, which I kind of wanted to do anyway. So that's good. The weather's better there. Occasionally gets hot there in September, but we should be fine. That's the time of year we were there last.
They've got
time.
air conditioning, right? We'll be fine.
Yeah, about that.
It is weird coming back from Vegas where it's hotter, where I barely spent any time in the temperature, to 30 here, and it feels worse because it's just everywhere.
30 is what?
It's like
90?
90 something.
90.
Oh, it's 96 here.
It's 90 in my room
Heat
at
index
the
of
moment.
105.
Oh, Jesus.
It's 90 in your
Are
room?
you okay? Just
Yeah, right now.
Get some air conditioning.
How do you
what the fuck?
Get a fucking
It's all
air
sold out.
conditioner. Smuggle one from America.
So that
All
would
right,
have been the
so-
bet. Yeah, get a suitcase. Get one that can fit in a suitcase if one
Just a
exists.
big ass suit. They're like, what is that? No, it's
Oversized.
Clothes.
It's
Don't
fine.
worry about it.
Yeah, it's just clothes. Yeah, all right.
Put it through the
just bought
scanner.
one
It
and
might look
shipped it.
weird.
So with the UK being in September, we're going to move the Vegas meetup back to CinemaCon, which is April. So it's going to coincide with CinemaCon. I have a plan. We could actually go back to that venue, which would be much better when it's not 114 degrees out. But I have another plan that I think would be kind of cool. So I'll let you guys know about that soon. But yes, we're going to move it back to April, CinemaCon.
And then
That way
MegaCon's
Gore
in
can
May.
go. Yeah.
Hey.
Attack Story 9023 for 50. Longtime fan. Whenever I get asked if I like Star Wars, I usually say not really anymore. I like the Lucas ones. I always get the, oh, you're one of those. Yes, you are. How could I communicate this to those who won't hear you out because they think I'm a grifter? Are you a grifter? I mean, are you making content and lying about it, like saying something's bad that you don't really think is bad or you don't care about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would just not give a fuck. Attack Story.
Yeah.
That's my philosophy.
If they're open to hearing why, then of course talk about it. But
Talk about it. Careful,
Yeah.
X-Ray girl.
well,
Aruka Fire for $50. Disbrew. Need to trim that hair a bit more than so they don't accuse you of being a lesbian friend when they arrest people in the street for carrying a packaged baseball hat.
fat.
Look, in the UK, claiming diversity is the only chance I have with the police. Like, a lesbian would be a bonus. It's the only card I've got to play.
I mean, Raytor 0369 has donated $66.23. Thank you. Didn't have anything to say. Flummoxed Buffoon. Oh my God. Flummoxed Buffoon has gifted 100 Nerdrotic memberships.
Damn. Wow.
100 Nerdrotic memberships for $500.
Wow.
And I will reward you when we do a Lanterns watch party on Sunday.
Oh yay!
It'll be great. Holy shit. Thank you, Flummox.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Lux Libertus for $49.99. Hail FNT Shad.
Yes.
As a man steeped in historic masculinity, have you seen Wayne's epic The Searchers? How did you like it?
I have not seen it. In fact, it's not really even ringing a bell. I have to look it up.
John Wayne.
Searchers.
John Wayne's The Searchers. It's pretty fucking awesome.
All right.
Ian So Forth for 50 British pounds. Proper money. Says, I don't even wear shorts. So you don't have pants on?
You can wear pants and not wear shorts.
You don't need to wear pants. It's
I don't think that's what he was talking about. You've seen Ian's past super chats and comments. I mean,
He's Scottish, though. That's
probably drunk
surely the
right
benefit
now.
of the kilt.
He's probably
Oh, yeah.
wearing.
how do you know he's Scottish?
Is he?
He says.
He says it.
And he's
Oh,
always
he
drunk.
does?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is always drunk.
Anyone who's drunk for that period of time, I just assume they're Scottish at this
Well,
point.
Significantly
there's a lot of
inebriated.
Brits who are just drunk all the time, too.
Just
True,
for
but
him.
they take it to another level.
Yep. Sarcastro for $50. Hail. Gary and FNT panel. The better Deadpool, Wade Wilson or Weed Wilton? Deadpool versus Dead Pule. Is that Pule? What the fuck is that?
I think that's like the French.
Okay,
Trying to make it like
Pule. The film We'd Need. I would pay IMAX money to watch Will and Ryan act together. The MST3K level of hilarity. Hail the Fellowship. Well, Will's not that great of an actor. That's why he doesn't get a lot of jobs. X-Ray, take over for just a minute.
Wait, me and Will Wheaton?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you talking about me?
He was I think, because Gary messed up the name earlier. I think.
Will
Yeah.
Wheaton.
Marksman117 on the Streamlabs for 25. Shad, since you are interested in analyzing lit RPG, you should try and join Arch. Arch has interviewed many lit RPG authors of the romance variety. This man is on a crusade to normalize male romance, which is a better alternative to female literature.
It sure as shit is a lot less degenerate, I'll tell you that much.
No joke. No joke. It seems like the most extreme male kind of sexualized media outside of porn, like in the literary form, is actually just guys either looking after women, building a family, getting a harem. That's kind, and then they think the harem is super problematic when it's actually usually in the structure of building a family. Whereas you look at the feminine side and you have the most degenerate, weird stuff you can imagine. So,
it's incomparable.
I just like the extremely Mormon take that a harem is a natural process in building a family.
We all get there somehow, you know. You just start.
Look. Anime is starting to come around. They really like, instead of just flirting with multiple girls and finding one. No, they go full on polygamy. Mashoko Tensei marrying multiple
6
women.
wives come from?
It's like it's coming back into popularity and immediacy. It's like, well, if time does it as well and stuff. So
I don't think you want to use Japan as a metric for what is acceptable in society.
Probably not
a lot of weird stuff.
Behind closed doors, or
That's how you get Hello Kitty Godzillas.
okay, those are cute. Okay, do not besmirch Hello Kitty.
But I am interested in checking out some good lit RPGs. And look, I've been soured on Dungeon Crawler Carl because he just basically threw Critical Drinker under the bus not long ago. And so I'm like, well, that guy doesn't seem like, he likes associating with people else. But yeah, if you've got some good lit RPG recommendations, I'd be interested in checking out.
Absolutely. I've got a series of them that you might be interested in. I'll DM some stuff to you.
Sweet. Cheers, man.
Buster Nut Smash for $19.99. Shad, if you have an Amazon account, let me know. I'll buy you the movie and ship it to you.
Hang on, movie of talk about the searches. Yeah, I might just check if it's available on a streaming service.
Yeah. Master Pef says, "Love you, Ryan," for $10.
Okay.
Thank you.
20 Petunia for $20 says, "Shout out to comics for bringing up High School Nightmares with Harrison Bergeron." Haha.
Harrison Bergeron, yeah.
Oh.
Harrison?
It was misspelled.
Harrison Bergeron.
Okay.
I
So
don't
good.
know the author.
Good. Now you're reading your own super chats.
Dark Schwartz Rising for 20 says, "Dingleberries." That is all.
Okay.
Interesting.
Throw it out there.
Thanks for the heads up.
Callum G for £2 British. "I'm watching you all very carefully."
Okay. Garrett DeJong for $4.99 says, "Gary, Ryan said he didn't know. Are you guys going to do a Reacher season 4 episode review? Have you seen any of the new episodes?" I watched like 15 minutes before the show started because I wasted my time watching End of Oak Streak. But yeah, I mean, we'll try. We have to discuss it and see what our schedules look like.
Yeah, that was the thing. That's why I said we're so fucking busy that I don't know. I don't quite know. We'll do something. Even if it's maybe not an every episode or every week thing, we'll figure out something.
Yeah, I've got like 3 videos backlog that I need to finish. Once I'm away out of that would be good. That might turn into 4. Depends on how Green Lantern turns out. Bubba, what was that?
It's not going to be good.
No. No. Oh, where was it? I just lost it. Bubba Doom for $5 says, "Comics along the lines of what Arch was saying about registering things Did we just get some of our 2A rights back? From what I've learned, from what I've heard, I'm stoked.
Shoot, you gotta remind me which one that was. But yeah, there's been several cases that have gone to the Supreme Court. So yeah, slowly but surely, we're clawing our rights back.
Any specific ones that you remember?
Like
felons being able to own guns after a certain amount of time? Okay.
Not like that. You still have to go through the process to basically get your rights back. But yeah, there's been quite a few cases that have gone to the Supreme Court. I talked about them on occasion, but honestly, I'm blanking on it.
Oh, is it the short suppressors and silencers?
Suppressors?
How would you know, X-Ray Girl?
I'm looking at chat.
Okay.
That's why I didn't know what I was
She's the
saying.
expert, Gary.
Varn
Suppressors
for
and
five.
short shotguns. That's it.
Varn for $5. Gary, if you have not read Joe Abercrombie's First Law books, I haven't read those, but I've read some of Joe Abercrombie and I like it. I suggest you do so instead of reading A Song of Ice and Fire. It is of comparable quality and finished.
It's not even close to comparable quality. Joe Abercrombie is way better.
There you go. Ryan wants his Pedrillo back. He said so on Daily. Says Chuck L. Fuck for $2. Two-hander VGC for 20 says Ryan says Pillow Pascal got taken from him. Gary says he didn't want it. What's the deal? We got to talk to my wife. She's the one who stole it. It's like in my truck. I'm like, what's that doing here?
I mean, she's not really like, if she said Ryan didn't want it, that's not an inaccurate statement. But I also felt like it was stolen from me.
Oh,
she'll come to it. She's like, yeah, I took it
back.
Yeah, you want it back on principle now. Yeah.
No, she's planning to put it in your room that you're going to be staying at here. It'll be right center.
It'll welcome you in.
Yeah. That'd be perfect.
Pafry for $5 says, I think Gary's inability to read ads is a ploy to pressure the advertisers to pay more money to have Ryan or X-Ray Girl read them instead. I have offered up their services, and they said no, they want me to do it.
It's more entertaining that way.
I'd rather Ryan read it. But Ryan's got to read stuff on G&G Daily.
Yeah, I got to read stuff for
got
somebody
enough to
else
read.
like, on a different channel.
Yeah.
So,
they're
gonna be
WG
double dipping.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to put that kind of bullshit on Ryan.
I'd be all right.
When he ain't getting nothing. So WG Actual for $10. Gary, I only caught the end of your Raycon earbud ad. Could you please read it again, but only slower this time? Thanks, bro. No, I love you, WG, but no. I mean, I could make it slower. I was trying to read slower so I wouldn't fuck up as much, and I can't say it really worked.
Well, organic, personable, you know?
It's authentic.
Yeah.
Snacks for $10 from the Diary of Ryan Kinnell. At the Vegas meetup, I heard Gary holds the record for riding the mechanical penis. Apparently, he is known as Nerd Ride Dick. Nerd
Wow.
Ride Dick.
Oh, wow.
Good for you, Gary.
That's crazy work.
Have you ridden the penis, X-Ray Girl? Do we know? Has anybody from our group ridden the penis?
Which
Gary,
one are we
sexual
talking about?
harassment.
You're going to be more specific.
I'm talking about the mechanical penis at the nerd bar.
Mechanical.
Ryan's getting an HR call later.
The one at the nerd bar
No,
that
I
is like a
haven't.
bowl. Yeah.
Same, man.
I don't
You really
think
did-
anyone from our group has ever ridden it, Gary.
You just never. You
I don't
just did
believe
not
that.
Clarify any of that.
What are you trying to say, Gary? You
you
think we got a lot of people in our group that just see a massive cock and desperately have to ride it?
So out of all of us, who
I
do you
can think
think
of a
is
couple
most
people.
likely to have ridden it, Gary?
Yeah, like
Gary.
Gary's looking. He's like, no, I know some of you guys did. Don't lie.
Gary.
Come forward and tell us now.
According to Perry
To be
Gary
honest,
did.
if it was anybody, well, with the exception of Extra, if she was drunk, it would probably be me, just because like somebody told me I'd suck at it or something, and I felt like compelled to prove that I could do it.
would.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
obviously,
ride that
actually,
penis?
girl,
He's like,
you would be
"Watch
my
me."
next because somebody would challenge you, and you go, I
exactly,
could ride
yeah.
that penis better than anybody, motherfucker, and he would. You
And
know?
I'd be like, look, you got to grip the veins. That's how you do this. That's the strategy.
Perry, did you ride it, Perry?
No, I don't think he
Clench your
did.
thighs like
Did you
this.
get
and
on
you're
it?
like, wow.
Yeah, you're like, thank God this thing is circumcised. I got something to hang on to, you know?
Yeah.
It is circumcised.
Grab it right here. That's where you. Yeah. Best place for animals.
Wesson 42 for $10. Arch, you bastard. I watch FNT after the fact. Shame on you for not giving me the heads up. Also, where was Stamford Bridge this week, you bastard? Did
I was betrayed by
Lumai's...
Sargon.
What's that?
I was betrayed by Sargon. He said he'd be there, but the word of an Englishman matters for naught.
It's Lumi.
I can't call him out for that because I was supposed to be on a show when I was in the UK and I couldn't make it. Did Lumai's feet? Is it Lumai's
Lumi.
feet? Give,
Lumi.
Lumi. Did Lumi's feet give Carl a fatal eye infection?
That is possible as well. I'm not discounting the possibility.
Who's Lumi?
That's our resident foot fish. She has a massive foot fetish and will not shut up about it.
Oh,
Like Kata.
Kata. I was going to say we
They
got to
should
get
do a
those
show
kids
together.
together.
Like, yikes. No, they really. We don't need to encourage those guys to get together. Yeah.
I want it to happen.
They do.
know
They
them
do
together,
train
they
together
form
on New
like a-
Black Street.
I could just
Grumpy
Like a
picture
giant
Grumpy
robot that's
Stump
just,
It for $10. Is X-Ray practicing
No. Fecal-mancy.
fecal-mancy
No.
Whoa.
now? And has anyone ever heard of tyromancy? Look that one up if you want to giggle. I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah, not trust that.
I'm gonna look that up.
Somebody told me to look up Blue Waffle
Make
once.
sure you
and
have
I
a
regret it.
private tab open.
So, like, tyromancy
Okay.
sounds funny. So
Yeah.
it's a method of divination or fortune telling using cheese.
Oh yeah, yeah, magical cheese.
Oh,
Yep.
that's funny.
Oh.
Magical
Okay.
cheese,
Tell you.
dude.
Yeah.
Uses smell patterns and textures.
What do you
the
see in the
cheese.
cheese? Yeah.
What wasn't that in a book that was something like if you want to fascinate a woman, give her a piece of cheese?
Yes.
I think that was in a witchcraft book.
That was in a book. Yeah. It's like give her a piece of
That's
cheese. I
funny.
can't resist. Yeah. I mean, it might
Gay-
work. You know?
Gay Carpenter 199 for 20 says, just imagine a sports bet on FNT start on time. You bet on time and win, you could retire. You could go to Polymarket or whatever. Arcade Galactic Salt Lake City for $20 says Hail FNT from Utah. We're looking for help to move our arcade to a new location as the giant competitor down the hall from us. Hall? Yeah, I'd move away, like out of the building. We're currently in a mall. Is squeezing us out. Plug for our GoFundMe drive. Thanks. So that's Arcade Galactic SLC, Salt Lake City. They need help moving because their competitor is squeezing them out. You can go to GoFundMe. It's Arcade Galactic, Salt Lake City. The Hollywood Menace for $9. Oh, I need to talk to you guys. Can you fix an arcade game? The Hollywood Menace for $9.99. Marvel Girl is not Dark Phoenix. Jean Grey is Marvel Girl. She is a psychopath in the new Spider-Man film. The morons running Marvel clearly haven't read the comics or understood their own characters. They don't care. They just don't care. The Jaded Killer for 20. Jean and her sister needed to be buried under a prison. The only line damage control crossed was them being experimented on. I mean, it's a pretty big line.
I mean, they,
Yeah, that's
they did
And killing your
experiment
sister.
on like experimentation on prisoners to the point of death is kind of a line. Like, yeah, you could say that's a line.
Yeah, you only went to Guantanamo. What are you so upset about? Like,
Yeah.
no.
Larry Escher for $10. Gary, you never need to apologize for talking about YouTube business like you did on Wednesday. Your job is covering the ins and outs of pop culture and media. You and YouTube are pop culture and media now. That's a scary thought, and I don't want to think about it. I will apologize, though, because it's kind of the most boring thing anybody wants to hear. Nobody wants to hear YouTuber problems. We'll work it out. Things will work out. There's some black pillars out there. It was like, oh, it's going to tear. Like, what was COPA? What was that child thing they were going to do? COPA,
COPA.
the new regulation. That was supposed to end fucking YouTube. It was nothing.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We can complain a lot about YouTube, but I always try to remember to be grateful that they've allowed me to do this shit for many years now. And a couple headaches here and there, but for the most part, you know, I'm grateful. This is awesome. Remember when Marvel worked the Hydra reveal in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Yes, the TV series dealt with the consequences of the movies. I love that episode, Clank, Clank, I'm a Tank. I liked Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I did.
too. Yeah.
It was good.
I fucking hated it.
I
Really?
hated
Except
the
when they
first
went
half.
into space.
Yeah, I hated the first half of season 1, but when that Hydra reveal hit, I was like, yo, I can't stop watching this.
I like the Hive season.
But
When they did
That's
Hive,
really good.
that was pretty good.
when I accepted it's just a silly show,
Yeah.
I had fun, but its connection to Winter Soldier I thought was genuinely good.
That was awesome. Yeah.
Having Gunn play Deathlock, I love the character Deathlock. Most people have probably never heard of the character Deathlock, but it's a black character. And it was one of my favorite as a kid. Guy from the future. He's half machine, half
cyborg,
half, cyborg, but he's a corpse basically. Badass character.
Yeah, he's
kind of
fucking cool.
Dumbed him down, but that's the only version we'll probably ever get.
Yeah, he was like way too nice and kind of chill, and he was just like, well, I'm just doing my thing. Yeah.
Deathlock would make a great cheap series.
Yeah. I also like their handling
Yeah,
of
it
Ghost
would.
Rider in that too. The Ghost Rider was pretty rad.
The Ghost Driver?
Ghost Rider?
Ghost
Ghost Driver. Yeah, Mexican Ghost Driver. Yeah.
I reject. I mean, nothing against the actor, but I reject that in all of its forms. If you are a rider in a car, you are in the passenger seat.
He's Mexican.
I didn't
He's
like how
doing
easy.
the best he can.
But they also they give the spirit of vengeance away to different people so easily. It's such a willy-nilly thing.
Yeah.
In this.
It's like, here, have it.
Yeah, but Johnny's is still there because Johnny didn't lose his. Because they showed Johnny's is still around.
They showed him.
I thought
the origin. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought they implied that he passed the spirit of vengeance to Robbie.
He did.
That Johnny Blaze
I thought
wasn't
they coexisted
Ghost
at the
Rider
same
anymore.
time.
Yeah, I thought it was a different one. But,
I could be wrong. I
think it was a
haven't seen
different
it.
one. I
It's been
think
a
it
while
was a
since I've read
different
it.
one. I don't know.
Yeah.
I liked how they handled it comparatively because I mostly the transformation and how horrific it was watching his face burn away. But yeah, they were just started
that guy
handing
was
it
in
off.
Terminator Dark Fate.
They start like passing
Yeah,
it around.
Gabriel Luna.
Yeah, Gabriel Luna.
Gabriel Luna. That's right. Yes. Pee Wee Herman. Real life poop wizards are more moral than Jean Grey. This is Kalon.
Fecalmancy. Yeah.
I agree. Gary, are you and Ryan going to do Reacher season 4 reviews again? I enjoyed those. So far, so good on season 1. Think at least. Beardo fat.
Hey.
Ryan and I will find a way to work it out if at the very least we do a couple streams. And cover like maybe
we'll do half season, end of season, something like that. We'll
How
do
many
something.
episodes they drop?
They're at 3, and I think it's 8 episode season, right?
So they're almost at the half season. So if we wait till next week, we can do the half season and then the finale.
Yeah, that might work with.
It came up
everything we
on
got
us fast.
scheduled. It did.
I'm going to be doing MobLand. You're welcome, Ryan, if you want to come on. But I'm going to be doing MobLand.
MobLand. Is that
awesome.
Sunday too?
I got it.
I think it is.
Let me see. It's
I
I
hope
think
not.
Friday.
Oh, that's not. Well, it'd
That's
have
not
to be a
great
different day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Too much
Uh,
shit going on.
Michael Pellegrini for $49.99. Thank you. Have you guys seen The Redemption of Darth Vader? It's a full AI movie where Anakin finds the lament configuration and summons Pinhead. It is effing amazing. Make sure you watch the second half that is allowed to have Star Wars music. Love you guys. All right, I'll check it out.
Thanks for the recommendation.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not as crazy about AI stuff as Chris is because he loves that shit. Hot Grapes Comics for $10. Great to see some of y'all last week. Just rewatched Iron Man. Tell me, do you think Avengers Doomsday will Jake Skywalker RDJ's Tony Stark? No.
I think Avengers Secret Wars will bring back Robert Downey Jr.'s Tony Stark.
It is bringing back Robert Downey Jr.'s Tony Stark. I would say there's a very, very good chance. If you're on Polymarket, I would bet
betting
on,
advice from Gary.
Well, I mean, I've been pretty good. Not that I've been paid yet for my bet. But
wow.
Yeah, well,
are you talking to Dan Vask?
No.
Oh, sorry.
No.
But
I'm
yeah.
talking about the cash money from the Popcast brothers, which all, by the way, every penny of it is going to the guy who told me the information because he was unemployed for a little while. Got a better job, much fucking better job, as a matter of fact. He's away from fucking Marvel. But yeah, no more inside scoops from him anyway. Been listening since 2021. First super chat. We won't be gentle. Nerd Sensei, who taught me Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Trek, and who had a stroke a year ago. Oh no. Is alive and stable, thank God.
That's
writing
good.
a novel in her honor. Parrot, Captain Aaron, good man. Be supportive. Strokes are no joke. Oh, I did not mean for that to rhyme. But look, you'll be fine. Look at Chris. He's right as rain. Trey Miller for $25. Mark Miller or Millar should have been hired instead of James Gunn. On this, we can agree. In that universe, I would be psyched for the new Batman show. Been waiting for so long. Hail Julie Newmar. Why would hail Julie Newmar? That is a random thing to say, but hail Julie Newmar. Mark Miller being in charge of either Marvel or DC would be a boon. And creatively, have him be the creative chief. Not like James Gunn, not like co-CEO. I don't think he would even want it, but just give him power, autonomy, and let him write. Sure, he's written some, he wrote Civil War, and he's written some stuff that might be perceived as subversive, but knowing Mark like I do, he still loves heroism. And he knows Superman at its core. He knows Spider-Man at its core. He knows so much about so many superheroes. The thing is, let's just say maybe he or others have tried to go to Marvel and DC and say, hey, we can fix this, but we need some control, and this is what we need, and neither company is interested at all.
Well, they don't want to fix anything, is the
No,
issue.
they don't. So he's like, fine, I'll just write my own shit. And he's doing great.
Yeah.
When he does
he's
those
better for
comics,
it.
he doesn't take any money. All the money goes to the artist and the letterer and the colorer and the inker. He just does it for fun because he still loves comics, and you can tell. So few creatives still love comics. They do it as it's a job. It's obligatory. Mike Pitts for $20 says balls. Thank you. I still have mine, thankfully. Blade 4, $50 million spent to get a woke script that also sells well. They could not find one in testing rather than making a normal Blade film. They would rather not make one. I mean, that's the case.
Yeah.
Gary, how do you feel about Star Trek Strange New Worlds story set 65 million years ago? Was good to see an adaptation of The Lost Planet and Ancient Mars apocalypse theories. Just a pity it was from that Star Trek show. It's terrible. I'm not caught up. I got to watch the latest episode, but it's terrible. And I think a new one came out. Josh Kelsey drops $10 and walks away because that's what he does. Wesson 42 for $5 says, Wizard, I have been binging your videos. Love your work. Keep up the fake portal work.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, we got a lot of fake portal stuff we got to do.
You're doing great, brother. Dark Slide Riker for 20. Can we all stop pretending Taylor Sheridan is anything but a hick lib on T replacement, pretending to LARP as a cowboy? All his shows are trash. I don't think I like. Okay, his shows might be a little trashy, but I like him.
He's a really good writer.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and he writes fast too. Like
he's got a lot of stuff that has pretty mass appeal. Whether it's Yellowstone, whether it's freaking what's the one with freaking Sly?
Tulsa King, which is coming up. Landman is coming up.
Landman's huge.
And I mean, I enjoy Tulsa King and Landman more than I ever enjoyed Yellowstone. And I think Dutton Ranch might be better than Yellowstone too. But can't wait for Landman. Highly recommend Landman to anybody.
It's great.
The fact that when you look at like the streaming charts from last year and so many Taylor Sheridan things are near the top, considering Paramount Plus is a tiny streaming service compared to these others, is like pretty crazy.
It's unbelievable. Okay, we're going to wrap it up there. We'll get the rest on a Square Up Monday, 11 a.m. Central on both Nerdrotic Live and Rumble. And we're going to be putting that in the description, right?
Already there.
It's already there. That's good because a lot of people were asking. I'm like, maybe I should talk about it more. So the Square Ups are all there. We read everybody's super chat. We give it its time, and I turn off the super chats for that stream, just so you guys can have your time. And they're fun. I actually enjoy doing those quite a bit. So we're gonna go around the horn, and we will start with Real Life Poop Wizard.
Yay! You can find me on my other channel, X-Ray Girl, where I game and watch shows like Stargate, which will return not this week coming, but next week, as Kara is still here. But
why can't Kara watch fucking Stargate with you? Is she against it or something?
We go out to like do things.
Why would you go out and do stuff when you can watch Stargate?
Yeah.
I have to activate my poop wizard powers. Okay, God, why'd you have to ask me that? I don't know. Anyways, so also this Sunday,
bother you.
Forbidden Frontier is now going to be at a different time.
Yes.
At 11 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Central. So if you are, in the UK, sorry, maybe when you wake up you can listen to us, but it'll be a very late night.
We
Get
just
the fuck out of my
stream over
time
Ryan.
slot. I like
That's
it.
Yes. So that'll be on Nerdrotic Live.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Skinwalker Ranch, and we're doing it because conceptually it's supposed to be a night show. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
So
Like old school coast to coast.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen
Odin.
to those.
And now that Adam's had a kid, he's up all night anyway. So
Yeah,
kind of works
pretty
out.
based. Yeah.
Kind of works out. Comics.
You can catch me on Probable's channel on Sunday nights where we talk about politics on the bullpen. My channel, I stream every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Central. And of course, you can find me here every Friday. Catch you guys next week.
Thanks, brother. Odin.
Yeah, OMB reviews on YouTube, over on X, box office breakdowns every Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern is usually when it goes live. geeksandgamers.com, write articles over there as well. And shout out to Real Fake Wizard, who had me on for a video on his channel. It's been doing very well, and appreciate it.
Saw that. It was a great video.
Yeah.
Fake Wizard's killing it
good.
right now. It's awesome. Glad you're aboard.
We're trying, man.
That's all you can do.
We've got on all we could do. Okay. Wednesday, I got the Fake Show, which is a new. Wait, was I up?
Oh,
Or
you
did
were.
cue somebody else?
You're studying.
Did I
Good.
stop for a second?
You're delayed a little bit.
Yeah.
Just go. You're good.
No.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh. Fake Show, Wednesday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, and I will be streaming the D23 tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern as well. So, Real Life Fake Wizard, one of the channels. Sorry,
It's all good, brother. You should have seen my internet in the beginning. You weren't even here when we started 45 minutes late.
Oh my God.
You know, and always had problems. Yeah. God, the audience is so spoiled now. They get mad at 8 minutes. It's like,
I'm spoiled too. It got to 4 hours. I'm fucking getting antsy. I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, you are.
Remember the 6-hour streams? Those were insane.
Yeah,
that was
I'm
pretty
still on
regular.
those. Yeah, it's called Tuesday Night's Main Event.
I'm too old for that shit. Epic Mike.
Hey, yeah, gonna be doing more Amnesia: The Bunker tonight. I broke out all my humiliating costumes because I hate myself. So, I'm gonna be playing that. It's awesome. I love being scared. It's my fucking favorite thing in the whole world. Geeks and Gamers, Tuesday Night's Main Event, daily, hanging out there. Epic Verse on Thursdays. That's what I got.
Sweet. Disbrew.
Going to be covering the Lanterns reviews, this politics and Star Trek panel. Maybe doing something on the Paramount merger. There's a load of stuff. Oh, Rings of Power.
Yeah,
loads of stuff to cover at the moment. It's kind of crazy.
I am backlogged as well. Thanks to our meetup. By the way, thanks for coming out, Disbrew. Appreciate it. And Fake Wizard. It was a good time.
That was fun. I had a lot of fun at the convention, actually, more than I expected. I actually preferred that one to the MegaCon one. The smaller kind of specific topic, I liked a lot more as a convention.
Dude, they had some awesome shit there, too. Good God.
Yeah. The factory stuff, I don't know what company that is, but all the stuff they bringing out next year, I wanted. If it was there at the convention, I would have got it.
They have a Cylon Raider this big with 3 Cylons in it that fully lights up. They have a 1-in-1 old Cylon helmet that I got that's got the light and sound.
Nice.
A Colonial Viper pilot helmet with the light. Got that. They had a prototype bridge for 1/6 scale X06 for the Enterprise D. And the guy's like, I was like the 50th person who said, "Are you going to make this?" And he's all, "Well, I guess I am now because shit, everybody's been asking." I'm like, yeah, I will get that. I don't know where the fuck I'll put it, but I'm going to get that. Yeah.
You'll find a
The
spot,
merch, which was all old, was great. Was awesome. They're actually coming out with an action figure line too of all the old Star Trek. None of the new Star Trek. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I wonder why.
Smart
Wonder
move.
why. Shad.
Yeah. Same old. Got my live stream on Night's Watch. There's a fun clip of me sharing all my detailed thoughts on House of the Dragon Season 3 out there. Got this review coming out tomorrow, which is, you'll recognize, this is the Ranger Sword.
The Ranger
Aragorn's
Sword. That looks
and
sweet.
This is, how nice. Yeah.
Oh,
and
wow.
This is a fully functional, battle-ready, high-carbon steel blade. And they're just, these, functional battle-ready replicas that are coming out, they're just getting better and better. And this is, a legit phenomenal sword. The full review is out on Shadiversity, and it was really fun. The old backscabbard I made it's the video that's had the most views on my channel, over 7 million views, where I built this thing, right? I built it to the Ranger old replica. This one fits that backscabbard because it's the same type of sword, and I have fun with it, putting it in that and having lots of fun chopping things up. So that's coming out in Shadiversity, and it's a good sword.
So your Glamdrill is bigger than the United Cutlery one, which is the one from 20 years ago or 15 years ago from a licensed one. It's bigger.
Yeah, and we have a bit of a debate on is it better than the one that's how
it's
accurate
missing
is it?
the little gem that's in the help.
Small, but overall I prefer this in terms of how nice is this.
Oh God,
that's literally my favorite sword in fiction, dude.
Well, you can get one.
Yeah, you can.
And Shad can get a couple bucks off it.
Oh my gosh,
damn, that's nice.
This is peak, and it's a fully functional top quality sword. If a knight saw this sword in the medieval period, he'd be like, "Holy crap, I'm taking that!" And so they do a great job making this thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Very cool.
Ryan.
Man, only a couple weeks till Americon. Vegas was awesome. I stream on Sunday evenings and Wednesday evenings on my channel. I do Geeks and Gamers daily, weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on Geeks and Gamers, Sports Wars on Sunday mornings, and I do a stream with Vera Dark called Fuck My Life Wednesday evenings at 9 p.m. So, and I open Pokemon cards Thursday at 9 p.m. on my second channel, RK Outpost Live. What are you fucking laughing at, Mike? You piece of shit.
You're like, I open Pokemon cards. Like, you just...
I do.
Well, at least it's entertaining. I mean, I watched for
They
like
are very
5 minutes.
entertaining. It was just the way you said it. You're like, I open...
Well, I almost forgot. I was just trying to be straight up, not trying to put any twist on it, Mike.
I was just marveling, and I know this has been going on forever, unboxing and everything, and I'm like, people watch this. I'm watching this right now.
Yeah.
And I'm liking it.
Well, yeah, they watch to
I
see
love
me be
unboxings.
disappointed consistently with a
Yeah.
chance that I might not be. But
Well, that's a day that ends in Y for you, Ryan. Let's be real.
yeah, no shit.
Looking forward to seeing you at Americon with Dean Kane
Shout
and
out.
the Unsub guys. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. And $11.55, but it goes to the Texas Veterans Coalition. I have to say it a very specific way for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, Ryan's better than DSP at opening cards, I guess.
Well, I don't charge $50. Charge $50 to reward my audience by opening one
what?
pack. That's what DSP does.
Do people pay?
I don't know. I don't watch.
He somehow makes a living.
That's crazy. And don't
He's
forget,
still alive.
Fuck My Life with Vera Dark.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
And Vera keeping Ryan in check is one of the most entertaining things I see on the internet, to be honest with you. It's pretty funny.
She thinks she's a lot more clever than she is because she's a woman. But yeah.
Yeah, don't tell her, though. Just let her think that.
We're coming up on a year of that show, actually.
Wow.
What?
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good Lord. And Archcast, thank you for coming back. Always great having you on. Please tell the fine folks where they can find you.
Always a pleasure, of course. The Archcast on YouTube is where I'm at. And just tomorrow, we will be having the Archcast Weekly podcast where we bring on Bruce Centaur, the author of many lit RPGs, many of which have been Amazon bestsellers as well, focusing on giving, I don't know, men or something to read in this era. You would think they'd be swamped for choice with Star Trek and Star Wars and everything, but weirdly, no, not at all. Not in the slightest, actually. So that will probably be great. Oh, and a plug for my friend as well. V just finished his video game. If you're into that sort of things, it's called Situation Suck on Steam. That's about it for
that
me.
type of video game.
That type of video game. He's Romanian. You can't blame him. He was born like this.
What type of video game is it?
It includes many anime women with unreasonably proportioned bodies.
Listen to the title, Gary. It was called Situation Suck.
Well, I thought, okay, I was looking at it. I just thought it was like a sim
that could have
for
been the
life
name of
sucking.
my fucking.
Yeah.
That could have been the byline for my life, Shad.
I thought it was the Ryan Kinnell story. Thanks again, Arch. Yes, I'm working on a Star Trek video on that panel. That'll be totally different than this, Bruce.
Totally.
It will be. And then, backlogged Ghostbusters anniversary review and Watchmen review. Those and Green Lantern. So all that stuff's coming out in the next 2 or 3 weeks. All the streams, Nerdrotic Nooner on Monday, which of course is a square up, real BBC, Nerdrotic Nooner with Chris Gore, and Forbidden Frontier moving to the evening. God, now it just flew out of my head what I wanted to talk about. Oh, I want to propose. That's it. I want to propose a debate. After the debate today that we managed to not talk about the whole show, which was great.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I have an idea, guys.
Then I brought it up.
We get Good Jer and we get Platoon. And they debate the Odyssey. I'm going to be kind enough to host it on my channel. right? So it'll be posted on my channel.
Hold on, are
Yes.
we gonna do? Are we only gonna do 6 ad reads?
No. Well, I'm getting to that, Ryan. So I'm gonna sit in the middle, manspreading like a motherfucker, and not say a word as a moderator. And then yes, it'll be sponsored by fucking Meta PCs, Geek Grind, your mama, Culver's to make Jeremy happy, and I don't know what kind of
beans and toast or some shit.
No, I could say cigarettes. What kind of
A
cigarettes?
cigar, maybe?
Oh yeah, I get
the
you.
British version.
Yeah.
Shout out.
Bundle of sticks.
I don't know what kind of fags Platoon smokes, but it could be
As many as possible.
That's a real
Marlboro?
word. He's talking about cigarettes.
What do you think? I think it'd be great. Yeah, we
I'd
have
watch
an
that.
ad read every 30 seconds.
Yep.
And a moderator who doesn't say shit the whole fucking time. Now I only watch like 10 minutes of it on DD Cobra, right? So,
But you
we're
have
in
to
fucking
pause in the
bad
middle to
shape as a
take work
country.
emails. As
Jesus
the moderator,
Christ.
pause to take work emails.
Well, look, ultimately, fucking cares. But like most debates, the vast majority of people are going to walk out thinking whatever it was when they started in the beginning. If you like one person, you're going to like them probably when you come out. If you don't like one person, you're not going to like them coming out. And that's pretty much what it is for 98% of people that watch them.
I can't imagine many hearts and minds were changed on either side, Ryan. Correct. But hey, I think the poll on Jeremy's live stream was who won, Andrew Wilson, Candace Owens, or PBD's bank account.
Wow.
And it was PBD's bank account. Okay. That's
everyone's bank account, to be honest. Everyone's bank account is the winner.
Yep. But yeah, that was great. So yeah. Who do we have next week?
Well, we have a very, very special episode next week. It's FNT 420. So we have Papa Gundam.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Papa
Makes
Gundam
sense.
returns. Maybe he'll remember my name. I saw the clip of him like not getting Tectone's name right, calling him Tecton or something like that. First time, huh? No, we love Papa Gundam. And thanks again, Arch. Thanks to the Modrotics. Thanks to, man, I just had a stroke right there. Thanks to the Modrotics. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat and donation. Thanks to all the lurkers. Thanks to everyone who just participated. And we will see you next week.
Here they come and the crowd cannot wait. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights. I apologize cause I'm probably late. Oh, hail Friday Night Lights.
good. That was good.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.